Yan Zhenglin told Xiao Changchun that he had gotten the criminal evidence, and he couldn't hide the fact that Gu Ning had handed it to him from Xiao Changchun. However, there wouldn't be anyone else that would know about hearing that Gu Ning had given the evidence to Yan Zhenglin. Xiao Changchun was more than shocked. Gu Ning had rescued both Yan Zhenglin and him from dangerous situations, but also got such important evidence, which really impressed Xiao Changchun. Governor Xiao, Gu Ning wants to acquire some of Hongyun Group's properties, and I've already promised her that she can have the priority to buy it before anyone else. As for the price, do you think that we can offer her a discount given that she has done us a great favor? Yan Zhenglin asked. What? She wants to acquire some of Hongyun Group's properties. Xiao Changchun was as astonished as Yan Zhenglin when he heard the news. Yes, she doesn't lack money, but I think that it's better if we offer her a lower price, Yan Zhenglin replied. No problem, we can give her the lowest price that we can offer, Xiao Changchun said. All the seized companies would be recorded on paper. The government had the right to handle their assets, but couldn't sell it at too low a price, because it would arouse suspicion of accepting bribery. We have to conduct the probe into it right away, Xiao Changchun said. It was the key moment for re-election, so the senior leader behind Lu Shirkuan didn't dare to get involved, because it would affect his own career. Although they couldn't unseat the senior leader behind Lu Shirkuan yet, they wouldn't hesitate to unseat their political enemies. And they would be very well prepared before starting the probe. It seemed like Lu Shirkuan's group wouldn't have a happy new year. On the way back to clean water blue sky, the taxi passed a clubhouse, and she noticed an ambulance stopped outside of it. She immediately used her jade eyes to see what was going on there. However, the scene shocked Gu Ning. She saw that two women were being carried out by paramedics, and one of the women was Li Jinjin. Gu Ning didn't remember Li Jinjin until she saw her again. There was blood on Li Jinjin's head, and her body was twitching. Gu Ning told the taxi driver to stop, and that she would go over to have a look, but she wasn't going to rescue Li Jinjin. They were opponents after all. Thus Gu Ning simply wanted to have some fun. She gave the taxi driver a 100 yuan bill and told him to keep the change. The taxi driver seldom met such a generous client, so he was more than willing to accept it. Gu Ning went over and heard the discussion among the crowd. What's going on here? Someone asked. I heard that the two women fought against each other for the same man. One of them was scratched on her face, while the other one was hit on the head by a beer bottle. For a man? Did they have to do that? Someone asked with disdain. If they were injured because of that, no one had sympathy for them. It's not that simple. They were using drugs and lost control of their emotions, which is the reason why they fought so fiercely. Oh, Kissmanga.in. I think that they deserve it. They don't work but just play around and are even on drugs. I have no sympathy for them. Me either. After hearing the reason, nobody showed sympathy. Gu Ning, of course, had no intention to help. She just stood aside watching them leaving in the ambulance. Before long, the Li family received the hospital's call and hurried to the hospital. The moment that Gu Ning arrived at her place, Gu Man called her and asked when she would be coming back home. Gu Ning had left her home the minute that winter vacation started. It had been half a month, and Gu Man was worried about her safety. Probably the day after tomorrow, Gu Ning said, Mom, how is it going at the beauty salon? Not bad. For the last half a month, the people in the Gu family have stopped causing us trouble, Gu Man said. Good to know, Gu Ning said. Ning Ning, I need your advice on something, Gu Man said. The New Year festival is just around the corner now, so we plan to hold an event in 3 days. Normally, they would give discounts or small gifts to clients, but I think that it's too boring. Do you have any suggestions? Gu Ning thought for a while and replied, In my opinion, first, we can send all the VIPs a small gift which is around 200 or 300 yuan. Second, all the clients who join our VIP club or renew the membership on the day of the event can have a discount, and you can decide how much is it. Last but not least, all the new clients can join a lottery. We'll have 3 winners, and each of them will get a jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry as the prize. What? A jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry? It's too expensive. The cheapest one must cost at least 100,000 yuan. Gu Man was surprised. If they used the jade pendants as the prizes, it would cost a lot. "Mom, are you alone now?" Gu-ning asked. She thought that it was time to tell her mother something serious. "Yes, I'm home alone," Gu-man answered. "Mom, to be honest with you, Jade Beauty Jewelry is my store, so all the jewelry is free. Don't worry, we won't lose money. And we can attract more potential clients by providing valuable prizes." Gu-man was aware that Gu-ning had a jewelry store in City G, so she would find out sooner or later. "What? Jade Beauty Jewelry is yours?" Gu-man asked. To Gu-man's astonishment, Gu-ning's jewelry store was precisely Jade Beauty Jewelry, which had gained a lot of fame and publicity recently. But how did Gu-ning manage to know so many important figures? "Mom, please don't tell anyone else about it, including my aunt. I'll tell you the details when I get back. Please relax. I relied on my own skills to open the jewelry store, and there are no dirty secrets at all." Gu-ning understood why Gu-man was worried. Gu-man was already used to trusting Gu-ning, so she relaxed after Gu-ning's explanation, although she was still shocked. After a short while of chatting, they hung up. Gu-ning then talked with her friends on their WeChat group for a while. In fact, Li Jinjin was much more severely hurt than Gu-ning imagined. Because Gu-ning had no intention to help Li Jinjin, she didn't pay much attention to her injuries. Unfortunately, Li Jinjin died soon after she was admitted to the hospital. The injury on her head wasn't deadly, but she died of an overdose. Li Jinjin had been behaving quite unusually recently, so Li Xingming had told Li Zhenyu to follow and investigate Li Jinjin. However, they only knew that she loved to go to nightclubs and had no idea that she was on drugs. Thus, when they found out that Li Jinjin died because of an overdose, the Li family almost had a breakdown. Although the other woman who had been scratched on her face only took a small amount of drugs, and so her life was not in danger, her face was doomed to be completely ruined. The next day, around 8:30 a.m., Gu-ning received Yan Jinglin's call. He told her that his leader had already agreed to conduct the probe in the following days. And the government also promised to give her the lowest price that they could offer, but they wouldn't know the exact price until they finished calculating everything. In City F, Gu-man told Gu-qing about Gu-ning's suggestion, but didn't tell her that Jade Beauty Jewelry belonged to Gu-ning. Gu-qing had the same reaction as Gu-man when she heard the plan. She was also afraid that they were going to lose money, but it was Gu-ning's proposal, so Gu-qing agreed in the end. They all trusted Gu-ning unconditionally now. Since Gu-ning said that it would work, they would follow her advice, even though Gu-qing was still a little reluctant. After that, they went to deal with the advertisement. First, they sent messages to their VIPs, and then they put the advertising poster up at the door of their beauty salon. Once the messages were sent, the phone in their beauty salon kept ringing the entire time. Many VIPs called them to find out more about the prize, which was a jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry. Jade Beauty Jewelry was really popular. Gu-ning and Master Yen were going to visit Master by around 10 a.m. Master Yen told Gu-ning to wait for him at the gate of Clean Water Blue Sky at 9:30 a.m., and he would pick her up. Master Yen was already 70 years old, and he wouldn't drive himself, but he had his chauffeur. When it was almost 9 a.m., Gu-ning went to a nearby shopping mall to buy some gifts. She finished shopping around 9:30 a.m. and waited at the gate of Clean Water Blue Sky. Master Yan's car arrived at 9:28 a.m. Seeing Gu-ning carrying so many gifts, he said, "You're going to cure his disease. So he is the one who is supposed to thank you. Why are you bringing so many gifts for him instead?" Master Yen wasn't being mean. He just felt that Gu-ning was being too polite, which made them feel a little guilty. Gu-ning felt like laughing and explained after getting in the car, "Grandpa Yen, I regard all of you as my family, so I'm willing to bring you gifts. I won't give gifts to strangers." Well, Master Bai didn't know how to argue with Gu-ning on that, but he was happy to know that Gu-ning treated them as her family. Master Bai's house was located in a high-end living area, Peach Blossom Villas. Peach Blossom Villas and Clean Water Blue Sky were built by the same real estate developer, but the developer wasn't from City G. Peach Blossom Villas was built on a green mountain, and there was a river which was 5 meters wide in front of the mountain. People had to walk over the bridge to get into the villas. The mountain air was very fresh, and there were also many green plants inside. It looked quiet but not isolated. When they arrived at the security room, Master Yen told a security guard to contact the Bai family. With the Bai family's permission, they moved ahead. Members of the Bai family immediately went outside to welcome Master Yen and Gu Ning. Master Fu had arrived earlier than Master Yen and Gu Ning. Therefore, the moment that Gu Ning and Master Yen arrived at the large villa, they saw Master Fu, Bai Linwei and his wife waiting for them. "Girl Gu, welcome," Bai Linwei said to Gu Ning. And when he noticed the gifts, he was surprised. "Why are you bringing so many gifts? You didn't have to do that." Bai Linwei was the chairman of a famous corporation, and he was always serious and strict, even in front of his children. But he suddenly became a kind and gentle old man when Gu Ning appeared. Sometimes, Bai Linwei found it was hard to treat Gu Ning like a child, because she behaved like a mature and stable grown-up. "It's nothing, just some small gifts," Gu Ning said. It was indeed nothing for the Bai family, who had a fortune of dozens of billions of yuan. It just showed Gu Ning's kindness and politeness. Bai Linwei didn't say anything further and took the gifts from Gu Ning. Bai Linwei's wife was a shy woman. She dressed in a simple way, but had an air of natural nobility. "Mrs. Bai greeted Gu Ning politely. "Nice to meet you, Miss Gu." "It's so nice to meet you, Mrs. Bai," Gu Ning responded. Master Fu, on the other hand, gave Gu Ning a tilted glance and scolded her. "How come you didn't tell me that you came to City G? I miss you a lot. How can you forget me like that?" Gu Ning was amused. "I'm so sorry, but I had something important to deal with first. I came to visit you now that I'm free." "Well," Master Fu didn't know what to say. "Ha, Fu, didn't you say that you wouldn't scold Girl Gu last night? Why do you still pick on her today?" Master Yen laughed. "Bai, do you have to find fault with me?" Master Fu was annoyed. "You hit the point," Master Yen admitted with alacrity. Everybody knew that they teased one another. "You..." Master Fu was mad. Bai Linwei was afraid that they would really begin to argue, so he interrupted at once. "All right, it's cold out here. Let's get inside now." "Exactly, let's go in now," Mrs. Bai added. After that, they walked inside. The second that they got in the house, a girl about Gu Ning's age in pink, furry, loose clothes came out of the kitchen. There was a plate of fruit in her hand, and she was eating fruit while walking over to them. Seeing Gu Ning, the young girl said arrogantly and with doubt, "Seriously, can she cure Grandpa's disease?" "Yen, shut your mouth," Bai Linwei snapped at her. He knew about Gu Ning's ability quite well, and even if Gu Ning failed to cure his father's disease, he wouldn't doubt her ability either. "Girl Gu, I'm sorry. This is my daughter and she has just never met you before," Bai Linwei said to Gu Ning. "It's fine." Gu Ning didn't care. She understood that she had to be prepared to be challenged because of her young age. If she hadn't cured Master Yen, they wouldn't believe her either. "I don't think that I'm wrong," Bai Shuyan retorted in a low voice. She was afraid of her father. However, no matter how low her voice was, the others still heard it. "Get back to your room." Bai Linwei was irritated by her bad manners. "Well, let's wait and see," Bai Shuyan said before she glared at Gu Ning and turned back, walking upstairs. Afterwards, Bai Linwei and his wife guided them to Master Bai's bedroom. Master Bai's bedroom was on the first room, and it consisted of 2 rooms. A study and a bedroom were integrated into one. Once they walked in, they saw the study, which was 15 square meters large. The wall next to the door was made up of shelves on which various antiques and emeralds were placed. On the left side, there were bookshelves and a table. The sofa was in alignment with them, and there was a coffee table in front of the sofa. Between the bedroom and the study was a delicately made screen in a traditional style. Master Bai was lying on the bed in the bedroom. Because of Gu Ning's arrival, Bai Linwei told him to stay in bed. Master Bai's legs weren't in good condition, but his mind was very clear. Seeing Gu Ning, he was obviously delighted. "Hi, Girl Gu." He was happy, not just because Gu Ning could cure his disease, but because he truly appreciated Gu Ning and treated her like his own granddaughter. Maybe it was because Master Bai didn't see Gu Ning often, so he was more pleased to see Gu Ning than his own grandchildren. "Grandpa Bai, how are you today?" Gu Ning walked to the bedside. Please let me help you with your legs. Sure, Master Bai said. Bai Linwei immediately uncovered the quilt for Master Bai, and Master Bai's legs were out in the air. Gu Ning reached out her hands and massaged Master Bai's right leg first. Except for Master Yen, everyone else was both anxious and excited. Gu Ning still only gradually put her power in after she had massaged for over a minute. Master Bai's leg immediately regained its feeling and his eyes lit up with excitement. I feel. How do you feel? Bai Linwei and his wife asked nervously. Don't you feel a cold flow which is quite comfortable? Master Yen asked, but he seemed proud because he had already known about it. Exactly, Master Bai nodded. He was too excited to complete a sentence. During the following massage, Master Bai felt greatly relaxed and comfortable. Ha! You'll soon be full of energy, as if you were a dozen years younger, Master Yen said. Master Yen had the same experience last night after the massage. He now really felt like he was much younger. Really? Master Fu was surprised. You'll know when Girl Gu helps you with a massage, Master Yen said. Master Fu was full of anticipation. Nobody would refuse to feel a dozen years younger. Old people were often vulnerable to diseases, which was quite bothersome. A few minutes later, Master Bai's right leg was back to normal and healthy. Without delay, Gu Ning massaged Master Bai's left leg. 5 minutes later, his left leg was healthy again. Although it didn't cost Gu Ning much power, she did consume some, so her face turned a little pale, but normal people wouldn't notice it. Master Bai, why don't you get up and have a walk? Gu Ning said. What? I can walk. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Sure, Gu Ning said affirmatively. Bai Linwei immediately went forward to help Master Bai get out of the bed. They were all eager to know the result. When Master Bai's legs were placed on the ground, he was certain that he was able to walk again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. I can walk. I can walk. Master Bai burst into tears from excitement. Although his legs losing feeling wasn't a severe disease, and he might recover after a period of time of getting medical treatments, it was a torture to go through it. However, now Gu Ning had cured him within minutes, which was quite exciting. Miss Gu, thank you so much. I don't even know how to thank you enough, Mrs. Bai said to Gu Ning, and her eyes were slightly wet with tears. Indeed, Girl Gu. Thank you so much, Bai Linwei added. Uncle Bai, Mrs. Bai, it's my pleasure, Gu Ning replied. Although it was no big deal for Gu Ning, it was a great favor for the Bai family. Master Bai tried his best to calm down and said to Gu Ning, Girl Gu, thank you for curing me. If you have any need in the future, feel free to let me or your Uncle Bai help you. We'll spare no effort to help as long as we can. He understood that Gu Ning had a powerful network, so she probably wouldn't need their help, but he still showed his willingness to help her since Gu Ning had cured his legs. Master Bai wasn't pretending either. If Gu Ning really encountered any trouble, they were absolutely willing to help her. Not only because Gu Ning had cured his legs, but because Gu Ning was also a promising young girl. Gu Ning didn't hesitate and agreed. She didn't need the Bai family's support right now, but they could be of great help in the future. No way! She did it! Bai Shuiyan appeared from outside of the door with astonishment on her face. Although she had gone upstairs earlier, she came back down immediately. She didn't believe that Gu Ning was able to cure her grandpa at all, so she planned to laugh at her. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning did it. Hearing what Bai Shuiyan had just said, the rest of the Bai family members were displeased. However, before they could criticize her, Bai Shuiyan opened her mouth again. I'm sorry for what I said to you. Bai Shuiyan apologized to Gu Ning with sincerity, which surprised Gu Ning. She didn't expect that Bai Shuiyan would admit her fault and be so sincere. It seemed like she wasn't a bad girl. After that, her family relaxed as well. Bai Shuiyan's family knew her character very well. Although she was spoiled to some extent, she wasn't a bad young girl, and was willing to admit her shortcomings. However, Gu Ning had never met her before, so they were afraid that Bai Shuiyan would annoy Gu Ning. They understood that Gu Ning wasn't mean, and that she wouldn't care about Bai Shuiyan's rude behavior, but they still didn't want to affect Gu Ning's good mood. It's fine, Gu Ning said. She wasn't affected at all. Seeing that Gu Ning was fine, the others all relaxed. After Gu Ning forgave her, Bai Shuyan walked to Master Bai at once. She also felt happy for her grandpa. The older generation and the younger generation in the Bai family got along quite well. In the following minutes, Gu Ning helped Master Fu with his sore shoulder. With the nourishment of Gu Ning's magical power, Master Fu experienced the changes of his own body in person this time. He felt like he was full of energy now. Haha! I do feel energetic now, like I am a dozen years younger. Master Fu laughed with excitement. Then he turned to Gu Ning. Girl Gu, thank you so much. Gu Ning smiled gently as response. Come on. Let's go out and have a walk together. Master Fu couldn't wait to walk around now that his body was full of energy. Let's go. Master Yen and Master Bai had the same idea. Why don't you come with us? Master Bai asked Gu Ning and Bai Shuyan. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Bai Shuyan followed them, walking outside. Bai Linwei, on the other hand, went back to his study to deal with his own business, while his wife went to the kitchen to cook with their housemaid. There was Peach Blossom in Peach Blossom Villa's name, not only because this living area was like the Arcadia, but also because there were many peach trees along both of the roadsides along with a large peach grove. When the peaches bloomed, people could see a large area of peach color from afar, which was quite stunning. There were more green plants than villas in Peach Blossom Villas, and the villas were divided by a certain distance, so that citizens living here wouldn't be bothered by others. Half of the green plants were from the original forest. The real estate developer had only built some stone roads, pavilions, bridges, small waterfalls, and lotus ponds. There were also many surveillance cameras in Peach Blossom Villas, even in the forest. If anyone wanted to commit crime here, the surveillance cameras would record it without any doubt. Even Gu Ning, who was good at kung fu, would expose herself if she wasn't cautious enough. They had all walked for a long distance, but none of them felt tired. And those masters beamed with pleasure along the way. Gu Ning talked with them without any trouble. But Bai Shuyan failed to join their discussion, which made her feel like she was an outsider. Bai Shuyan's sight fell on Gu Ning once in a while with curiosity. Gu Ning was the same age as her, so why did she look so mature and stable like a grown-up? Bai Shuyan was envious, but also admired her. Gu Ning couldn't be a simple girl, Bai Shuyan thought to herself. Bai Shuyan was born in a super-rich family, and although she was spoiled by her superior life, it didn't mean that she was dumb. Instead, under the influence of her family, she was more sophisticated than her peers. Gu Ning sensed Bai Shuyan's curious glances, but ignored them, not because she disliked her, but because Bai Shuyan didn't say anything, and she wouldn't give Bai Shuyan any responses. Girl Gu, I heard that jade beauty jewelry is quite popular, Master Bai said. Jade beauty jewelry was indeed very famous now for Master Bai to also have heard of it. Yes, Uncle Zhou told me the same thing, but I haven't checked on it myself yet. I plan to go to the store later, Gu Ning replied. I think that Zhou Zhenghong must have gained luck from his terrible experience before. He lost Zhoufu jewelry, but met you, Master Yen said. Gu Ning smiled, but didn't say anything. Oh, I believe that you won't be satisfied with only one store, right? Where do you plan to open the branches? Master Fu asked. The entrance examination to college is around the corner, and I'm preparing for the capital university, so I'll develop my businesses in the capital. I went to the capital before I came here, and I've already found a store with a great location. It will be decorated after the New Year festival, and I'll be ready to open a branch afterwards, Gu Ning replied. Very good. I like your ambition, but it isn't easy to run a company in the capital. Master Fu appreciated Gu Ning's blueprint, but was also worried about her. There is no business without risks, right? And nothing good comes without risk. I'm willing to try it. Gu Ning wasn't afraid, although she had no idea whether it would be easy or hard for her to build her businesses in the capital. No matter what, she wouldn't retreat. She would fight with courage. I agree. And I do believe that you can succeed. Master Bai encouraged her. Do you own jade beauty jewelry? Bai Shuyan was shocked. She naturally knew about the famous jade beauty jewelry, and she had also read the news. Many important figures in City G, including her grandpa and father, had attended its opening ceremony on that day. Yes, Guning answered. What? Bai Shuyan was stunned. How can Guning be so amazing? Is she really just a year older than me? Master Bai also felt slightly embarrassed after comparing Guning with Bai Shuyan. If only Guning were my granddaughter. Master Bai thought to himself. Bai Shuyan was now jealous of Guning. Master Bai even criticized her right in front of Guning. Look at Guning. She is at the same age as you, but she's able to run several companies at the same time. And you? You simply fool around all day. You don't even read books. How can you build your own career in the future like that? Bai Shuyan felt ashamed and didn't dare to argue back. Even so, she didn't blame Guning. Instead, she really admired Guning. Haha. I think that Shuyan is already much better than her peers. And it's rare to see a teenager as talented as Girl Gu. Master Fu immediately helped Bai Shuyan out. However, he was also telling the truth. They had never met another young girl who was as unbelievable as Guning. Guning had Tang Aining soul and her magical power. Thus it was hard for her to not be outstanding. And she was meant to be successful. Therefore, Guning felt a little guilty that Bai Shuyan was criticized because of her. Exactly. Even my two grandsons are barely comparable to Girl Gu. Master Yen sighed. Guning was indeed the best among the younger generation. Master Bai wasn't really blaming Bai Shuyan, nor did he hope that she could be as able as Guning. He simply wanted to encourage her to be more independent and outstanding. They walked for another half an hour before going back. It was time for the meal too. During the meal, Mrs. Bai kept putting different dishes into Guning's bowl. Although Guning had a large appetite, it was hard for her to eat all of it, so she politely stopped Mrs. Bai. After the meal, they relaxed in the living room. During the break, Bai Shuyan approached Guning and asked, Guning, would you mind taking me to Jade Beauty Jewelry with you? No problem. Guning agreed with alacrity. Bai Shuyan was pleased and told her mother at once. Mrs. Bai didn't stop her, but reminded her to be polite and to not cause any trouble. Bai Shuyan was outgoing and spoiled by her family, but she would only argue with those that she disliked. Other than that, she was also supportive of her friends, and she had caused a lot of trouble because of that in the past, so Mrs. Bai was worried. Although it wasn't a big deal, it would not be good news if she caused trouble again. Later, a group of them left the Bai family's villa. They took Master Yan's car and Master Yen sent them to Jade Beauty Jewelry. After taking Guning and Bai Shuyan to Jade Beauty Jewelry, Master Yen went back to his home. In actual fact, Bai Shuyan wasn't interested in jewelry, so she had never come here before. However, when she found out that Guning was the boss of this famous jewelry store, she was shocked and curious. Thus she came to have a look. There were a lot of customers in the store, and all the saleswomen were busy serving them, which proved that the brand was really popular. Although there were many people in the store, only a small part of them would buy jewelry in the end, but it was already enough for Guning to make a lot of money. Jade Beauty Jewelry was a high-end jewelry brand after all, and the prices of its products were all high. A saleswoman didn't know that Bai Shuyan came to the store along with Guning, so she wanted to introduce the jewelry for Bai Shuyan, but she was stopped by Guning. It's fine. She came here with me. Miss Gu, nice to meet you. The saleswoman immediately greeted Guning and followed her order, walking away to serve other potential buyers. All the saleswomen in Jade Beauty Jewelry were well trained with great manners, so they would treat every customer equally, even if the customer was a young girl or the poor or couldn't afford the jewelry. Guning told Bai Shuyan to enjoy herself in the store, while she walked to the office to meet Zhou Zhenghong. All the jade pendants that Guning had booked for Hao Ran and her other friends were already made, so she came to fetch them herself. Moreover, Guning was going to choose several other jade pendants from her store later. One was Su Anya's birthday gift. 3 were the prizes prepared for when Kamei Beauty Salon held the event, and the rest Guning would keep with her. She would probably need them in the future. Within a short time, Guning heard noise from outside, including Bai Shuyan's angry criticisms. Guning and Zhou Zhenghong immediately walked out of the office to the store. In the store, there were a group of onlookers, and Bai Shuyan was arguing with another girl who was her age in the middle. Lulu, why do you have to grab things from other people? This isn't the first time. How could you be so shameless? Bai Shuyan said angrily. You didn't buy it anyway, so you can't forbid me from taking it. The girl whose name was Lulu said with disdain. It seemed that she was sure that Bai Shuyan couldn't afford the piece of jewelry. I didn't bring money with me, but I was going to make a reservation, Bai Shuyan retorted. Can you even afford it? You already told me that you're from an ordinary family. I don't think that you have enough money to buy it. Do you know how much this jade pendant is? It costs 360,000 yuan, Lulu said acidly. Obviously, Lulu didn't know Bai Shuyan's family background. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so arrogant. Yu's full name was Lin Xiaoyu. She was the cousin of Bai Shuyan's friend, Lin Yuyu. The two girls never got along. Lin Yuyu was Bai Shuyan's good friend, so she naturally knew Bai Shuyan's family background, but she never told others, especially Lin Xiaoyu and Lulu. Lin Yuyu's parents worked for an ordinary company, but Bai Shuyan only made friends with people that she shared common interests with, not just those who were rich. Lin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was from a rich family with a fortune of over 100 million yuan. So she always disliked and bullied her cousin, Lin Yuyu. Bai Shuyan was Lin Yuyu's good friend, while Lulu was Lin Xiaoyu's good friend. Thus they were naturally involved in the conflicts between Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Yuyu. Bai Shuyan never showed off her family background, so Lin Xiaoyu and Lulu thought that she was also from an ordinary family. Thus Lulu felt that she was superior to Bai Shuyan. Well, I'm really curious. Your father is the vice mayor, so how can he afford such expensive jewelry? Bai Shuyan asked in a meaningful way. It had to be more complicated than it looked. How could the daughter of a government official afford such an expensive piece of jewelry at the price of 360,000 yuan? Where did he get the money? Lulu's father must have accepted bribes. Although it wasn't uncommon that public officials accepted bribes, it was rare to see the daughter of a senior government official being so high profile. She was merely digging her own grave. All of a sudden, people looked at Lulu in a totally different way, but Lulu didn't notice. She was even showing off her father's position in politics and said arrogantly, "It's none of your business. Either way, I can afford it." Lulu was also digging the grave for her father. Gu Ning curbed her desire to laugh out loud. If Lu Shirkuan found out that his daughter was so stupid, he would probably die of anger. Bai Shuyan wanted to argue back, but was interrupted by Gu Ning. "Shuyan, let her buy it." At the same time, Gu Ning gave her a knowing glance. Bai Shuyan didn't understand what Gu Ning planned to do, but she still listened to Gu Ning. Therefore, Bai Shuyan gave the jade pendant to Lulu and said, "Fine, you're right. I can't afford it, so it's yours now." Bai Shuyan didn't care that others regarded her as poor, because she didn't care how people thought about her. Well, if you can't afford it, don't walk into a jewelry store. You can't suddenly get rich by pretending. Seeing that Bai Shuyan admitted that she couldn't afford the jewelry, Lulu was gloating, but she had no idea that she had been trapped, nor did she realize that her behavior was inappropriate. Lulu said to a saleswoman then, "Pack it up." Saying that, she took out a bank card and gave it to the saleswoman. The card was given to her by her mother. As the vice mayor, Lu Shirkuan understood that he had to be low profile even though he accepted bribes. Lu Shirkuan's wife was also a junior government official, but she was so dumb that she gave her daughter a card with millions of yuan on it. Normally, if the customer could pay the deposit, Jade Beauty Jewelry would keep the jewelry for the customer for 3 days. If the customer couldn't afford the bill after 3 days, they would sell it to others, but since Gu Ning, who was the boss, and the customer both agreed, the saleswoman immediately packed it up. Lulu swiped her card and signed her name. She made fun of Bai Shuyan again before leaving as if she was a princess. As stupid as Lulu was, she had no idea that she had made a big mistake and that she made a terrible decision which she would regret forever. However, given what Lu Shirkuan had done illegally before, what his daughter did today was simply a moderate issue. Gu Ning did in on purpose so that everyone around them would be witnesses. After Lulu left, the crowd dispersed too. Bai Shuyan was slightly displeased and asked Gu Ning, "Why did you tell me to let her buy it?" "Because I need to make money," Gu Ning said, as if she was really greedy. I can pay the bill. I just didn't bring enough money with me today. Bai Shuyan was mad. All right, let me be honest with you. I have my own plan, and I can give you a better jade pendant than hers. What kind of style do you want? Gu Ning asked. Hearing that Gu Ning had her own plan, Bai Shuyan calmed down a little. And she was also shocked by Gu Ning's generosity. Are you sure? It must be very expensive. Although Gu Ning didn't lack jade or money at all, it was very generous of her to give others such an expensive gift. Do you want it or not? Gu Ning asked. Of course I do, Bai Shuyan replied at once. However, I won't take it for free. I'll pay for it. Bai Shuyan was unwilling to take advantage of others. You don't need to do that. Just take it as a New Year gift from me, Gu Ning said. Why? We just met each other. Are you dumb or something? Bai Shuyan asked plainly. She wasn't laughing at Gu Ning, but simply thought that it was too expensive. Gu Ning was amused by Bai Shuyan, but what she had just said did make sense. Well then, for the sake of your father and grandfather, let me send you this gift. All right? Gu Ning changed her explanation, but Bai Shuyan hesitated. If you hesitate any longer, I'll regret, Gu Ning threatened. All right, I'll take it. After seeing so many beautiful pieces of jewelry in the store, Bai Shuyan gradually fell in love with jade jewelry. Most females couldn't resist the temptation of jewelry, especially pretty jewelry. What kind of jewelry is better than hers? Bai Shuyan asked with curiosity. Double happiness jade has the mixed color of red and green, or blood red jade which has a color as red as blood. Which one do you prefer? Gu Ning asked. Of course, there was other jade that was even better than those two types, but Gu Ning chose the two kinds which were suitable for younger girls. The blood red jade. Bai Shuyan was excited. She loved the color more than the jade itself. In fact, the color red was Bai Shuyan's favorite. She had many red clothes and she was even wearing a lot of red now. No problem. What style do you want? Gu Ning asked. Please give me a jade pendant with a dragon on it, Bai Shuyan said. The dragon was Bai Shuyan's Chinese zodiac sign, and she was a year younger than Gu Ning. Gu Ning then went to tell Zhou Zhanghong to make it. Bai Shuyan's jade pendant would be carved by machine, because it took a lot longer and required more energy to carve it by hand. Bai Shuyan could come get it tomorrow. When Gu Ning walked out of the office again, Bai Shuyan asked her, Are you free today? Can we go shopping together? Sure. Gu Ning agreed. Afterwards, they went to a shopping mall together. They didn't actually buy anything, but just hung out together. An hour later, Bai Shuyan and Gu Ning left for a cafe to have some coffee. Bai Shuyan's favorite dessert was sold in the cafe. Bai Shuyan loved eating desserts. Luckily, she didn't gain weight at all. Otherwise, she would be overweight in a short time since she ate desserts often. After they were both seated, Bai Shuyan said, I love the desserts here and the coffee of course. The boss is a Sino-German whose name is Alan, and he is not 30 years old yet, and single. If it weren't for the fact that he's much older than me, I would chase him. Haha. Bai Shuyan didn't hide her affection towards Alan at all. Gu Ning also sensed her strong fondness to Alan. I don't think that the age gap is a problem, as long as you like each other, Gu Ning said. She wasn't encouraging Bai Shuyan to chase the man, but was simply expressing her opinion. Really? Bai Shuyan's eyes lit up. At least I think so, Gu Ning said. After thinking for a while, Bai Shuyan sighed. Well, forget it. My family won't allow me to have a boyfriend yet. Gu Ning didn't say anything further, because Bai Shuyan was indeed too young to fall in love, and it was her personal affairs after all. Before long, their coffee and desserts were on the table. Seeing the dessert, Bai Shuyan couldn't wait to taste it. Gu Ning tasted the dessert. It really was delicious. Sweet but not greasy. Song Manny, don't be too much. All of a sudden, a sharp female voice sounded and attracted a lot of attention from people in the cafe. Gu Ning and Bai Shuyan also looked over. There were 3 women sitting at a table in the corner of this cafe. A woman who was around 30 years old sat alone on one side. She was pretty to some extent but seemed tired. Opposite her, A woman who was around 50 years old along with a young woman who was about 25 years old sat together. The sharp female voice was from the older woman. After the loud noise, the woman realized that she lost her manners, so she shut her mouth at once. After a long while, she continued in a lower voice. Song Manny, since you're infertile, you should know your position and leave right away. Mei-Shin is already pregnant, and she'll marry Jie. Thus you have to divorce him, the older woman said acidly and then threatened the woman who sat across the table. Although the older woman's voice was much quieter, people around them could still hear it, including Gu Ning and Bai Shuyan. Hearing what she had just said, Gu Ning felt disgusted. Although she didn't know the whole story and shouldn't jump to conclusions, it seemed that this older woman and Song Manny's husband were shameless people. Even though Song Manny was infertile, her husband should divorce her in a gentle way, but they hadn't even divorced yet, and her husband's mistress was already pregnant. Exactly, my older sister. Although it's not your fault that you're infertile, you shouldn't be so stubborn and occupy the position. You can't let my brother-in-law have no heirs at all, and I am already carrying his baby. You should be smart and agree to the divorce, the young woman said and gloated. Hearing that, Gu Ning was completely disgusted. To her astonishment, the young woman was Song Manny's younger sister, and Song Manny's younger sister was pregnant with her husband's kid. What the fuck? The whole family is shameless. Bai Shuyan couldn't curb her anger any longer and swore loudly. The older woman and the young woman were displeased and glared at Bai Shuyan. I told you that I will divorce him, but Feng Jie must leave without any property, Song Manny said calmly without any hint of anger. It wasn't that she wasn't angry, it was because she had already had enough. She now accepted reality, but wouldn't give up her benefits. Impossible, my son bought the house. Why should he leave without any property? The older woman was annoyed. Because he cheated on me. Thus he needs to leave without any property, Song Manny sneered. And, I paid the down payment of the house together with your son, so the house doesn't belong to your son. In addition, I've been paying the home loan alone these last years, and your son's down payment is less than 1/3 of the value of the house. So what? You married into my family, so what is yours is ours. Besides, you can't give birth to a baby, so you should pay compensation to us, the older woman argued. She was so shameless that everyone around her felt embarrassed. What the fuck? What a shameless person she is, Bai Shuyan said again. Shut up, the older woman snapped at Bai Shuyan. I won't, so what? Bai Shuyan stood up abruptly, walking towards them. You shameless witch, along with your shameless son and this shameless mistress, go to hell. Gu Ning finally understood why Mrs. Bai had reminded Bai Shuyan to be quiet and not cause trouble, because Bai Shuyan really was impulsive sometimes. However, Gu Ning didn't stop her because herself could tolerate it too. What did you say? The older woman and the young woman were both furious. Are you deaf or something? Do you want to bite me? Come on. Bai Shuyan stood with arms akimbo. She deliberately used the word bite to imply that they were crazy dogs. You? The older woman suddenly stood up and raised her palm to slap Bai Shuyan. What a little bitch you are. However, before her hand could fall, Song Manny pushed her down to the sofa. How could you do that? Song Mei-Shin criticized Song Manny. How dare you do that? The older woman flushed and was trembling in anger. You deserve it, Song Manny said with disdain. Don't you think that you're a bunch of shameless people? Oh, you're too shameless to realize that. If you want me to sign the divorce agreement, follow my demand. Otherwise, I won't ever sign it. And when Song Mei-Shin's child is born, it will be an illegitimate child. In the end, you're the only people who will be laughed at. You? Song Mei-Shin panicked when she heard illegitimate child because she was an illegitimate daughter, and precisely because of that, she had been laughed at and humiliated ever since she had been a child. Thus she had strong animosity towards the word illegitimate, and wasn't willing to let her child go through the same thing. Song Manny's father valued sons much higher than daughters, but Song Manny's mother had only given birth to a daughter who was Song Manny. And because of that, Song Manny's mother had been bullied by Song Manny's father's family the entire time. A few years later, Song Mani's mother had still failed to give birth to a boy, so Song Mani's father secretly had had a sexual relationship with Song Meishin's mother without getting divorced. Before long, Song Meishin's mother had gotten pregnant, but Song Mani's father had been worried that it could be another daughter. Thus the man had deceived Song Meishin's mother, telling her that one of his old family members had just passed away, and so it wasn't approximate for them to get married right away. But they could be married a year later after the child was born. Song Meishin's mother had fallen deeply in love with Song Mani's father, so she had agreed. However, when the child had been born, it had been another daughter. So Song Mani's father had regretted and told Song Meishin's mother that he was already married. Song Meishin's mother had been in a rage, but had been reluctant to leave Song Mani's father, so she had agreed to be with Song Mani's father and give birth to a son for him. If Song Meishin's mother could give birth to a son, Song Mani's father would divorce Song Mani's mother. However, if it was a daughter again, they would send the child away. 1 year later, Song Meishin's mother had gotten pregnant once more and given birth to a son. Thus Song Mani's father had divorced Song Mani's mother afterwards. Song Mani's mother had already known that Song Mani's father had cheated on her, and her heart was broken. Thus she hadn't cried or argued at all when she had signed the divorce agreement. After the divorce, Song Mani's father had brought Song Meishin's mother along with Song Meishin and her younger brother back home, and they had become the joke among the people in the town. Song Meishin and her younger brother were called illegitimate children and were bullied by other kids for a long time. Thinking of that, Song Meishin was full of hatred. For the sake of her child, she had to change her attitude towards Song Mani. Mani, we can give you 100,000 yuan, so please leave the house to us. You have a high salary and it's easy for you to buy a new house, but we have no place to live without it. The house price was so high now, and a common house cost at least millions of yuan. They couldn't afford it at all. Hearing that, Song Mani laughed. You want to exchange a house at the price of over 1,000,000 yuan for only 100,000 yuan? You're really both cunning and stupid. And it's none of my business that you have nowhere to live. Exactly. I've never seen such shameless people before. It's so disgusting that you hurt another woman and even want to grab her house. Bai Shuyan supported Song Mani. You? Song Meishi was angry at having to face the humiliation from Song Mani and Bai Shuyan. She actually knew that her behavior was immoral, but so what? She did it for her own benefits anyway. Song Mani, we already gave you a chance by talking with you. If you don't compromise, I have tons of ways to torture you, the older woman threatened. This will be the last time that I call you my mother. Mom, you've gone to school, so you should know what laws are. I didn't sue you just because I'm doing you a favor by saving the litigation cost. You should know that the losing party has to pay the litigation costs. And let me tell you the truth. I will definitely win the lawsuit. If you still refuse to compromise, wait for my lawyer's letter. Song Mani said calmly with the air of an elite. Song Mani wasn't weak. She had been ignored and bullied ever since she had been a kid, so had learned to be independent at an early stage. Although she had still lived with her father after her parents had divorced, her mother had paid all of her tuition fees because her father had refused to do so because he believed that it was meaningless for girls to receive education. While she studied in college, her mother had passed away because of cancer, and she had worked part-time while she kept studying hard. What she had done had paid off. She had found a great job after her graduation. Her job was interior design, which was tiring, but had a high salary so that she had been able to live a good life on her own. However, she had married the wrong man. As for whether she was really infertile or not, she decided to keep it a secret for now. After she divorced her husband, she would tell them the truth then. Song Mani wouldn't give in to them. She always treated others the way she wanted to be treated, but if anyone tried to hurt her, she would definitely fight back. Her husband and her mother-in-law had annoyed her again and again, so she already had her plan to beat them down. Hearing that, the older woman was scared. She knew that they would lose the lawsuit without a doubt. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to force Song Mani to compromise by threatening her, instead of using the laws. However, if they couldn't get the house, they would have to move back to the poor small town, which was the last thing they wanted to do. Song Mani, How can you be so cold-blooded? You're part of my family. Do you want us to sleep on the street? The older woman questioned, as if Song Manny was the one who was cruel. Her behavior was totally ridiculous. Song Manny was amused by her stupidity. That's quite interesting. Have you ever reflected on your behavior when you hurt me without hesitation? I'm the victim, not you. At this time, a waiter came over and said, Sorry, we have many other customers here. Please keep your voices low. There was music in this cafe. Normally, the music could cover people's voices when they were chatting, but if anyone raised his voice, it would be disturbing. I'm sorry, Song Manny immediately apologized, then turned to the older woman and Song Mei-shin. That's all I will say. Please stay away from me. After that, she picked her handbag up and thanked Bai Shuyan before walking out. Bai Shuyan went back to her seat afterwards, while the older woman and Song Mei-shin were struck dumb. They didn't dare to cause trouble here, so they didn't stop Song Manny from leaving. And they also knew that it was useless to argue any longer, but it was impossible for them to do nothing. They wouldn't give up the house, nor wait for Song Manny to sue them. Bai Shuyan kept complaining after she was seated again. The old witch and the mistress are indeed shameless. They hurt the woman and even try to grab her house. Luckily, the woman isn't weak. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. I do hope the witch and her family goes to hell. Oh my God. Shwe. It's so nice to meet you. Suddenly, a male voice with a foreign accent sounded at their back, which surprised Bai Shuyan. She stood up, looking at the man. The man was tall and around 28 years old with curly hair. His facial features were attractive and had sharp lines with a pair of blue eyes, and there was a charming broad smile on his sexy lips. He also had an air of nobility like a prince. Gu Ning had already noticed him and assumed that he had to be the boss of this cafe. The man was indeed as handsome as Bai Shuyan had described. Seeing the newcomer, Bai Shuyan obviously panicked as if she had seen her lover. Alan. Hi, Bai Shuyan said. Hi. Alan replied, then looked at Gu Ning before reaching out his hand. Nice to meet you. You must be Shwe's friend. Gu Ning immediately stood up and shook hands with him. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Alan. Do you know me? Alan was surprised. Shuyan told me a lot about you, Gu Ning replied. Hearing that, Alan smiled gently and asked, May I know your name? I'm Gu Ning, Gu Ning replied. Great to meet you, Miss Gu. Your coffee and desserts are my treat today, Alan said. He treated both of them as his friends. Since Alan said so, Gu Ning didn't reject. Thank you so much. My pleasure. Then I won't bother you two any longer. Enjoy yourself, please, Alan said. Sure. Gu Ning and Bai Shuyan answered at the same time. While Alan was walking away, Bai Shuyan was absorbed in his back. She didn't get her mind back until Alan disappeared from her sight. She asked Gu Ning, Isn't he handsome? He's such a gentleman. Yes, he's handsome and polite. Gu Ning couldn't deny it, but she still believed that Leng Xiaoting was better looking than Alan. Thinking of Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning missed him so much, especially when he smiles. It's so stunning. Bai Shuyan looked like she fell in love, which amused Gu Ning. After a while, Bai Shuyan and Gu Ning left the cafe. However, Alan didn't show up again when they left, and Bai Shuyan was slightly disappointed. Gu Ning felt sorry for her but didn't know how to comfort her. The two separated when they walked out of the cafe. Bai Shuyan invited Gu Ning to dine with her family in the Bai family's house, but Gu Ning declined. Gu Ning later called Xiao Ye and asked her about the company in Cityting. Xiao Ye said that everything was fine. Then Gu Ning told them to fly to City F tomorrow. In the following hours, Gu Ning was free, so she went to the processing plant afterwards. When it was almost 6 p.m., people were getting off from work, so Gu Ning left too. She went to a restaurant to have her dinner alone. During the meal, she noticed that Qin Zishuan invited them to gather together on their WeChat group. Muko, will your parents allow you to hang out? Qin Zishuan. They couldn't stop me anyway, because they aren't home and went to City G for a funeral. How ran? Who died? Qin Zishuan, the daughter of one of my father's friends. She attended my uncle's birthday party too. I heard that she was hit by a beer bottle in a nightclub. Qin Zixuan didn't know the details. Reading that, Gu Ning immediately figured out that the person must be Li Jinjin. Li Jinjin is dead? Gu Ning was greatly surprised. After thinking for a while, Gu Ning assumed that she must have died because of the drugs instead of the injuries to her head. Although Gu Ning didn't hate Li Jinjin to death, she had no sympathy for her, because she deserved it. Gu Ning went back to clean water blue sky after the meal. In the evening, Gu Ning received a message from Kay. He had already sent what she requested to her email box. Gu Ning opened her email box and checked the email. Gu Ning had asked Kay to help her investigate medical companies which were barely afloat in the capital. Kay had found 3 of them along with their history, background, reputation, and other related information. Gu Ning chose the first one, but she didn't have time to go to the capital again, and could only wait until after the New Year festival. She thought that it wouldn't be acquired that soon. The next morning, Gu Ning flew back to City F without delay. Her plane took off at 9:30 a.m. and she arrived at City F's airport at 10:40 a.m. The moment that she got off the plane, she called Gu Man and asked where she was. Gu Man was at the beauty salon, so Gu Ning took a taxi heading straight there. Gu Man was really happy that Gu Ning was back. She kept running out to see whether Gu Ning was back. Man, I understand that you're excited that Ning is back, but you don't need to check outside all the time. Ning just left for half a month this time. When she goes to college, she will only come back once a semester, Gu Qing said. Actually, she was also worried about Gu Ning during the half-month when Gu Ning was gone. No matter how successful Gu Ning was, she was still a child in her family's eyes. Her family certainly would care about her. Thus Gu Qing was also happy that Gu Ning was back soon. Nevertheless, she doesn't go to college yet, Gu Man said. It took 20 minutes of driving from the airport to the downtown. So Gu Ning arrived at the beauty salon around 40 minutes later. Once Gu Ning walked inside, Gu Man and Gu Qing went forward to welcome her. Ning, welcome back. Gu Qing took the suitcase from Gu Ning's hand, while Gu Man held Gu Ning's hand walking to the office. When they were in the office, Gu Ning opened her suitcase. These are your New Year gifts. We already have enough clothes. You didn't need to do that, Gu Man said. But she felt happy in her heart. Nobody would be unhappy to receive gifts. Gu Ning smiled gently, but she couldn't tell them that these were gifts from her son-in-law-to-be. If they knew that she had a boyfriend, they would ask for every detail. Afterwards, Gu Ning took out 3 jewelry boxes and gave it to Gu Man. These are the 3 jade pendants for your event. Gu Qing looked at the 3 jewelry boxes. She wanted to say something but didn't say it because she still thought that it was too expensive. Gu Ning noticed that and comforted her. Aunt, I know they're expensive, but no pain, no gain. Hearing that, Gu Qing remembered that many VIPs had called to ask about the prize yesterday, which proved that it was indeed attractive, so she relaxed. All right, it's almost 11:30 a.m. Let's go dine together. What do you want to have, Ning? Gu Man checked the time and asked Gu Ning. There was a kitchen in their beauty salon and staff could cook and eat here, but Gu Man wanted to have a family reunion, so they decided to eat outside. Let's have hot pot. It's winter anyway, Gu Ning said. No problem. Let's go have hot pot. Gu Man agreed. The 3 of them went out afterwards. Aunt, how is Uncle's business doing? Gu Ning asked Gu Qing. I don't know the details, but it's quite good. There is deal coming in almost every day. Gu Qing smiled. They had been dirt poor and now had everything. Gu Qing couldn't help thinking that life was indeed full of changes. And Gu Ning made everything possible. Oh, I received a call from your youngest uncle this morning. They'll be back the day after tomorrow and want to have a family reunion with us. I didn't answer him yet because I wanted to hear your opinion, Gu Qing said and looked to Gu Ning. In fact, she just needed Gu Ning's opinion. Gu Ning was silent for a second. She understood that Gu Man and Gu Qing were willing to go. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask her. In addition, there was no deep grudge between them and Gu Qingyang's family. So it was no big deal that they had a meal with them. I don't think that it's a big deal. There is no deep grudge between us and my youngest uncle's family either. It isn't necessary that we keep a long distance from them. However, let's be candid here. If the old witch and Gu Qinxiang's family annoys me again, I won't be polite to them. And they will have to leave instead of me, Gu Ning said seriously. I understand, Gu Qing replied. They weren't weak like they had been before, and they had already had enough of them, so there was nothing to be afraid of. After lunch, Gu Ning, Gu Man and Gu Qing went back to the beauty salon. Gu Ning took her suitcase and went back home when it was almost 2 p.m. While she was resting in her home, she suddenly realized that she hadn't seen Chu Peihan and her other friends in a long time. Thus, she sent a message to their WeChat group and proposed to gather together this afternoon for dinner. Gu Ning's sudden appearance really surprised them. How ran? Ah, boss, you're finally back. I haven't seen you for so long, and I miss you so much. Chu Peihan. Come on, let's gather together right now. Where? Chu Peihan couldn't wait to meet Gu Ning, even though it was only 2 p.m. Muko? Why are you rushing? It's still early now. Chu Peihan. So what? Gu Ning. I need to deal with something, but we can gather together at 4 p.m. Call the people who missed this WeChat message, and you can decide where we'll meet. It's my treat today, so enjoy yourself. How ran? Yeah. I love you, boss. Chu Peihan. I love you too. Muko. Me too. Gu Ning. Then I'll go deal with my business, and you can tell me when you have made your decision. Gu Ning then left for the sales apartment of Fenghua Luxury Mansion to meet Wei Zhirue. She was going to buy an apartment for Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. Although Shenghua Real Estate had many apartments for sale, Gu Ning preferred for Gao Yi and Xiao Ye to live in a place near her, because Gao Yi and Xiao Ye would follow by Gu Ning's sides as her guards, driver, and secretary. Moreover, Fenghua Luxury Mansion was a high-end living area with a great environment. Nevertheless, when Shenghua Real Estate's new living area was completely built, Gu Ning would reserve a house there. She didn't need it now, but it could be of use in the future. Maybe she would hold a grand party someday, and her apartment in Fenghua Luxury Mansion was too small to do that. Miss Gu. Nice to meet you again. Wei Zhirue went to welcome Gu Ning when she appeared. Hi. Nice to meet you too. I'm looking for a small, well-decorated apartment, Gu Ning said. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye were only 2 people, so 1 room was enough for them. In addition, they would just live here temporarily, thus it was unnecessary to buy a large one. They would move to the capital within half a year. Hearing that Gu Ning was looking for a new apartment, Wei Zhirue was surprised, but he didn't ask for details. The smallest one is 73 square meters in size, and it's a single apartment with only 1 bedroom. However, we also have an apartment with 2 bedrooms which is 85 square meters. Where is the single apartment? I want to see its layout first, Gu Ning asked. It's in building number 2, Zone F, which is opposite Zone G, Wei Zhirue said. He then guided Gu Ning to see its layout. We only have 2 single apartments left. One is on the 12th floor, and the other is on the 13th floor. Gu Ning looked for a while and said, Great. I'll buy the one on the 12th floor. Wei Zhirue was shocked by Gu Ning's efficiency again, and immediately went to finish the procedure for her. It was only 3 p.m. when Gu Ning left. She wanted to check their WeChat group to see whether they had decided yet. However, before she could open her WeChat, Chu Peihan's call came in. The moment that Gu Ning answered her call, Chu Peihan said anxiously, Boss, Mixie's family is in trouble now. Hearing that, Gu Ning was immediately mad. What happened? Her family's house is going to be demolished, and her oldest uncle and aunt are arguing that they should get to share the money. Chu Peihan replied. Gu Ning was displeased. There were indeed many shameless relatives who would fight against their brothers or sisters for money. I'll be right there, Gu Ning said, and immediately went to take a taxi heading straight to Mixie's home. Gu Ning called Mixie at once, and Mixie answered it after a long while. Ning Ning, she cried. Mixie burst into tears helplessly. Mixie, don't cry. How is everything going now? Gu Ning asked. Mixie tried her best to calm down and replied, Well, the thing is my family's house is going to be demolished, but my oldest uncle and aunt are arguing that they should get to share the money. The house was given to my father by my grandfather, and my grandfather already gave my eldest uncle and aunt 30,000 yuan when they bought their houses a dozen years ago. My father is quarreling with them right now. I really have no idea what to do. Don't worry. I'm coming now, and I'll be right there, Gu Ning comforted. Okay, Mixi said. After hanging up, Gu Ning urged the taxi driver to drive faster. About 20 minutes later, Chu Peihan and Hao Ran arrived at the living area where Mixi lived at almost the same time. Both of them drove here, and Hao Ran came with Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping. As for Mu Ku and an Yi, they didn't have cars, so they took taxis and would arrive later. Mixi's family lived in an old living area. There were a lot of staircases in the building. When Chu Peihan and the others walked inside, they heard the loud and extremely unkind argument from upstairs. What the fuck? How dare they bully she? I'll teach them a lesson. Hao Ran was mad and ran to the third floor, followed by the others. In the living room, Mixi's family and another 2 men and 2 women were arguing loudly. I told you that this house belonged to our father, so you can't take it alone. You mentioned that our father gave us 30,000 yuan a dozen years ago. Well, when the demolition compensation is paid, you can take 30,000 yuan and we'll share the rest. A man who was almost 50 years old said. This man was Mixi's eldest uncle, and he had already repeated it at least 10 times. Exactly, a woman in her early 40s echoed. She was Mixi's aunt. It's insane. 30,000 yuan a dozen years ago is barely comparable to that of today. Mixi's father was furious. Indeed, 30,000 yuan a dozen years ago was equal to 300,000 yuan today. However, Mixi's father wouldn't agree to just take 300,000 yuan and let them share the rest either. We don't care. It has to be shared in that way. Mixi's aunt played the blame game. They didn't care about family at all when it came to money. Mixi's father was too mad to say another word. However, Mixi's mother was a weak woman who didn't dare to join the argument. And once Mixi tried to help her father, her oldest uncle and aunt would swear at her. So she couldn't do anything either. The door wasn't closed, so Hao Ran and the others intruded inside directly, which surprised the people in the living room. However, before they could realize what happened, Chu Peihan said angrily, "Do you want to grab the house from Mixi's family? Impossible." Peihan, Hao Ran, Zixuan, Tianping. Mixi abruptly stood up with excitement, as if she saw her lifesavers. Mixi's parents also relaxed seeing that Chu Peihan and the others came. Although they weren't clear about their family background, they knew that all of them were from either rich or powerful families. Their arrival made Mixi's family feel safe. However, Mixi's oldest uncle and aunt had the opposite idea. In their eyes, Chu Peihan and the others were merely a bunch of students. Mixi's aunt snapped at them, "It's our family affairs, and it's none of your business." "It is our business, and we will support Mixi," Hao Ran said affirmatively. Mixi's aunt as annoyed. "You're just a bunch of kids," Mixi's oldest uncle said with disdain. "So what? I think that you better leave now and disappear forever. Otherwise, you can't bear the result," Qin Zixuan threatened. "That's interesting. Who do you think you are to threaten us?" A woman who stood beside Mixi's oldest uncle said with disdain. She was Mixi's oldest aunt. "We're enough to make you pay for what you've done." A cold female voice suddenly sounded from outside, and Gu Ning walked in their sight. "Boss!" Hao Ran and the others called her. "Ning Ning!" Mixi immediately ran to Gu Ning and felt like crying. "It's fine. I'll handle it." Gu Ning comforted her and held her hand, stepping towards them. Seeing that it was another young girl, Mixi's uncles and aunt didn't care about her either. Gu Ning just gave them a cold glance before her sight fell on Mixi's father. "Uncle Yu, may I know what the demolition compensation for your house is?" Mixi's father respected Gu Ning, so he was willing to tell her the truth no matter what her aim was. "Our house is only 70 square meters in size, so we can get 700,000 yuan for it. And we can then use the money to buy a bigger house." Hearing that the house was worth 700,000 yuan, Yumixi's uncles and aunts couldn't wait to have the money in their pockets. Their greedy expressions were really disgusting. "When is the house going to be demolished?" Guning asked. "We'll finish the procedure after the New Year festival, and we then need to move out within 2 months," Yumixi's father answered. "Great, why don't you sell this house to me, and I'll give you a simply decorated house which is 120 square meters in size in Jehua Garden?" Jehua Garden is a living area being constructed by Shanghua Real Estate, Guning said. Hearing that, everyone was astonished. Jehua Garden was a medium-high-level living area, and a 120 square meters house was worth at least 2 million yuan. Guning must be insane to exchange a much cheaper house with an expensive one. Yumixi's uncles and aunts were jealous of Yumixi's father now. They all wished that they could live in such a great house. In fact, Guning had always wanted to help Yumixi's family, but she knew that they wouldn't accept it because it felt like alms. And Guning didn't want to hurt their feelings. But now it was different. Yumixi's family was in trouble now, and it was a perfect time for her to help Yumixi. Although there were many vacant houses from Shanghua Real Estate, they were all ordinary living areas. And Guning decided to give them a better one. "Miss Gu, I don't think that it's a good idea. My house is only worth 700,000 yuan. But the houses in Jehua Garden are worth at least 2 million yuan. Yumixi's father declined. He wasn't a man who would take advantage of others, and Guning had already helped them a lot. "Exactly, Miss Gu," Yumixi's mother echoed. Yumixi's uncles and aunt were irritated by Yumixi's parents. They were more than willing to accept the house in Jehua Garden. "Don't forget that Mixi is going to work for me in the future. I'm Mixi's boss. Please just take this as her advanced bonus," Guning said to calm their anxiety. Yumixi's parents were aware of that, but Chu Peihan and others didn't know that. So they were all surprised, looking to Guning puzzled. However, it wasn't the right time for them to ask the question. Well, Yumixi's father still thought that they shouldn't accept it. "Don't worry, we're all Mixi's good friends, and friends always help each other. Mixi will work for me in the future and she'll get housing benefits after all. Please just take it as the advance." "It's the same," Guning said. Hearing that, Yumixi's parents changed their mind. They knew that Guning was persuading them to accept her kindness without feeling guilty. But if they didn't solve the problem, their shameless relatives would keep annoying them, and they were unwilling to argue with them all the time. "Wait, even if you sell this house to her, we still can share the new house with you," Yumixi's aunt argued. It seemed like they wouldn't leave just because Yumixi's father sold the house. "Exactly," Yumixi's oldest uncle echoed. "You're indeed crazy people," Guning sneered. She looked at them coldly, which threatened them and made them feel greatly stressed. Even so, Yumixi's oldest uncle still retorted, "The house is our father's property, so of course we should share it together. Is you name on the premises permit?" Guning asked. Yumixi's oldest uncle panicked but still argued, "No, but it doesn't matter. I still can share the house." Everyone was amused by his reply. Chu Peihan even swore at him. "What the fuck? I've never seen such a shameless person before. I really want to punch you." Chu Peihan rolled up her sleeves. It seemed like she was going to fight with them. "I had the same idea." Hao Ran agreed with Chu Peihan. Right at this moment, An Yi and Mu Ku arrived. They knew Yumixi's parents too and were also willing to help. However, Yumixi's uncles and aunt were slightly scared. If they were really going to fight, it was possible that they would lose because there were only 4 of them. "Sorry we're late. Are we going to fight?" Mu Ku asked and rolled his sleeves up. "Not yet," Guning replied. Then turned to Yumixi's uncles and aunt. "Since your name isn't on the premises permit, this house has nothing to do with you. It's called laws. And if you want to take it through force, we'll call the police." Actually, Yumixi's uncles and aunts knew that their names weren't on the premises permit of this house, but they were very eager to get the money. And they were so used to bullying Yumixi's family, so they tried to act against the laws. Knowing that Guning wasn't simple and that she was really going to call the police, Yumixi's uncles and aunts hesitated. Besides, they couldn't beat Guning and the others in a fight, so they left reluctantly in the end. "Miss Gu, since they are gone, I think that we..." Yumixi's father opened his mouth, He hoped that Guning would take back what she had just said. Uncle Yu, they only left because they were scared of us, but it doesn't mean that they will give up. I think that they will probably come back again, so please don't argue with me over the house. Let's settle it as soon as possible, Guning said. Indeed, they were just scared of Guning and the others, which didn't mean that they would give up. Greedy people like them wouldn't give up until they were forced to do so. Exactly. Uncle Yu, please listen to our boss this time. How Ran and the others persuaded Yumixi's father. After hesitating for a while, Yumixi's father agreed in the end. He now really didn't know how to thank Yu Guning enough. However, the new houses aren't on sale yet. We need to wait for a month. You can continue living in this old house. If the house is handed over to the government, you can rent a place. Once the new house is ready, you can move in. If they dare to cause you trouble again, don't hesitate to call the police. I'll come to sign the contract with you tomorrow, Guning said. Sure, Yumixi's father answered. After that, Guning and Yumixi went out with their friends for a reunion. Yumixi's parents invited them to eat at home to thank them for what they had done, but was declined by Guning. Yumixi's parents understood that teenagers preferred to gather with their peers. Boss, why did you say that you're Mixi's boss? Tell us about it. The moment that they left Yumixi's home, Chu Peihan asked without delay. Exactly. What happened? How Ran and the others all looked to Guning with curiosity. I'm going to run my own company, and I need skilled workers. Mixi is good at math and she plans to study financial management, so I hired her beforehand, Guning explained. It wasn't news that Guning was going to run her company, so it wasn't shocking. Boss, what kind of company are you going to establish? How Ran asked. I feel like you're always busy since I've met you, Qin Zixuan said. Exactly, Chu Peihan echoed. And you're always mysterious. Nobody can find you. Jade Jewelry, Guning replied. Jade Jewelry? Have you established your company yet? Muku asked because he was involved in the jewelry industry too, and he was interested in it. Yes, I have. Jade Beauty Jewelry in City G is my brand, actually, Guning said. She didn't hide the truth any longer. What? Jade Beauty Jewelry? Hearing that, everyone rounded their eyes in shock. Jade Beauty Jewelry was very famous recently, and the brand was their boss's, although they all knew that Guning wasn't simple and that she was destined to build her business empire. Unexpectedly, Guning's very first company was already very successful. Oh my god! Boss, you are really awesome. I feel like I'm having a heart attack. How Ran covered his chest with one hand, like he was really astonished. Boss, you must be super rich. Jade Beauty Jewelry is worth at least several billion yuan, Muku said with admiration. Although Jade Beauty Jewelry only had one flagship store now, it was a high-end jewelry brand. The value of its assets was extremely high. Boss. Each of them was full of interest and discussed with excitement. Boss, how did you do it? Please tell us details, so that we can learn from you. Muku's eyes lit up and begged for Guning's useful skills. Please, the others all echoed. Muku was really curious about the secret of Guning's success, while the others were simply curious. Guning smiled and said, Do you still remember that I told you that I cut out jade by stone gambling? I went to play stone gambling later again and used the jade which I cut out to open a store. No way. Boss, you're so unbelievable. Everyone knows how hard it is to cut out a single piece of jade, but you are able to run a jade store just by stone gambling. Muku was quite surprised. Boss, do you have jade eyes? How Ran joked. Although the others all had the same idea, none of them believed it. Unfortunately, it was the truth. All right, stop conjecturing, and keep it a secret among us. Don't say a word to your families, Guning warned. We won't, everyone promised. Boss, since you're so rich now, we should have a luxury meal today. Come on. Let's go dine in a 5-star hotel before we have fun in Dihao Clubhouse, Qin Zixuan said. Agreed, the others said with one accord. I'll call to make the reservation in Dihao Clubhouse. But is it possible that our boss will win the top prize again? Chu Peihan said. Thinking of Guning's incredible luck last time, Chu Peihan had the strange feeling that Gu Ning was going to win the top prize again this time. I would love to see boss win the top prize again, but it isn't very likely for it to happen the second time. Unless boss does have jade eyes and is able to see which one in the box is the top prize. Hao Ran said. Although they didn't believe in jade eyes at all, Gu Ning panicked a little when they kept talking about it. Thus she decided to not win the top prize this time. All right, let's go dine together now. Which hotel? Gu Ning immediately changed the topic. Let's go to Shangyuan Hotel. It's close to Dihao Clubhouse, Chu Peihan proposed. Afterwards, a group of them took taxis heading towards Shangyuan Hotel. Coincidentally, Gu Qinxiang also invited his client to have a meal together at Shangyuan Hotel. His client was an executive of a famous company. A hotel under the company's name needed decorating, and Gu Qinxiang was eager to strike the deal. Thus, in order to show his ability and willingness, he waited for the executive in person at the entrance of the hotel. If he could strike the deal today, it would be a big deal of nearly 5 million yuan. Gu Qinxiang only had 50 million yuan in assets, so 5 million yuan was a lot in his eyes. His company's profits were rapidly decreasing, and he was running out of capital now. It was possible that he would lose money too. If he failed to settle this big deal today, his company would barely stay afloat. Therefore, Gu Qinxiang took today's meeting very seriously. When it was almost 6 p.m., Gu Qinxiang's client arrived. The executive's name was Quan Wenfeng, and he came along with his secretary and a friend. However, the man next to Quan Wenfeng shocked Gu Qinxiang. He was Jiang Su. How come Jiang Su is with Quan Wenfeng? Is Jiang Su the friend that Quan Wenfeng mentioned? When Gu Qinxiang had called Quan Wenfeng to invite him to dine together, Quan Wenfeng had told him that he already had an appointment with one of his friends. Gu Qinxiang had then invited Quan Wenfeng to come together with his friend. However, to his astonishment, Quan Wenfeng's friend was Jiang Su. How did Jiang Su meet Quan Wenfeng? Although Gu Qinxiang had many thoughts in his mind, it wasn't the right time to think about them. He immediately went over to welcome them. It's so nice to meet you, Executive Quan. Boss Gu, sorry to make you wait for us? Quan Wenfeng said, shaking hands with Gu Qinxiang. It's nothing. I just arrived too, Gu Qinxiang said. Please let me introduce you. This is the boss of Shuri Construction Material Store, Jiang Su. Quan Wenfeng introduced Jiang Su to Gu Qinxiang. What? Hearing that, Gu Qinxiang was surprised. He looked to Jiang Su and unconsciously asked, Jiang Su, since when have you become the boss of Shuri Construction Material Store? Gu Qinxiang had heard of Shuri Construction Material Store, which was popular recently. But it was beyond his imagination that Jiang Su, who he had never respected, was its boss. What is going on here? How did Jiang Su become the boss of Shuri Construction Material Store, whose assets are worth at least several million yuan all of a sudden? Gu Qinxiang kept thinking to himself. Hearing that, Quan Wenfeng was surprised too. Do you know each other? Oh, Boss Gu is actually my brother-in-law, Jiang Su explained. Jiang Su and Quan Wenfeng had known each other for a short time, but they got along quite well. Otherwise, Quan Wenfeng wouldn't have come here to meet Gu Qinxiang along with Jiang Su. Gu Qinxiang planned to discuss business with him, and it wasn't appropriate if an acquaintance was there. Brother-in-law? Quan Wenfeng was slightly shocked, not because of their family relationship, but because Gu Qinxiang had no idea that Jiang Su was the boss of Shuri Construction Material Store. In addition, it seemed that they weren't close at all. Quan Wenfeng was a shrewd businessman, and he instantly understood that the two didn't get along. Even so, he wouldn't point it out. I borrowed some money from my friends and opened the store, Jiang Su explained to Gu Qinxiang casually, who would lend over 10 million yuan to him. Mrs. Hao lent money to Gu Qing and Gu Man to run the beauty salon last time. Did Jiang Su borrow money from Mrs. Hao too? Seeing that Jiang Su suddenly became rich, Gu Qinxiang felt uncomfortable in his heart. Quan Wenfeng, on the other hand, had a bad impression of Gu Qinxiang because of his attitude towards Jiang Su, but he wouldn't deny the possibility that he might cooperate with Gu Qinxiang. As long as Gu Qinxiang's company was able to fulfill their needs, he would still work with him. Well, let's get inside now. Gu Qinxiang said to Quan Wenfeng when he noticed that they were still standing in the hall. After that, they walked inside. When they had just walked in, Gu Ning and the others arrived, but didn't meet them. However, the minute that they entered the hall, Gu Ning's phone rang. The caller was Qiao Ye. Gu Ning then suddenly realized that Qiao Ye and Gao Yi would arrive at City F around this time. She immediately answered it. "Have you arrived yet?" "Just got off the plane," Qiao Ye replied. "Take a taxi to Shangyuan Hotel to meet me," Gu Ning said. "Sure," Qiao Ye answered. "Boss, who is it?" Hao Ran asked. "Two of my friends. They'll dine with us later," Gu Ning said. "Men or women?" Chu Peihan suddenly thought of Leng Xiaoting and asked. Seeing Chu Peihan's face, Gu Ning understood what was on her mind. A couple. She rolled her eyes. However, she really missed Leng Xiaoting a lot, but he was always busy. She hadn't heard from him ever since she came back from the capital. Fine. Hearing that it wasn't Gu Ning's boyfriend, Chu Peihan was a little disappointed. "Let's go inside." Gu Ning and the others then walked towards their private room. After ordering, Gu Ning took out the jade pendants she had prepared for them. "These are yours. Peihan already got hers at her birthday party." Wow! Everyone was excited and thanked Gu Ning. She laid the boxes on the table and let them find their own ones. Half an hour later, before the dishes were on the table, Gao Yi and Xiao Ye arrived at the hotel. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye didn't know that Gu Ning was dining with her friends, so they were slightly surprised when they saw a group of teenagers in the room. "Boss," Gao Yi and Xiao Ye called Gu Ning. "Come on in. Let's have the meal first, and then we'll have fun in a clubhouse afterwards before we go back." As Gu Ning's bodyguards, Gao Yi and Xiao Ye naturally had to keep her company, and they were hungry too after a long flight. As professional killers, they didn't feel tired at all, so they would go back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion with Gu Ning. "Yes, boss." Gao Yi and Xiao Ye would obey Gu Ning's order without any hesitation. The others around the table glanced at Gao Yi, Xiao Ye, and Gu Ning. They wanted to ask something, but none of them did it. When Gao Yi and Xiao Ye were both seated, Gu Ning introduced them to her friends. "Please let me introduce you. This is Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. They both work for me." "Nice to meet you," they said, and Gao Yi along with Xiao Ye nodded slightly. Gu Ning then introduced her friends to Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. "They're all my good friends. Chu Peihan, Yu Mixi, Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan, Mu Ku, and Yi and Zhang Tianping." Gao Yi and Xiao Ye kept silent unless Gu Ning asked them questions. Meanwhile, they had a natural air of coldness. In the beginning, it wasn't easy for them to enjoy themselves, but they started to get used to it as time went by. Everyone knew that Gao Yi and Xiao Ye weren't simple. After the meal, they left together, but met Jiang Su and his group in the hall by accident. "Uncle," Gu Ning called Jiang Su, but ignored Gu Qinxiang, which annoyed him. "Nice to meet you, Uncle Jiang." Chu Peihan and the others all greeted Jiang Su. "Hi, nice to meet you all. Did you dine here together too?" Jiang Su asked. "Yes," Gu Ning answered. "Are you going home or?" Jiang Su asked. "Not yet. We'll go home later," Gu Ning replied. "Be careful." After that, Gu Ning and the others left. They got in 2 taxis. Both Quan Wenfeng and Jiang Su had driven here, but they had all drunk. Quan Wenfeng's secretary would drive him back, while Jiang Su didn't have a secretary, so Quan Wenfeng said to him, "Su, you drank, so I think that you should let the designated driver in the hotel drive you home for your own safety." "I had the same idea," Jiang Su said. Although he didn't drink much, he had drunk, and it was better for him to not drive himself. It would be troublesome if he was caught by the traffic police. When a designated driver drove Jiang Su's car towards them, Gu Qinxiang was even more jealous of Jiang Su after seeing that his car was a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Thinking of the fact that Jiang Su had always been envious of him during the past years, Gu Qinxiang now had mixed emotions because everything had completely changed. Gu Ning had reminded Jiang Su to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it was easy for her to give Jiang Su enough money to buy a car at the price of millions of yuan. Quan Wenfeng was a rich man too, but he also drove a car which was only worth several 100,000 yuan. Most rich people didn't drive cars that were too luxurious. The richer the person was, the more low-profile he would be. On the contrary, only men who weren't very rich preferred to brag and show off their wealth. Gu Qinxiang was eager to talk with Jiang Su, but he didn't do it because of Quan Wenfeng's presence. Therefore, after Quan Wenfeng got in his car, Gu Qinxiang immediately stopped Jiang Su, who was about to get into his. "Hey, wait a second." "What?" Jiang Su asked. He intentionally stayed aloof from Gu Qinxiang. "Well, since you're Executive Quan's friend." Gu Qinxiang didn't finish, but his aim was quite obvious. He was worried that Jiang Su would complain in front of Quan Wenfeng because they didn't get along, so he might lose this deal. Although Quan Wenfeng didn't show any dissatisfaction towards Gu Qinxiang today, and emphasized that qualification was the most important element, Gu Qinxiang was still concerned. In addition, he also hoped that Jiang Su could help him to secure this cooperation with Quan Wenfeng. Jiang Su understood what was on Gu Qinxiang's mind, and interrupted him before he could finish. "I believe that Executive Quan is a fair man. As long as your company is qualified, he will choose your proposal. It's useless for me, who is an outsider, to say anything." After that, Jiang Su got in his car and left without delay. Gu Qinxiang was furious, and thought that Jiang Su did it on purpose, but he didn't dare to annoy Jiang Su at this moment, because he was afraid that Jiang Su would badmouth him in front of Quan Wenfeng. If so, the deal would be hopeless. Gu Ning and the others arrived at Dihao Clubhouse later. When they came to the front desk, Chu Peihan said, "Boss, come over here, and let's see whether you can win the top prize again." Although Chu Peihan agreed that it wasn't very likely, she still had hope, so did everyone else. The service staff at the front desk were a little surprised that Gu Ning was the young girl who had won the top prize last time. Thousands of people would come here to have fun every day, but it was rare to see a top prize winner. Thus all of them were impressed. And they were also curious to see whether Gu Ning could win the top prize once more. "Well, I will be super lucky if I can get the top prize again," Gu Ning joked. In fact, she could do it if she wanted to, but she thought that it would be hard to explain it. In order to not disappoint them, Gu Ning decided to choose the third prize, so that they could have 50% off the bill today. When Gu Ning's hand reached into the box of red envelopes, everyone was nervous and curious, as if it was a fierce game. Gu Ning used her jade eyes and took out a red envelope containing the third prize. Once the red envelope was out, Chu Peihan grabbed it and opened it without hesitation. Wow, it's the third prize. Although it wasn't the top prize, a third prize was surprising enough. "Boss, you're so lucky. I've never gotten any prizes out of it." Indeed, the service staff were also surprised by Gu Ning's unbelievable luck. Afterwards, a waiter guided them to a private room. Chu Peihan made a reservation for the room which had the best view. There will be a kickboxing game later. If you feel bored, you can join it and make some money for fun, Gu Ning said to Gao Yi and Xiaoya. She saw the announcement at the door when they had just entered. As professional killers, Gao Yi and Xiaoya didn't lack money at all. They had savings of over 1 billion yuan in the Swiss bank. Even though they were chased by the killer organizations, their account would still be safe. Gu Ning advised them to have some fun because she had noticed that Gao Yi was interested in the announcement. "Sure," Gao Yi said, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Although he normally practiced with Xiaoya when they were free, he wouldn't use his full force in case Xiaoya got hurt, so he didn't enjoy himself very much. "What? They can fight." Hearing that, Chu Peihan and the others were excited. It's a kickboxing game which is open for challenges, so Dihao Clubhouse sets the bet. If you win, there will be a reward of 100,000 yuan. If you lose, you don't need to pay anything. You can also decide the bet ratio, Gu Ning said to Gao Yi, then turned to her friends. "Oh, Gao Yi will join the game later, so you all can bet on him. He will win." Gu Ning was confident. She wasn't sure whether Gao Yi could win in a professional boxing match, but she believed that Gao Yi could do it in a kickboxing game. Really? Hearing that, everyone was thrilled. None of them would doubt Gu Ning's words. "I'm in," Hao Ran said with excitement. He would pay 100,000 yuan, which was all he had with him. Nevertheless, 100,000 yuan was also the limit. "Me too." Qin Zixuan, Zhang Tianping, Mu Ku and Chu Peihan did the same thing as Hao Ran. "And me," and E paid 50,000 yuan. Yu Mixi didn't have much money, so she remained silent. It was a great chance to make money. Gu Ning wouldn't allow Mixi to miss it. Mixi, I can lend you 100,000 yuan and you can join us, Gu Ning said. What? Yu Mixi was shocked because she had never gambled before. Moreover, 100,000 yuan was a fortune in Yu Mixi's eyes, so she didn't have the courage to gamble. Relax, we won't lose. Normally, I wouldn't encourage you all to gamble, but this time is a great chance to make money. Don't worry, I'll bear the result, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning was generous, but she wasn't dumb, and she knew when the right time to spend her money was. Exactly, Mixi. Let's listen to our boss this time. Everyone persuaded Yu Mixi to join them, so she agreed in the end, although she was extremely nervous. The kickboxing match wouldn't begin until 10 p.m., and it was only 8:30 p.m. Thus they enjoyed eating, drinking, and chatting while waiting for the match. Gao Yi and Xiao Yu wouldn't drink alcohol. They only drank fruit juice. Yu Mixi, on the other hand, joined the others in drinking alcohol. In the Gu family's house, they were watching TV in the living room, including the old lady, Lin Lijuan, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Gu Qingyun, who just came back from the capital. Gu Qingyun was a good-looking young boy to some extent. However, when he lay against the sofa, placing his feet on the coffee table, playing online games while swearing, he looked like a bad boy without manners. It wasn't uncommon to see a male swearing, but it was impolite to do it in front of females, like his grandmother, mother, and younger sister. However, they were all used to it. Sometimes, Gu Qinxiang criticized Gu Qingyun for his rude behavior, but the old lady would argue for Gu Qingyun. Gu Qingyun was the eldest grandson in the Gu family, so the old lady always spoiled him. That being the case, Gu Qingyun was spoiled even more rotten than Gu Xiaoxiao, and he was often involved in fights and trouble. He had now grown older and more mature than before, but he inherited many negative characteristics from his family. For example, he was as selfish as his family. If anyone affected or hurt his own benefits, he would do anything to get revenge without thinking about the results. In his eyes, only his grandmother, parents, and younger sister was his family, and he only protected and cared about his own family. When he came back home from his college for winter vacation, he heard that Gu Ning had slapped Gu Xiaoxiao and had even forced her to transfer. Gu Qingyun was mad and wanted to teach Gu Ning a lesson right away. However, they didn't know Gu Ning's address, nor phone number, so he had to wait until they gathered together at the family reunion. Gu Qinxiang went back home in a bad mood, but Gu Qingyun wouldn't stop swearing in front of him. Shut your mouth, or go back to your room, Gu Qinxiang snapped. It was the first time that Gu Qinxiang had gotten so mad at Gu Qingyun. Gu Qingyun and the others were scared dumb. Qinxiang, what is wrong with you? Gu Qinxiang's mother, the old lady, was displeased. What's wrong with me? Do you know who I met today? Jiang Su. Do you know what his title is now? He's the boss of Shuri Construction Material Store. He now has dozens of millions of yuan and a Mercedes-Benz. Gu Qinxiang said angrily. What? Hearing that, everyone rounded their eyes in shock. In their eyes, it was impossible for Jiang Su to own dozens of millions of yuan and drive a Mercedes-Benz. Where did he get so much money to run his business? Lin Lijuan asked. Her face was distorted in jealousy. She was so used to being better than them, but now everything suddenly changed. Gu Man and Gu Qing had a beauty salon with millions of yuan in assets, and Jiang Su was now the boss of a construction material store with a wealth of dozens of millions of yuan. How come her poor relatives became so rich overnight? I think that Mrs. Hao lent them money, Gu Qinxiang said. The Hao family had thousands of millions of yuan in assets, so 10 million yuan was nothing to them. Lin Lijuan was jealous again, because Mrs. Hao never showed any respect towards her, but treated Gu Qing and Gu Man as her close friends. How could they do that? Gu Qing and Gu Man are both rich now, so they should share their money with me. I'm their biological mother. The old lady was in a rage. She never stopped trying to snatch money from her two daughters. And now the old lady found out Jiang Su had dozens of millions of yuan in assets. She couldn't wait to share the wealth even though it had nothing to do with her. Gu Qingyun and Gu Xiaoxiao didn't think that Jiang Su's and Gu Man's wealth was theirs. but they were also displeased that their poor relatives became rich all of a sudden. Other than that, he's my client's friend. I wanted him to help me get the deal, but he rejected me. Gu Qinxiang took it for granted that Jiang Su should help him to settle the deal with Quan Wenfeng. What? How dare he do that? The old lady almost shouted. It's insane. Let me call him right now. Saying that, the old lady took out her phone, but was stopped by Gu Qinxiang. Mom, please don't get involved in this. If he gets annoyed and badmouths me in front of my client, it'll be hopeless for me to settle the deal. He wouldn't dare. The old lady was furious. It's possible. Guning ruined Dad's deal last time, didn't she? Gu Xiaoxiao said. She still believed that it was Guning's fault and never felt guilty for her actions. What? Guning ruined Dad's deal? I think that I need to beat her sometime. Gu Qingyun was mad and made up his mind to punch Guning. Gu Qingyun wasn't a gentleman at all, and he would beat females as always. In fact, Gu Qinxiang knew that it was the fact that his company's proposal wasn't good enough, but he was reluctant to admit it, so he could only blame Guning for his own failure. What should we do now? What if Jiang Su ruins your deal this time too? Lin Lijuan was worried. I don't know, Gu Qinxiang replied. He lost his patience. If he knew the answer, he wouldn't be so anxious. Because of the shocking news about Jiang Su, Gu Qinxiang's family had a terrible day. Even though Gu Qinxiang wouldn't allow his mother to call Jiang Su, the old lady still called Gu Qinyang and kept complaining. Gu Qinyang was also amazed by the news, but he had already learned his lesson after Gu Ning's warning last time. Gu Qinyang was jealous too, but he knew that it had nothing to do with him, and he had no right to be involved. In addition, Jiang Su, Gu Qing and Gu Man were all rich now. It was unwise for him to annoy them again. Gu Qinxiang had worked hard for over a dozen years to become a successful businessman with 20 million yuan in assets, while Gu Qing and Gu Man became rich within such a short time. Several months ago, they couldn't afford dozens of thousands of yuan. Gu Qinyang wasn't an idiot, and he knew that he had to respect them now. Therefore, Gu Qinyang just stayed quiet and listened to his mother complaining the entire time. After hanging up with his mother, Gu Qinyang told his wife Wen Yulan what he had heard from his mother. Wen Yulan had the same feelings as him. She was jealous of Jiang Su, but understood that she had to respect them from now on. Change was the only constant, and the wheel of fortune turned. Jiang Su went back home and told Gu Qing and Gu Man about what had happened today. They understood that Gu Qinxiang's family would find out about it sooner or later. Meanwhile, they were also worried that Gu Qinxiang's family would cause them trouble again. When it was almost 10 p.m. in Dihao Clubhouse, a handsome host walked out onto the boxing stage and gave a short opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dihao Clubhouse. We'll be holding a kickboxing match tonight on this stage. There will be 3 boxers on behalf of Dihao Clubhouse, and you may challenge any one of them. If you win, you can go home with 100,000 yuan. And if you lose, don't worry, you don't need to pay anything. It's a kickboxing match, so we'll set a bet for fun. You may decide the bet ratio, but be careful, because you have to pay for the result if you lose, the host said. After that, 3 men walked out, standing on the stage. Boxer No. 1 was tall and muscular. Boxer number 2 was a man of medium size, while boxer number 3 was thin and short. However, all of them were professional boxers, and it wasn't wise to judge them from appearance. Most of the people came here tonight for this kickboxing game, so many of them were interested in challenging. At the same time, only a few of them dared to set the bet ratio, except for those who were either rich or confident. Gao Yi wasn't in a hurry to challenge them, but had decided to see their performance first. Many of the audience went up to the stage to challenge the 3 boxers, but none of them could stay on the stage for over 5 minutes. Finally, a man set the bet ratio to gamble for a time, and most of the audience bet that the boxers would win because they were professionals. The result wasn't surprising at all. The boxer won, and the man who set the bet ratio lost over 10 million yuan. After a long time, no one could beat the boxers. It was time for Gao Yi to go up. He went up to the stage and challenged boxer number 2. However, except for Gu Ning and the others who bet on him, hundreds of audience members in the hall bet on boxer No. 2. The odds were 1:1. Seeing that most of the audience bet on boxer number 2, Gu Ning laughed. They could win over 10 million yuan this time. Once Gao Yi won, the money would be his. Gu Ning and Xiao Ye stayed calm, while Chu Peihan and the others were nervous. Before long, the game began. Tai Jun, Tai Jun, Tai Jun. The audience under the stage shouted the name of boxer number 2 to encourage him, but voices that supported Gao Yi were barely heard in the crowd's acclamation. The moment the match began, Gao Yi and Tai Jun moved quickly. The boxers on behalf of Dihao Clubhouse had constantly won tonight, so Tai Jun was a little arrogant now, even though Gao Yi was confident enough to set the bet ratio. Tai Jun hit Gao Yi immediately, but Gao Yi didn't avoid him. Instead, he grabbed Tai Jun's hand like lightning. The scene shocked the audience. None of them could believe his or her eyes. Jesus! It's impossible! Is it real? The audience burst into discussion. Wow! Yi is so awesome! How Ran and the others shouted with excitement. Tai Jun was amazed too, and struggled to get rid of Gao Yi. Tai Jun was a professional boxer, so Gao Yi wasn't able to beat him down within seconds, but it still wasn't easy for Tai Jun to get rid of Gao Yi's control. Right now, Tai Jun didn't dare to despise Gao Yi, because he realized that he had met a powerful opponent. Afterwards, Tai Jun attacked Gao Yi again with full force. His heavy fists hit towards Gao Yi without hesitation. Gao Yi didn't meet his fists, but instead stepped backwards. And when Tai Jun focused on attacking Gao Yi with his fists, Gao Yi seized the chance to kick Tai Jun's leg. Although Tai Jun tried to avoid it, he was kicked right in the calf. He didn't fall down immediately, but stumbled backwards a few steps, and his calf ached. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com within a short time. Tai Jun was noticeably weaker than Gao Yi, which made those who bet on him feel anxious. They shouted again to encourage him. Tai Jun, fight! Tai Jun, fight! Tai Jun, fight! Tai Jun understood that it wouldn't be an easy game this time, and he was mad too. He got his balance back and attacked Gao Yi once more with his fists and kicks at the same time. Gao Yi immediately reacted and moved more quickly than Tai Jun. It was obvious that Gao Yi was better than Tai Jun at fighting. If it continued, Tai Jun was doomed to fail. Right when everyone had that same idea in mind, Tai Jun was kicked off the stage by Gao Yi with a loud sound. Gao Yi won. Yes, yes. No one was more excited than Hao Ran and his friends. They had easily won a lot tonight. From the beginning to the end, Yumixi was extremely nervous, but luckily, she was one of the few winners too. What? Why didn't I bet on Gao Yi? Who knew that he would win? The audience burst into discussion again, and most of the audience regretted that they made the wrong decision. I challenge you, boxer number 1 said to Gao Yi. Boxer number 1 was named Depeng. He was 35, tall, muscular, and extremely strong. He was also better than Tai Jun. Otherwise, he wouldn't challenge Gao Yi after Tai Jun lost. However, he wasn't 100% confident that he would win, because Gao Yi really was an ace fighter. However, it was exciting when ace fighters met each other. Depeng didn't want to miss this great chance just because Tai Jun lost the game. Even if he failed, he could still afford the result. No problem, but I'll set the bet ratio. Gao Yi accepted his challenge. He hadn't enjoyed himself enough yet. Sure, Depeng replied. After that, it was another round of betting. However, before it began, the audience had to pay for the last round. In the last round, Gao Yi received 12.652 million yuan from those who bet on Tai Jun and 100,000 yuan reward. In other words, he made 12.752 million yuan in all. All of the money was transferred into the bank card that Gu Ning had given him instead of his own bank card, because it was more convenient for him to use the domestic bank card in this country. Because he could only transfer money or swipe his Swiss bank card in particular places, which was inconvenient. In addition, he had no intention to take the money as his own. On the contrary, he planned to use it to deal with business for Gu Ning when needed. Before the second round began, everyone discussed with animation over who would be the winner. Although Gao Yi beat Tai Jun, regular customers of Dihao Clubhouse all knew that Depeng was better than Tai Jun. Thus, they didn't lose faith in Depeng after Tai Jun's failure. Who do you think will win? Hard to tell. Gao Yi is awesome. But Depeng isn't weak and is better than Tai Jun. Who should I bet on then? Depeng dared to challenge Gao Yi, so he must be confident to win. I'll bet on Depeng. I'll bet on Gao Yi. I'll bet on Depeng. I think that the man has to be strong if he dares to challenge Yi. What do you think, boss? Hao Ran asked, not because he didn't believe in Gao Yi, but because he trusted Gu Ning more. Gao Yi will win, Gu Ning said affirmatively. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Gu Ning trusted Gao Yi and everyone believed in Gu Ning. So since Gu Ning said that Gao Yi would win, they all bet on Gao Yi. Umixi did as well. Before long, the second round began. The amount of people who bet on Gao Yi was the same as the amount who bet on Depeng. The minute that the host announced that the match began, Depeng slammed his fist towards Gao Yi's chest. His attack was swift and threatening. Gao Yi avoided it at once, but Depeng also reacted quickly. He turned to the direction in which Gao Yi had ducked away. It was a tense moment. This time, Gao Yi didn't hide anymore, but hit Depeng's fist directly. When their fists met in the air, both of them were knocked backwards a few steps by the force. Depeng was really better and stronger than Tai Jun, but it wasn't stressful for Gao Yi at all. Gao Yi was a professional killer and had been trained cruelly. Those boxers were hardly comparable to him. In the following minutes, the two fought violently against each other with fists and kicks. In the beginning, it seemed even, but Gao Yi soon took control. Depeng didn't realize that Gao Yi was a more powerful opponent than he had imagined until now. He was unwilling to admit it, but he knew that he was doomed to fail. Anyway, Depeng enjoyed the competition with Gao Yi. The second round only lasted 1 minute longer than the first one, and Depeng failed in the end. When Gao Yi punched Depeng from the stage, those who bet on Gao Yi burst into acclamation and applause. Some also regretted that they didn't bet on Gao Yi. All of a sudden, Umixi, who had been so tight on budget, now had 200,000 yuan in her pocket. She had never seen so much money before, and her hands were trembling when she got her bank card back. After the second round, Gao Yi received another 4.377 million yuan from those who bet on Depeng and 100,000 yuan reward. Till now, Gao Yi made almost 20 million yuan. Boxer number 3 was weaker than boxer no. 1, so he didn't dare to challenge Gao Yi because he knew that he couldn't win. No one else challenged Gao Yi, so he went back to their private room afterwards. Yi, you're so awesome. Exactly. Can you teach us some fighting skills? Gao Yi didn't answer their questions. Not because he didn't want to, but because it wasn't up to him. All right, I'll let him teach you if he's free, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, they were all excited. Since Gu Ning agreed, Gao Yi wouldn't reject. It wasn't a problem after all. They didn't stay in the clubhouse for too long and left before 12 a.m. Because they all drank, designated drivers of Dihao Clubhouse would drive them home. Umixi and an E got in Chu Peihan's car, and the other 3 boys shared with Hao Ran, while Gu Ning, Gao Yi along with Xiao Ye took a taxi heading straight to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. I bought you a new apartment where I live, and you can stay there, Gu Ning said. Sure, Gao Yi and Xiao Ye replied. When they arrived at Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Gu Ning didn't guide them inside at once, but instead brought them to a nearby hotel. The apartment is well decorated, but there are no daily necessities. It hasn't been cleaned either. You can stay in this hotel tonight and move in tomorrow. No problem, Gao Yi and Xiao Ye answered. Gu Ning then gave them the keys. Your new apartment is number 1201 in Zone F, and mine is number 901 in Zone G. We live right across from each other. In half a year, we'll move to the capital and stay there. Go buy a car tomorrow for the convenience of transportation. You can make the decision of what car you want to buy. That's all for today, and I'll call you if needed. No problem, Gao Yi and Xiao Ye answered. After that, Gu Ning went back home. It was very late and Gu Man was already asleep. Gu Ning tried her best to keep her movements quiet in order to not wake Gu Man up. She took a bath and lay on her bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Once it was quiet, she kept missing Leng shouting. However, she wasn't able to contact him now. Leng shouting also missed Gu Ning a lot, and he was eager to leave the military base. The next day, Kame Beauty Saloon was going to hold its annual event. Gu Qing got up at 7 a.m. to prepare breakfast for her family. Seeing Gu Ning, Jiang Xinyue was more than happy. She hadn't seen Gu Ning in a long time, so she kept talking to Gu Ning. Nevertheless, Gu Ning wasn't impatient at all. During breakfast, Gu Ning asked Jiang Su, "Uncle, has Gu Qinxiang caused you trouble recently? He's competing for a hotel decoration project, and he invited Executive Quan to dine together yesterday trying to get the chance. I was with Executive Quan at that time, but I had no idea that it was Gu Qinxiang who called Executive Quan, so I went to the meal with Executive Quan. Gu Qinxiang then found out that I'm the boss of Shuri Construction Material Store. He was worried that I would badmouth him in front of Executive Quan, causing him to lose the chance, but at the same time, he also hoped that I would help him. I rejected him though," Jiang Su said. Although Jiang Su didn't get along with Gu Qinxiang, he wasn't mean and wouldn't badmouth Gu Qinxiang. But neither would he help him. "Since Gu Qinxiang already knows that you're the boss of Shuri Construction Material Store, I think that the old lady must be aware of it too." "Did she call?" Gu Ning asked. "No. Maybe Gu Qinxiang stopped her because he doesn't want to annoy me in case I badmouth him in front of Executive Quan. They all knew what kind of person Gu Qinxiang was." "Well, I'm afraid the family reunion won't be peaceful," Gu Qing sighed. Although the old lady didn't call them to argue with them, it was impossible that she would stay quiet during the family reunion. "It'll be fine. No matter what she says, it's meaningless." Gu Ning despised the old lady's rude behavior, but she wasn't afraid at all. After breakfast, Gu Qing and Gu Man went to their beauty salon and Jiang Su left for his work. Gu Ning also had something to deal with today, but she wasn't in a hurry, so she stayed home with Jiang Xinyue for a while longer. Around 10 a.m., Gu Ning received N Guangyao's call. "Boss, I just got the invitation letter from the Chao family, which is the #1 richest family in City F. They're going to host a party the day after tomorrow, and all the successful businessmen will be attending it. They also hope that the real boss of Shenghua Real Estate could show up. What do you think?" And Guangyao asked. "I don't want to be exposed yet. You may go on behalf of Shenghua, and just tell them that the real boss isn't in City F," Gu Ning said. "Sure," and Guangyao replied. Gu Ning then told N Guangyao about what had happened to Yu Mixie's family and told him to prepare a contract. She would go to Yu Mixie's place with a lawyer later. After hanging up with Gu Ning, and Guangyao immediately asked his secretary to prepare the contract and choose a great apartment. Li Zuan also called Gu Ning and was ready to go out with her. Gu Ning called Yu Mixie beforehand. Her family was busy working in the small breakfast shop, so Gu Ning and Li Zuan went to meet them right away. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. When they arrived, Yu Mixie's parents signed the contract after reading through it. Although they had already signed the contract, the new apartment wasn't theirs yet, because Johua Garden wasn't able to provide a premises permit for it yet. Nevertheless, the contract came to effect, and none of them were willing to break the law. After that, Gu Ning and Li Zuan left. Gu Ning went to Kame Beauty Salon to check on its condition afterwards. It was crowded in Kame Beauty Salon in the morning, and most of them were VIPs, while many had just joined their VIP club. All the VIPs got a small gift, and although it wasn't very expensive, it wasn't cheap. Some VIPs also won some prizes, which was a fun experience for them. Meanwhile, the luckiest ones won the top prizes, which were the jade pendants from Jade Beauty Jewelry. Everyone around them were envious, but each of them only had one chance to play the lucky draw. Gu Ning didn't stay there for long and left when it was almost 12 p.m. Just a while after Gu Ning left the beauty salon, she received Gao Yi's call. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye were both efficient, and they had settled everything within a morning. They bought a black Land Rover as their means of transportation. Even though Gao Yi and Xiao Ye had been chased by the killer organizations, they had never lost their legal documents. Gu Ning hadn't got her driving license yet, even though she was actually a skillful driver. Without a driving license, it was better for her to not drive. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye hadn't eaten yet, so Gu Ning told them to dine together. Around 3 p.m. in the afternoon, a big scandal hit City G like a strong windstorm. The vice mayor, Lu Shirkuan, the head of the Department of Transportation, Wei Qingguan, the chairman of the Hongyun Group, Fang Chongqing, along with several government officials who had close relationships with Lu Shirkuan, were arrested by the police at the same time. Their criminal evidence was exposed gradually. The vice mayor, Lu Shirkuan, were found guilty of corruption. The amount of money he had illegally accepted exceeded 1 billion yuan, and he was involved in the murder of the previous head of the Department of Transportation. The head of the Department of Transportation, Wei Qingguan, was found guilty of bribery and corruption, and the bribes were mainly from the Hongyun Group. Several other office leaders of the government were also arrested for the same crime. The chairman of the Hongyun Group, Fang Chongqing, had committed different kinds of crimes during the past 3 years. Hotels and restaurants under the name of Hongyun Group were also involved in many scandals. It happened so fast that Lu Shirkuan and the others were struck dumb when they were arrested, but it was impossible for them to argue in front of the solid proof. Lu Shirkuan's political ally had tried to use his power to shut the scandal down, but unexpectedly, it had already gone viral on the internet and across the country within hours. Thus, in order to not be involved in this mess, Lu Shirkuan and the others were abandoned by their political ally. As for what Lu Shirkuan and the others had done, people were furious and slammed them fiercely. Gu Ning had made a reservation for some of the Hongyun Group's properties. However, its properties hadn't been seized yet and would be put up for auction right after Fang Chongqing was sentenced by the court. Although there was solid proof of what they had done, it still took time to finish the legal procedures. Gu Ning just smiled slightly when she heard the news. It wasn't surprising at all in her eyes. And Guangyao, on the other hand, was quite shocked by the news. He thought that Hongyun real estate would cause them trouble when Zhenyang Street was under construction, and he was even mentally prepared to fight against Hongyun by then. However, to his astonishment, the whole Hongyun Group was in big trouble now before they were even going to develop Zhenyang Street. Besides, Fang Zhongxing certainly would be sentenced to jail, and nobody was able to run Hongyun Group in that case. And Guangyao didn't know whether Gu Ning was aware of it yet, so he called Gu Ning without delay. Gu Ning told Guangyao that she had already heard the news and invited him to dine together this afternoon along with his secretary, Zhang Xuanjie, and his lawyer, Li Zuan. They would meet at 6 p.m. So Gu Ning along with Gao Yi and Xiao Ye arrived at the restaurant when it was just past 5 p.m. Within minutes, and Guangyao together with Zhang Xuanjie and Li Zuan came inside too. They didn't know Gao Yi and Xiao Ye, so they had no idea of their relationship with Gu Ning. Thus they called Gu Ning Miss Gu, instead of boss. Please have a seat, Gu Ning said to them. After they were all seated, Gu Ning introduced them to one another. This is Gao Yi and she is Xiao Ye. Both of them are my bodyguards and work for me. And Guangyao is the chairman of Shenghua Real Estate. This is his secretary, Zhang Xuanjie, and his lawyer, Li Zuan. They nodded to each other after Gu Ning's introduction. The thing is that I'm going to acquire some of the Hongyun Group's properties, because Hongyun is doomed after the big scandal. We are gathering here today to settle the deal, Gu Ning said. What? Acquire some of the Hongyun Group's properties? Hearing that, and Guangyao and the others were amazed. It was a highly profitable deal if anyone could get some of the Hongyun Group's properties, but it required a considerable amount of money. Shenghua Real Estate couldn't provide a lot of funds. And although Jade Beauty Jewelry had a lot of assets, most of them were immovable property. Meanwhile, they also understood that Gu Ning had to be prepared for it since she said so. Thus, they didn't doubt the possibility. Gu Ning then added, Hongyun Group has a new construction site in City J. It's a big living area, and they have a new shopping mall under construction. This quality isn't bad, so I think that we can acquire both the new living area and the new shopping mall. Other than that, there are 7 more shopping malls, 6 4-star hotels, and 5 restaurants under the name of the Hongyun Group in 3 second-tier cities in Province D. We can take over all of them. Apart from the shopping malls, we need to redecorate all of the hotels and restaurants, which may take a long period. Time is money, so we have to be quick and efficient. However, quality is still the most important thing that we should always make allowances for. Everyone was surprised again by Gu Ning's thorough investigation of Hongyun. It seemed that she had known Hongyun Group would be in a mess earlier on. Although they were all confused about how Gu Ning was able to find out about it, no one asked the question. I've already gotten permission from an important figure in politics. Thus, if no accidents happen, those properties will be ours soon, Gu Ning said. Yan Zhenglin had promised her, and Gu Ning wouldn't doubt it. Even if any accidents happened, she could turn to Leng shouting for help. Anyway, she made up her mind to get those properties of Hongyun. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com, and Guangyao and the others had known how powerful Gu Ning's network was ever since they had found out that Jade Beauty Jewelry was Gu Ning's brand. With the support of the mayor, several of the richest families, and the Qing gang, it was hard for Gu Ning to fail in City G. Therefore, they now completely believed in Gu Ning. In their eyes, Gu Ning wasn't a teenager at all, but a shrewd businesswoman who had been involved in business for at least dozens of years. Once Gu Ning made a decision, her staff would be occupied with work 24/7. Luckily, the New Year festival was just 3 days away, and they would be on vacation the day after tomorrow. Moreover, they were willing to be busy, because it meant that they were making money. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye moved into Fenghua Luxury Mansion that night. They sent Gu Ning back to Zone G and didn't go to Zone F until Gu Ning disappeared from their sight. Gu Man ate along with Gu Qing and her family. It was a busy day for them too, and they were both exhausted. The first thing that Gu Ning did when she got home was to massage them and secretly put her power into their bodies to allay their tiredness. It wasn't the first time that Gu Ning had massaged them, so they were used to it. Although they were tired today, they enjoyed it because many of their VIPs renewed their membership and they had also gotten many new VIPs today. Gu Ning, on the other hand, didn't think that it was a great success. Kamei Beauty Salon provided good service and products, but its effects weren't very obvious, because there weren't many effective skincare products in the market yet. Thus, Gu Ning planned to replace all the skincare products in Kamei Beauty Salon with her own, once her medicine company was established. As long as the skincare products were obviously effective, people would be willing to pay for it. Oh, we've been so busy these days, and we haven't shopped for the New Year festival at all. Why don't we go shopping together tomorrow? Gu Qing proposed. Oh, I totally forgot about it. Gu Man suddenly realized after Gu Qing brought it up. Gu Ning had the same reaction. Su, are you free tomorrow? Can you help us deliver the goods that we buy for the New Year festival tomorrow? Gu Qing asked Jiang Su. I need to wait for a client tomorrow morning, but I can help you with the goods in the afternoon, Jiang Su replied. Don't bother, uncle, Gu Ning declined. I can make a call and let my staff help us. Gu Ning then said to Gu Man, Mom, I have 2 people who work for me as my secretary, driver, and bodyguards. They are a couple and both are orphans without any family. I am probably the closest person to them, so I invited them to spend the New Year festival with us, so we can shop with them tomorrow. Hearing that, Gu Man had deep sympathy for them and agreed at once. No problem, they're welcome. Gu Ning went back to her home later, while Gu Man kept chatting with Gu Qing in Gu Qing's place. When Gu Ning got home, she called Gao Yi and told them that they were going to shop together tomorrow. Once she was free, Gu Ning couldn't help thinking of Leng shouting. What is he doing now? She thought to herself. The minute she thought about that, her phone rang, and the caller was precisely Leng shouting. Ning Ning. Leng shouting greeted her and sounded like he hadn't seen her in ages. He had stayed in the military base these past few days and couldn't call Gu Ning or even open his phone to see photos of her, which tortured him. Hearing Leng shouting's voice, Gu Ning's heart skipped a beat. Shouting. Gu Ning missed him too. It was normal if they hadn't seen each other for a few days, but it worried her that she hadn't heard from him at all. I miss you so much, Leng shouting said. Gu Ning's heart beat faster. I miss you too. They didn't end the call until they had spoken for 2 hours. The next day, Gu Man and Gu Qing didn't go to the beauty salon. They instead went to shop with Gu Ning along with Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. There were only 5 seats in the car, so it could only accommodate 5 people. Thus Jiang Xinyu stayed at home. When the Gu Ning, Gu Man and Gu Qing appeared, Gao Yi and Xiao Ye immediately got out of the car and opened the car doors for them. Hi Yi and Ye, this is my mom and this is my aunt, Gu Ning said to them. It's so nice to meet you. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye greeted Gu Man and Gu Qing with great respect. Nice to meet you too, Gu Man and Gu Qing replied politely. Mom, Aunt, This is Gao Yi and this is Xiao Ya, Gu Ning introduced. Well, I think that we can just call you Gao and Xiao, Gu Man said, because Gao Yi and Xiao Ya seemed young. Sure, Gao Yi and Xiao Ya replied. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com after that. They got in the car and Gao Yi was the driver. They drove straight to the biggest shopping mall in City F. The New Year festival was around the corner, so there were many people shopping in the supermarket on the first floor. In the past, Gu Ning's family could only afford cheap stuff, but now everything was different. They could buy anything they liked and wanted. Gu Qing and Gu Man were busy shopping, while Gao Yi and Xiao Ya helped them carry packages along the way. In the beginning, Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't want to bother Gao Yi and Xiao Ya, but Gu Ning said that Gao Yi and Xiao Ya were both strong enough to help them, so Gu Man and Gu Qing agreed. When it was almost 10 a.m., Gu Ning received An Shen's call. The minute that Gu Ning answered her call, An Shen complained, "Gu Ning, you've disappeared for so long. Why didn't you tell me that you're back? If An Yi didn't tell me, I probably wouldn't know about it." Although An Shen and Gu Ning seldom contacted each other, their friendship didn't fall apart. There were friends who you could always talk to even though you hadn't heard from them in a long time. "All right, it's my fault. Are you free this morning? Let me buy you a meal." Gu Ning felt a little guilty, and she also thought that it was time to meet with An Shen. "Of course, yes. Even if I wasn't not free, I would clear my schedule for you," An Shen said, like she wouldn't let Gu Ning escape again. Gu Ning felt like laughing and asked, "What do you want to have? Let's go have steak. I strongly recommend a Western restaurant to you. I go there a lot," An Shen said. "No problem. When shall we meet?" Gu Ning asked. 12, An Shen said. When the New Year festival came, thieves and robbers gathered too. Right as Gu Ning and the others left the supermarket, they heard a horrified scream. A robber! They looked towards the voice and saw a young man running ahead with a handbag. A woman was chasing behind him, but she was wearing high heels and it was impossible for her to catch up to the robber. Gu Ning recognized the woman, and there was a little grudge between them too. The woman was Qin Yiqing, Qin Yifun's older sister. Although Gu Ning disliked her, Gu Ning wasn't a hater, nor a mean person, so she said to Gao Yi, "Gao Yi, stop him." "Yes, madam," Gao Yi replied. He put the bags in his hands down on the ground and stretched out his leg when the robber ran by his side. The robber stumbled and fell heavily. Gao Yi then instantly got control of him and grabbed the handbag back. Everyone around was amazed by the scene and looked at Gao Yi with admiration. Qin Yiqing ran up to them and Gao Yi gave the handbag back to her. "Thank you so much, sir," Qin Yiqing said. Qin Yiqing was proud and snobbish, but she had good manners. After that, Qin Yiqing noticed Gu Ning and was surprised as well as embarrassed, because she thought of what she had said in front of Gu Ning previously. Qin Yiqing had mixed emotions. Although she knew that it was her fault, she was reluctant to apologize. Gu Ning didn't care. She turned around, walking away with Gu Man. Qin Yiqing also felt relieved. The robber was released because he didn't cause any damage. Gu Man and Gu Qing continued shopping afterwards. They went to buy wine and cigarettes later. The cigarettes were for Jiangsu and the wines were for the meals. Gu Qing chose cigarettes according to Jiangsu's preference. And the best red wine in this store was 85-foot Lafite, which cost 12,000 yuan a bottle, and only 3 bottles were left in the store. Gu Qing and Gu Man thought that it was too expensive. "Ning Ning, it's too expensive." Indeed, Gu Qing and Gu Man were both amazed by the price. However, the moment they said that, a female voice sounded behind them. "It's 85 Lafite. If you can't afford it, don't walk inside then." "Exactly." Another female voice echoed with disdain. People around them heard it and all turned to look. Seeing the newcomers, Gu Man frowned. Obviously, she didn't like them. "Oh, isn't it Gu Man?" the woman said with surprise when Gu Man turned around, but she was pretending and ridiculed Gu Man on purpose. The woman was called Su Xinlan. She was the wife of the owner of the factory where Gu Man had worked. Her family was rich, so she always thought that she was better than others. Especially Gu Man. Gu Man had gotten pregnant before getting married, and Su Xinlan had often ridiculed Gu Man because of it. Yes. Gu Man answered calmly and ignored her. However, the woman wouldn't miss a good chance to humiliate Gu Man in public. Oh, did you quit your job and find a better one? So that you can afford all this stuff? Yes. Gu Man gave her a perfunctory answer. Su Xinlan was mad at Gu Man's attitude and raised her voice. Gu Man, I'm talking to you. Mind your attitude. Gu Man looked to Su Xinlan coldly and said, Ms. Su, if you don't like my attitude, stop talking to me. Gu Man's character had changed a lot recently, and she wouldn't tolerate people's unfair behavior anymore. Su Xinlan was furious. In the beginning, Gu Ning didn't defend Gu Man, because she was curious to see whether her mother was able to handle it herself. Luckily, Gu Man handled it very well, and Gu Ning felt happy for her mother. Pack these 3 bottles. I'll take them, Su Xinlan said to the attendant and looked at Gu Man with disdain. She believed that Gu Man couldn't afford the wine. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. I'll pay for the 3 bottles, Gu Ning said and took out a bank card, giving it to the attendant. Ning. Gu Man and Gu Qing wanted to stop her. Although they were rich now, the wine was too expensive. It's fine. We're shopping for the New Year festival after all. Gu Ning comforted them. Since Gu Ning insisted, Gu Qing and Gu Man agreed in the end. I asked for the wine before you. Su Xinlan ran to them and shouted. Where is the proof? Gu Ning asked. You? Su Xinlan was irritated again. However, before she could say anything, Gu Ning had already paid the bill. After that, Xiao Ye took the bottles of red wine and they left right away. Su Xinlan was in a rage, but could do nothing about it. When it was about 20 minutes from 12 p.m., Gu Qing and Gu Man were almost finished shopping. Gu Ning had an appointment with Chen, so she didn't go home with them, but she let Gao Yi and Xiao Ye drive Gu Man and Gu Qing back. The Western restaurant where Gu Ning was going to meet Chen wasn't far from this shopping mall, so Gu Ning walked straight to it. She arrived at the appointed Western restaurant 5 minutes before 12 p.m. Gu Ning didn't walk inside, but called Chen first. Chen would get there within 2 minutes, so Gu Ning decided to wait for her downstairs. However, a group of people whom Gu Ning disliked arrived earlier than Chen. They were Qin Zhang and Chen Xiao. However, what surprised Gu Ning was that the two walked hand in hand. Obviously, there was something going on between them. They didn't see Gu Ning until they came near, and both of them were struck dumb when they noticed Gu Ning. To their astonishment, Gu Ning appeared in their sight all of a sudden, and they immediately loosed their hands. Or to be specific, it was more likely that Qin Zhang got rid of Chen Xiao's hand. There was nothing between him and Gu Ning now, but he was unconscionably worried that Gu Ning would be upset. Chen Xiao was quite displeased that Qin Zhang was eager to get rid of her. She knew that Qin Zhang cared about Gu Ning, which annoyed her. Why are you here? Qin Zhang asked. Why can't I be here? Gu Ning responded. She thought that Qin Zhang was being a little ridiculous. Qin Zhang was struck speechless and felt embarrassed. Let's go now. Chen Xiao didn't want them to keep talking, so she interrupted and pulled Qin Zhang upstairs. Qin Zhang wasn't happy about that, but he didn't say anything. Although he ached to reach out and hold Gu Ning close, Gu Ning obviously didn't want to be near him, so he didn't stay any longer and followed Chen Xiao going upstairs. No sooner had Qin Zhang and Chen Xiao walked upstairs than Chen got here. Seeing Gu Ning, Chen complained, If I didn't call you, would you totally forget about me? Impossible. You know that I left City F once the winter vacation began, and I just came back the day before yesterday. I know that it's my fault that I've been too busy recently to call you, Gu Ning explained. Fine, Chen said, and they walked upstairs afterwards. It was lunchtime and there were many people in the restaurant. Unfortunately, Gu Ning was seated not far from Qin Zhang and Chen Xiao, so they saw each other once more. Qin Zhang was distracted ever since Gu Ning appeared. Even though he understood that it was impossible for him and Gu Ning to be together again, he was reluctant to accept the truth. He was curious about why Gu Ning suddenly became so charming as well as outstanding after they had broken up. Back when they had been together, Gu Ning was like nobody. Qin Zhang, What are you doing? Chun Xiao was mad and questioned him. In fact, Chun Xiao had a good impression of Qin Zheng, but didn't like him very much. The reason why they became boyfriend and girlfriend was because they had slept together after both of them had gotten drunk at a party. And now that Qin Zheng was her boyfriend, she naturally wouldn't allow him to admire other girls. Qin Zheng didn't answer Chun Xiao's question, but drew his look back. They were in a public place, so Chun Xiao wasn't willing to quarrel with Qin Zheng either, and they both ate in silence. After the meal, Chen went back to work in the hospital while Gu Ning went home. Gu Qinyang's family arrived at around 2 p.m. Their family reunion was appointed at the Friendship Restaurant, so they booked a room at a nearby hotel. The appointed time of their family reunion meal was 6 p.m. Gu Qinxiang and Gu Qinyang's families arrived at the private room at 5:40 p.m., but Gu Man and Gu Qing hadn't shown up yet, which annoyed them. Gu Ning and her family arrived on time, and all of them were in designer brands. And with the nourishment of Gu Ning's power, Gu Qing and Gu Man looked much younger than before. The changes in Gu Qing and Gu Man were too obvious to be ignored, and everyone was impressed and stunned, especially Lin Lijuan and Wen Yulan. As women, they were both jealous of Gu Qing and Gu Man. Lin Lijuan then said acidly, "Oh, you're rich now, so you all have the air of rich people." "Rich? Are they richer than my uncle?" Gu Qingshi asked. He acted arrogant because he didn't believe that Gu Ning's family was richer than Gu Qinxiang's family. "Exactly," Gu Yining echoed. Gu Yining and Gu Qingshi were both young and didn't know much about their family conflicts. They had only heard that Gu Man and Gu Qing's family were rich now, but had no idea how rich they were. "Qingshi, Yining, shut your mouths." Gu Qinyang criticized them. He didn't want to annoy Gu Ning, and wouldn't allow his son and daughter to do so. Gu Yining and Gu Yining felt aggrieved, but had to listen to their father. "So what? You did the same thing before, so why don't you continue doing it?" Gu Ning retorted directly. Lin Lijuan was mad. Gu Qingyun understood that Gu Ning was different now, but he still believed that she was inferior to them. Seeing Gu Ning being so proud, Gu Qingyun was furious. "Gu Ning, how dare you talk to my mother like that?" "Gu Qingyun, who do you think you are? And why can't I talk to your mother like that?" Gu Ning sneered, which irritated Gu Qingyun. Gu Qingyun abruptly stood up, like he was going to punch Gu Ning. "All right, sit down now." At this moment, Gu Qinxiang stopped his son. He was also unwilling to annoy Gu Ning and the others, because he couldn't bear the result. Gu Qinxiang had warned his family not to find fault with Gu Ning and the others like they had done before. So Gu Qingyun had to listen to his father and curbed his anger for now. "Have a seat, you all," Gu Qinxiang said to Jiang Su and the others. Jiang Su and the others sat down afterwards. When they were just seated, the dishes were placed on the table one by one. The old lady was unusually polite this time, but they all knew that it wouldn't last long, because it was all an act. Without surprise, the old lady opened her mouth after the dishes were all on the table. "Jiang Su, you really kept it a deep secret and none of us found out that you're a big boss until Qinxiang met you in the hotel. What? You're rich now, so you're going to abandon us?" The old lady took it for granted that Jiang Su owed them. Jiang Su hadn't run his business for very long, but he wasn't weak anymore. Gu Ning had also reminded him to be confident and never yield. Otherwise, those shameless people would take full advantage of them. Therefore, Jiang Su became tough now to protect his family. Thus, facing the old lady's harsh questions, Jiang Su stayed calm and argued, "You must be joking. If we were going to abandon you, we wouldn't have come here today. And we've always lived our life separately. Nobody cares about each other. So why should I tell you what I'm doing now?" In other words, it was none of their business. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. The old lady was stunned. Although she knew that Jiang Su's explanation made sense, she couldn't accept it. "Well, do you mean that it's not your filial duty to support your mother-in-law?" The old lady still believed that she had the right to share Jiang Su's money. "Mom, we respect you as always. We have never missed a red envelope for you during any festival. Isn't it enough?" Jiang Su asked. Jiang Su was telling the truth. Although Gu Qing and Gu Man had been poor in the old time, they had never forgotten to prepare a red envelope for the old lady. It's different now. You're rich and you're supposed to give me more. The old lady lost her patience and removed her disguise. She never liked the red envelopes that Gu Qing and Gu Man had prepared for her, because there wasn't much money inside, but she had still taken them out of greed. Mom, do you really lack money? Qinxiang is very rich, so it's unreasonable that you're short of money, Jiang Su said. Obviously, he aimed at Gu Qinxiang. In fact, Jiang Su understood that Gu Qinxiang wouldn't treat his mother badly, because he was a filial son, although he treated his brothers and sisters unfairly. Thus, Jiang Su only said it to criticize the old lady. You? The old lady was furious. Gu Qinxiang of course supported her well, but it didn't mean that she would stop wanting more. Jiang Su, it doesn't make sense. Even though Mom doesn't lack money, shouldn't you be a filial son-in-law and take good care of our mother? Lin Lijuan said, like it was really Jiang Su's fault. Okay, why don't you tell me what you and your husband have done for your mother, so that I can learn from you? Jiang Su said sarcastically. He knew that a selfish man like Gu Qinxiang definitely wouldn't support his mother-in-law, and the old lady was too mean to allow Gu Qinxiang and Lin Lijuan to give Lin Lijuan's family anything. In that case, Lin Lijuan had no position to blame Jiang Su. However, in the old lady's eyes, she thought that Gu Qinxiang and Lin Lijuan had to have secretly given Lin Lijuan's family something behind her back. So she was mad at once. Lijuan, did you secretly give your mother money from our pocket? It was unbearable if Lin Lijuan did that. Mom, I didn't. Lin Lijuan immediately denied. But she was lying. Although Lin Lijuan denied it, the old lady still warned her. Listen, you married my son, and you're part of our family now. Never take money out of our pocket to support your relatives. Sure I won't, Lin Lijuan said, but didn't take it seriously. Ha ha, Gu Ning laughed. Since she married your son and is part of your family now, you don't allow her to take money out of your pocket to support her relatives. So you shouldn't ask your daughters to do the same thing. Don't forget that your daughter is married too. You? What Gu Ning had said was like a slap which slammed across the old lady's face, and she felt utterly embarrassed. However, the old lady didn't want to give up, so she played the blame game. Jiang Su has no parents and he should regard me as his mother. His is mine too. Hearing that, Jiang Su and the others were all shocked and amused by the old lady's stupidity and shamelessness. Gu Ning snapped at her. I've never seen such a shameless person like you in my whole life. Who do you think you are? Being humiliated by Gu Ning, the old lady lost her reason. Who do you think you are then? You're merely a bastard. Bang! Gu Ning hit the table heavily with her hand angrily, which scared everyone around the table. She looked straight into the old lady's eyes icily and asked, Do you still remember what I warned you? Gu Ning's tone was quite threatening. The old lady was terrified and couldn't utter a word. Gu Qinxiang knew that today's family reunion was completely ruined. What the old lady had said and done had to irritate Gu Ning. However, before he could stop his mother, Gu Qinxiang criticized the old lady. Mom, how can you say that? Ning Ning is your granddaughter after all. Gu Qing had told Gu Qingyang that they came to today's family reunion just for his sake. If Gu Qinxiang's family and the old lady dared to annoy them, they wouldn't tolerate it. Therefore, Gu Qingyang was cornered now, because he was unwilling to irritate either of them. She is a... The old lady unconsciously retorted. She totally forgot that Gu Qinxiang had reminded her to not call Gu Qinxiang bastard again. However, the only lady only cared about herself. Enough! Gu Man interrupted before the old lady could say the humiliating word again. Gu Man had really had enough of such a toxic relationship with her mother. We came here today just because of Qingyang. If you don't like us, you can get out of here right now. This time, Gu Man was really mad, and nobody dared to ignore her. What? How can you say that to me? The old lady couldn't believe her ears. Everyone else around the table was greatly surprised too, including Gu Ning. However, Gu Ning loved to see Gu Man being tough and strong. Gu Man, how can you talk to our mother like that? Gu Qinxiang scolded Gu Man. He knew that the old lady was being unreasonable, but he couldn't accept the fact that Goo Man dared to drive them away. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Why can't I? I don't owe you anything, and you have no right to judge us, Goo Man said. You? Gu Qinxiang was struck dumb and didn't know how to retort because Goo Man was simply telling the truth. Gu Qing added, when Man and I were poor, you never respected us and always made fun of us. We didn't care. All we wanted was to live our own life. However, now we're rich and you want to share our money or even grab our fortune away. I mean, seriously, who do you think you are? You, how dare you? The old lady was furious, but she still believed that she was right. I think that you're the ones who should get out of here right now. The old lady almost yelled in anger. Saying that, she threw an empty glass at Goo Man. Mom! Everyone was shocked, but it was too late to stop the crazy old lady. However, right at this key moment, Gu Ning raised her hand and caught the empty glass in the air. The scene astonished everyone once more. How is it possible? How can Gu Ning be so agile? Everyone had the same questions in their mind. Gu Ning gave the old lady a sharp look, and with the effect of her power, it seemed like the air in the room was frozen. The old lady was trembling from fear and coldness. She lost her breath and almost had a heart attack. Although Gu Ning hated the old lady to death, she wouldn't kill her. Don't force me to kill you. Gu Ning clenched her teeth. Saying that, she tightened her fingers and the empty glass was immediately smashed into pieces. Everyone rounded their eyes in shock, looking at Gu Ning with horror. How is it possible? Ning! Goo Man was scared and ran to check Gu Ning's hand without delay. Seeing that Gu Ning's hand was fine, Goo Man was relieved. Uncle Qingyang, I think that it's enough for today. Either they get out of here right now, or you can leave with them. And we'll stay and finish the meal, Gu Ning said in an undeniable tone. It wasn't Gu Ning who was forcing Gu Qingyang into a corner, because they had come to an agreement beforehand. Having witnessed what just had happened, Gu Qinxiang was terrified. Even if Gu Ning didn't drive him away, he wasn't willing to stay here any longer either. He said to Lin Lijuan, let's leave now. Within seconds, Gu Qinxiang's family disappeared. Gu Qingyun, who had claimed that he was going to teach Gu Ning a lesson, also escaped as soon as possible. Gu Qingyang's family stayed, but lost their appetite. They behaved carefully in case Gu Ning got angry. On the contrary, Gu Ning and her family enjoyed the meal, as if nothing had happened. In the past, Gu Qingyang had been better than Gu Qing and Gu Man, but now everything has changed completely. Gu Qingyang was scared of Gu Qing and Gu Man after today. Before long, they separated too. Gu Qingyang's family felt like they had been released from prison when they left the restaurant. Gu Qing and Gu Man are totally different now, when Yulan sighed with jealousy. However, she also felt lucky that there were no long-standing grudges between them, Gu Qing and Gu Man. In fact, Gu Qingyang's family had always despised Gu Qing and Gu Man because they had earned less. But now Gu Qing and Gu Man were both far richer than them. Although Gu Qingyang had a cradle-to-grave job, he had no power at all, and his salary was barely enough to improve his family's living standards. The old lady fell down, trembling, and had a fever the moment that she got back home. Gu Qinxiang immediately sent his mother to the hospital and called Gu Qingyang. Gu Qingyang's family went to visit the old lady at once. Although the family reunion didn't end well today, the old lady was Gu Qing and Gu Man's mother after all. So Gu Qinxiang still called them and told them that the old lady was sick. Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't feel sad or nervous when they heard the news because they had already given up the so-called family connection with their mother. Nevertheless, they would go and visit their mother since the old lady was sick. Gu Ning was reluctant to see the old lady again, but she was worried about Gu Man. Thus she went to the hospital along with them. However, Gu Ning didn't walk into the hospital, but waited outside. The old lady had already lost consciousness when she was admitted to the hospital. And because of what had happened today, Gu Qinxiang didn't dare to criticize Gu Qing or Gu Man anymore. In that case, it was quite harmonious in the patient room. While Gu Ning was waiting outside, she received Leng Xiaoting's call. Ning, what are you up to right now? Leng Xiaoting asked. I'm at the hospital, Guning answered. What's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable? Leng Xiaoting was nervous. No, it's not me. Just a relative, Guning explained. Oh. Leng Xiaoting sensed that it wasn't an important person from Guning's tone. When will you be back? Leng Xiaoting asked again. A while later, I guess, Guning said. She didn't think further about why Leng Xiaoting asked that. Gu Qing and Gu Man left the hospital a few minutes later. And when they had almost arrived at Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Gu Ning received Leng Xiaoting's call once more. However, because Gu Man was with her, it wasn't convenient for Gu Ning to answer Leng Xiaoting's call. She cut the call off and texted him. Leng Xiaoting then sent a message back to her. I'm waiting for you outside of Fenghua Luxury Mansion in a black car. Reading the message, Gu Ning's hands trembled and her phone almost fell. She was so excited and surprised that Leng Xiaoting would come to City F. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com, Mom. Peihan is inviting me to sing karaoke. So I'll get out at the gate of Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Gu Ning lied. Don't be home too late. Gu Man knew that Chu Peihan was Gu Ning's friend. So she didn't stop Gu Ning. And it wasn't very late at that moment. Gu Ning then got out of the car at the gate of Fenghua Luxury Mansion. The minute that she was out of the car, Gu Ning noticed the black car parked at the front. She knew that Leng Xiaoting was in it, but wasn't in a hurry to go over there until Jiang Su drove away. Leng Xiaoting left the car without delay when Gu Ning walked near. He had seen Gu Ning earlier on, but had to curb his desire to hug her because her family hadn't left yet. Watching Gu Ning stepping towards him, Leng Xiaoting was thrilled and couldn't wait to hold her in his arms. But he still controlled himself to not do so because there were a lot of people around. Leng Xiaoting could only open the car door for Gu Ning quietly, but there was a burning desire in his eyes. Gu Ning had the same feelings. Once Gu Ning was in the car, Leng Xiaoting closed the car door and sat in the driver's seat. He clasped Gu Ning's hand in his, fixing his eyes on her with passion. Where should we go now? Gu Ning asked. No idea, Leng Xiaoting replied. Just talk for a while in the car? Gu Ning asked. Leng Xiaoting frowned a little. Apparently that wasn't what he wanted. Well, then what should we do? Gu Ning asked. I'm staying in a hotel tonight, Leng Xiaoting said. He was implying something. Gu Ning flushed and turned her face aside. Let's go there then. With Gu Ning's permission, Leng Xiaoting's eyes lit up at once and he drove ahead to the hotel. To calm her embarrassment, Gu Ning changed the topic. Did you finish your work? Yeah, Leng Xiaoting said. When will you go home for the New Year festival? Gu Ning asked. Tomorrow afternoon, Leng Xiaoting replied. During their small talk, a picture suddenly emerged before Gu Ning's eyes. She saw that a shadow secretly came to a car and pried the car door open before he cut the brakes. Gu Ning recognized that it was in Guangyao's car. Although she didn't foresee what was going to happen next, it would be dangerous if the brakes of the car were broken. Gu Ning immediately realized that Guangyao was in danger and called him at once. And Guangyao answered her call within seconds. Before he could say anything, Gu Ning asked, Uncle In, where are you now? I'm in the Cadden Hotel. The party is over and I'm going home. What's up? And Guangyao said, I have something important to discuss with you. Don't leave and wait at the hotel for me, Gu Ning said seriously. Sure, and Guangyao replied. When Leng Xiaoting heard that Gu Ning was going to meet in Guangyao, his face changed slightly, but he understood that it had to be an emergency. Anyway, they would spend the night together, so he didn't mind changing the place. Gu Ning also understood it was strange that she suddenly changed the plan, so she explained, Well, Uncle In is at a party tonight, and I just had a premonition that something bad is going to happen, so I have to stop it. I'm sorry if that sounds strange. It did sound strange, but Leng Xiaoting chose to believe Gu Ning as always. In the parking lot, a pair of eyes stared at Guangyao from a car which was only 10 meters away from Guangyao's. Seeing that Guangyao answered a call and went back into the hotel, the man thought that Guangyao had something else to deal with, so he kept waiting in the car. Leng Xiaoting drove fast and steadily, so they soon arrived at Cadden Hotel. The moment that Gu Ning got out, she called Guangyao. And Guangyao told her he was in a tea room, and Guning along with Leng shouting quickly went to meet him. Only Guangyao and Zhang Xuanjie were in the tea room when they came inside. "Nice to meet you, boss and Mr. Leng." And Guangyao and Zhang Xuanjie greeted Guning and Leng shouting. Guning and Leng shouting walked over and sat down. Zhang Xuanjie poured 2 cups of tea for them. "How was the party?" Guning asked. "Not bad. We just had some conflicts with Wu Lianqin," and Guangyao replied. "Why?" Guning asked. "Well, one of my friends introduced a boss of a clothing company to me tonight. The clothing company is going to build a factory and is looking for a qualified construction company. Wu Lianqin wanted to strike the deal, but the boss of the clothing company chose to cooperate with me after we discussed the project at the party. It's normal that businessmen compete against each other in the same industry, but Wu Lianqin blamed me for it and threatened me," Guangyao said. Guning was slightly mad. Although she wasn't very sure that Wu Lianqin had something to do with the cut breaks, she sensed that Wu Lianqin was involved. "Other than Wu Lianqin, have you annoyed anyone else recently?" Guning asked. "Except for Hongyun Real Estate, we haven't annoyed anyone else," Guangyao said. "It was impossible that Hongyun did it because Hongyun already went bankrupt. In that case, it was highly likely that Wu Lianqin was behind that. To be honest with you, I came to you because I suddenly had a bad premonition about you. I'm worried that something bad might happen to you. Although it sounds strange, my premonitions are always right," Guning explained, trying to make it sound reasonable. And Guangyao and Zhang Xuanjie had the same reaction as Leng shouting. Although they felt that it was indeed strange, they chose to trust Guning. In fact, they trusted Guning even more than Leng shouting did. In Leng shouting's eyes, Guning was his love, so he would naturally believe her. But in Guangyao's and Zhang Xuanjie's opinions, Guning was like a goddess who could make the impossible become possible. "All right, that's all I wanted to say. Let's leave now, but we should check the car first in case any accidents happen. One can never be too careful." Guning couldn't directly tell them that the car was damaged, so she just reminded them to be careful. Guning and Leng shouting followed Guangyao to the underground parking lot. Once they were in the parking lot, Guning observed the surroundings to see whether the man was still here. Some criminals would stay at the site to see the result in person. As Guning glanced around the parking lot, she met the man's eyes in the car. The man's face changed when Guning caught his sight. Obviously, he was the one who cut the brakes. Before long, Zhang Xuanjie found that there was something wrong with the car. "Boss, the brakes were cut," Zhang Xuanjie said. "What?" Hearing that, Guangyao was shocked. He abruptly looked at Guning and felt lucky that Guning's accurate premonition saved his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen tomorrow's sun. Was it Wu Lianqin? Guangyao assumed and believed it was highly possible. "I think that it's possible, but we don't have evidence. We can turn to the manager of Cadden Hotel first and check the surveillance cameras to find out who did it." Although Guning had already seen the man in the car, she still needed the proof. She wouldn't let the man get away with it because he dared to hurt her staff. If Guning hadn't had the premonition, Guangyao and Zhang Xuanjie would have been killed. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. "I'll find the manager right now," Zhang Xuanjie said and quickly walked to the hotel hall. The criminal who was hiding in the car didn't hear their discussion clearly, but he knew that his scheme had been exposed and was quite surprised. However, the criminal didn't realize that Guning already knew that it was him who had damaged the brakes, so he didn't leave right away, but stayed to see what would happen next. Zhang Xuanjie told the manager of Cadden Hotel what had happened to their car, and the manager was astonished. He hadn't been bought by money, so he immediately let Zhang Xuanjie watch the surveillance cameras. Although the shadow in the surveillance cameras wasn't very clear, because the man was wearing a mask and hat, they could see the whole process when the man was cutting the brakes. Luckily, they saw that the man was still hiding in the parking lot, so the manager called the police at once. Guangyao was an important figure in City F. Thus the police arrived soon. The manager showed the video to the policemen when they arrived, and 3 of them went straight to the car where the criminal hid afterwards. The man didn't realize that he had been exposed until the 3 policemen ran to him, but it was too late for him to escape now. And when the criminal was brought back to the hotel, he finally figured out that there were surveillance cameras in the parking lot. It was obvious that this man was too stupid to be a criminal. Gu Ning told Nguangyao to request that the police force the man to admit his crime on site. Nguangyao was influential in City F, so the police were willing to help him. However, Gu Ning was the one who questioned the criminal. With the solid proof on the table, the man couldn't deny it. He didn't want to be sentenced alone, so he told Gu Ning who was behind him. Wu Lianqin's secretary had called him and promised to give him 50,000 yuan if he succeeded. He got a deposit of 20,000 yuan. There were messages and call recordings as evidence. And although it was Wu Lianqin's secretary who instigated him to do it, everyone knew that Wu Lianqin's secretary had followed Wu Lianqin's order. Wu Lianqin, it's really him. And Guangyao was mad, even though he had known the answer. However, they still lacked enough evidence to sentence Wu Lianqin. The police would handle it. No matter what the result was, Gu Ning made up her mind to get revenge on Wu Lianqin. It was late when they finally settled the mess. Gu Ning told Nguangyao and Zhang Xuanjie to have a rest. Nguangyao's car was damaged and was left in the parking lot waiting to be repaired. Thus Cadden Hotel arranged a car to send Nguangyao and Zhang Xuanjie back. After Nguangyao and Zhang Xuanjie were gone, Gu Ning sat in the car, while Leng Xiaoting went to book a room. Leng Xiaoting would go to the room first, and Gu Ning would follow him up later. She was worried to be seen by people who knew her, because it might cause rumors. While Gu Ning was waiting in the car, she surfed the internet searching for information about Wu Lianqin. Wu Lianqin was a famous businessman in City F, and there should be an introduction for him. Without much effort, Gu Ning got screenshots of Wu Lianqin's photos and introduction. She sent those materials to Gao Yi and told him to investigate Wu Lianqin's background to see whether he had done anything illegal. As a professional killer, it was also necessary to be an excellent detective. It wasn't difficult for Gao Yi to investigate Wu Lianqin. Leng Xiaoting booked the room and told Gu Ning its number. He understood that Gu Ning wanted to keep it private, and he respected her. When they were both in the room, Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait to undress Gu Ning and spend the whole night with her in the bed for a second longer. The three policemen took the criminal back to the police station and went to arrest Wu Lianqin's secretary without delay. They also informed Wu Lianqin that he needed to come to the police station as soon as possible. Since their scheme was already exposed, Wu Lianqin's secretary had to admit it, but he didn't mention Wu Lianqin at all. He only claimed that he disliked Nguangyao and tried to kill him. The secretary protected Wu Lianqin because he knew that Wu Lianqin would hurt his family if he told the truth. Wu Lianqin was furious when he found out that their scheme had been exposed, but he wouldn't admit that he was involved since his secretary was willing to be the scapegoat. Because Wu Lianqin denied it, the police couldn't arrest him, and his secretary was made a scapegoat for what happened. When Nguangyao heard the result, he wasn't surprised, nor was he mad, because Gu Ning had told him that she had another plan to teach Wu Lianqin a lesson. When it was almost 11 p.m., Gu Ning called Gu Man. She made up an excuse that Chu Peihan wasn't in a good mood, so she wouldn't be coming home tonight. Gu Man didn't doubt it and agreed. The next day, Gu Ning still stayed with Leng Xiaoting. It was raining outside, so Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting ate at the hotel. Meanwhile, Wu Lianqin's secretary and the criminal were sentenced to 3 years in jail for attempted murder. In City G, Lu Shirkuan and the others were also sentenced by the court, but the New Year festival was tomorrow, so Yan Zhenglin told Gu Ning that the Hongyun Group's properties would be put up for auction after the festival. Gu Ning wasn't in a hurry, so she agreed. Leng Xiaoting didn't leave the hotel and Gu Ning until it was 5 p.m. Before he left, Leng Xiaoting took out a box from the trunk of his car. He said that it was a New Year gift for Gu Man, and that there were 2 pieces of ginseng inside. They seemed old and had to be expensive. Other than ginseng, there were also many other precious herbal medicines in the box. Since it was a gift from Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning accepted it with pleasure. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. After that, Gu Ning sent Leng Xiaoting to the airport. Leng Xiaoting didn't want to bother Gu Ning, but he wanted to seize every second that he could be with her. So he let Gu Ning send him to the airport. When Leng Xiaoting had left for a short while, Gu Ning received Gao Yi's call. He had gotten evidence of all of Wu Lianqin's criminal activities. Wu Lianqin was a very bold businessman, and he was too proud to destroy the proof. Thus it was very easy to investigate his criminal history. Corrupt Wu Lianqin had illegally taken over 40 million yuan, which was the funds of a construction project, putting it into his own pocket, and had even used shoddy construction materials. He had also schemed against his competitors in business and deliberately caused a car accident. Except for his corruption, the rest was all done by others who worked for him, so there was no direct proof to prove that he was guilty. However, corruption alone was enough to sentence him to prison. With the evidence in her hands, Guning told Kay to find the email address of the chairman of the Tianhua Group and send all of Wu Lianqin's dirty secrets to the chairman. Tianhua Group was the parent company of Tianhua Real Estate, in which Wu Lianqin was the executive president. Guning didn't send the email in person because she didn't want to be involved. Her aim was to unseat Wu Lianqin after all. The chairman of the Tianhua Group was furious when he read the email and immediately demanded that people look into it. Guning shared her dinner with Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. She wasn't going home yet, so she put Leng Xiaoting's gift into her telepathic eye space. During the meal, Guning received Chu Xuanfeng's call. Chu Xianfeng asked where she was and wanted to meet her in person. Guning had a sense that it had something to do with Situ Yi, but either way, she agreed to meet with him. Chu Xianfeng came alone, but showed up with a box of gifts. He told Guning that it was Situ Yi who asked him to give her the New Year gift. Guning was surprised, but it was also predictable. She didn't accept it immediately, but instead used her jade eyes to see what was inside. If they were too expensive, she would decline. Without doubt, the objects inside were truly expensive, like 2 bottles of 85-foot Medusa from the Conti winery in Rome, which were worth at least 190,000 yuan. And there were many precious herbal medicines too. Guning hesitated because it was Situ Yi, not Leng Xiaoting, who sent such expensive gifts to her. I don't think that I should take them, Guning said. Although they were nothing to Situ Yi, they were really very expensive. Knowing what was on Guning's mind, Chu Xianfeng almost begged, "Please accept it, otherwise I'll be in big trouble." Guning didn't know whether Chu Xianfeng was being serious, but she didn't want him to get in trouble. After a short time of hesitating, Guning accepted the box of gifts in the end. Anyway, she had received much more expensive gift than that from Situ Yi before. All right, I'll call him to thank him for the gifts. Guning sighed and took the box. Seeing that Guning took the box, Chu Xianfeng was relieved. Actually, he wasn't lying. If he failed to get Guning to accept the gifts from his boss, he wouldn't have a peaceful New Year festival this year. Guning called Situ Yi the moment Chu Xianfeng was gone. "Hi, how are you doing?" Situ Yi said once he answered the call. "Great, and I just received your New Year gift. They're too expensive," Guning said. "Why don't you buy me a meal when you're in City G to thank me?" Situ Yi said. Apparently, he was creating chances to meet Guning alone. "No problem," Guning said. Since she had already accepted Situ Ye's gifts, it was reasonable that she invited him to dine together. They said Happy New Year to each other before hanging up. After dinner, Guning went back home. Guman was quite surprised to see Guning coming back home with 2 boxes. "Ning, what are these?" "New Year gifts from my friends." Guning placed the boxes on a table and opened it. When Guman saw what was in the boxes, she exclaimed, Ning, your friends are so generous. None of the objects were cheap." "Yeah, we're very good friends," Guning said, but didn't explain further. After seeing the gifts, Guman suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, the old lady is paralyzed." Guman wasn't very sad when she said it, but her mood was affected to some extent. The old lady was her biological mother after all. However, it was good news to Guning. If the old lady was paralyzed, she wouldn't be able to cause Guman and Gu Qing trouble anymore. Guning was always busy ever since she had come back from City F, and she didn't have much time to talk with Guman, so she hadn't mentioned Tang Yunfan yet, and tomorrow was the New Year festival. Guning wasn't willing to bring it up, in case Guman would be affected. The next day was the New Year festival. Guning chatted with Leng Xiaoting on the phone for about half an hour early in the morning. Leng Xiaoting was in his apartment, and he would go to the Lung family's house in the afternoon for the New Year's Eve family dinner. Thinking of Lung Xiaoting and his family, Gu Ning felt sorry for him. Luckily, he had a close relationship with his grandpa. Otherwise, Gu Ning would certainly invite him to spend the festival with her. In the morning, Gu Ning called Gao Yi and Xiao Ye and invited them to come over. Jiang Su's family also came to Gu Ning's home to spend the New Year festival together. After lunch, they were going to prepare for the New Year's Eve family dinner. Leng Xiaoting had his lunch with Su Jinqian, Si Ming, and the other teammates in the capital. He wouldn't have time to gather together with them after the New Year's festival, so he decided to advance their meeting. They also understood that Leng Xiaoting was eager to meet Gu Ning after the festival, so they didn't complain. However, one of them felt sad that he was still single. That one was precisely Su Jinqian. Si Ming and Qiu Yusin got along quite well recently, and although they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, they would be sooner or later. The capital, in the Lung family's old house. All the members of the Lung family gathered together in the living hall, chatting with one another, except for Leng Xiaoting. There were grudges among some of them, but none of them would be so dumb as to argue during the New Year festival, especially in front of Master Leng. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. It's almost 4 p.m. Why is Xiaoting still absent? Leng Xiaoxuan asked. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's name, Leng Yuanxian's family felt uncomfortable but didn't dare to say anything. However, right at this moment, they heard Leng Changji's happy voice. Lord Leng is back. Leng Xiaoxuan abruptly stood up, running out at once. Xiaoting, why are you so late? I thought that you wouldn't be back for the festival. I was just occupied by something, Leng Xiaoting said. Entering the front hall, Leng Xiaoting greeted the older generation one by one. Welcome home, Xiaoting. Only Master Leng was visibly excited to see Leng Xiaoting, while the rest simply remained polite. Hi, Xiaoting, Leng Xiaoming said. He wasn't as cold as his parents but didn't show any affection either. Been a while, Xiaoting, Leng Xiaoxi said with respect. However, Leng Xiaojia directly ignored Leng Xiaoting. Xiaoting, it's not dinner time yet. Could you please teach me some fighting skills now? Leng Xiaoxuan begged. Before Leng Xiaoting could say a word, Master Leng criticized Leng Xiaoxuan. It's the New Year festival. Don't be so naughty and sit down. Once Master Leng opened his mouth, Leng Xiaoxuan didn't dare to say it again and sat down quietly. Xiaoting, come here. Master Leng waved his hand and told Leng Xiaoting to sit by his side. Leng Xiaoting walked over and sat down by Master Leng's side. Master Leng then kept talking with Leng Xiaoting and cared about him very much. Seeing that Master Leng cared so much about Leng Xiaoting, others around the table were jealous. Leng Xiaojia, who was always impulsive, felt like her biological brother had been ignored and asked, Grandpa, my older brother has left home for a long time too, so why don't you care about him like that? Leng Xiaoming didn't work in the capital but in a nearby county. Although the county wasn't far away, he seldom had time to come back home. Leng Xiaoming was also an outstanding young man. With his family background, he became the head of the county when he was only 25 years old. In addition, he was promoted to be the vice mayor of a nearby third-tier city recently, and he could soon move back to work in the capital as an important official. However, no matter how outstanding Leng Xiaoming was, he was barely comparable to Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was only half a year older than Leng Xiaoming, but he was already the youngest major general in the country's history. Xiaojia, mind your words. Since when does Grandpa not care about me? You don't know anything, so stop saying that. Leng Xiaoming instantly snapped at Leng Xiaojia. Master Leng treated Leng Xiaoting better than him, and he did feel aggrieved. But he never showed his dissatisfaction because he didn't want Master Leng to think that he was mean or selfish. What Leng Xiaojia had said merely damaged his image. I'm telling the truth. Leng Xiaojia, instead, had no idea what was on her older brother's mind. Xiaojia, close your mouth now. Leng Yuanxian also criticized her. What Leng Xiaojia had said was very inappropriate. Even though Leng Xiaoming and Leng Yuanxian both scolded Leng Xiaojia, Master Leng was still displeased. He looked to Leng Xiaojia with unhappiness and said seriously, You're always complaining in this family. Are you living too comfortable a life for you to be that troublesome? It was a fact that Master Lung cared more about Leng Xiaoting than Leng Xiaoming, but that was because Leng Xiaoting lost his parents when he was just a child. If Master Lung didn't care about Leng Xiaoting, nobody would. On the contrary, Leng Yuanxian's family didn't care about Leng Xiaoting, who was their cousin at all and even schemed against him. Ironically, the more they disliked Leng Xiaoting, the more Master Leng cared about him. Leng Xiaojia was mad but did not have the nerves to argue with Master Leng, so she lowered her head and kept silent. At this moment, Jiang Shuyuan didn't dare to defend Leng Xiaojia either. In City F, Gu Ning's family prepared many kinds of dishes on the table at around 6 p.m., and the 7 of them sat around the table chatting, laughing and joking in harmony. Even Gao Yi and Xiao Ye, who were always expressionless, smiled a lot. It was the most meaningful New Year festival that they had ever celebrated. It was the same for Gu Qing and Gu Man's families. After the New Year's Eve family dinner, they gathered together to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye didn't leave until it was very late, and Gu Ning invited them to come over tomorrow again. When it was just past midnight, Gu Ning was about to call Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting called her first. "Happy New Year," Leng Xiaoting said the moment Gu Ning answered the call. Gu Ning smiled gently. "Happy New Year. Where is my red envelope?" "I'll give it to you in a few days," Leng Xiaoting said. Although Gu Ning was just joking, she wouldn't reject if Leng Xiaoting prepared a red envelope for her. They talked for a little while longer before hanging up. Gu Ning checked her phone later and many new messages were coming in. Other than Hao Ran and her other close friends, Qin Yifan also sent her a message. Gu Ning immediately typed a message and sent it to all of the contacts on her phone. It was too late, so she didn't call them one by one. "Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com." The next morning, Gu Ning called those masters one by one. Although she had already sent them a message to wish them a happy new year, it was more meaningful if she called. The first one Gu Ning called was her grandpa Tang Haifeng. "Girl Gu, Happy New Year." Tang Haifeng was happy to hear from Gu Ning and couldn't wait to wish her Happy New Year the moment that he picked up the phone. Gu Ning smiled and said, "Happy New Year, Grandpa. Where is my red envelope?" Tang Haifeng had told Gu Ning to call him Grandpa directly, so Gu Ning followed his request. "Of course I've prepared a red envelope for you, but you have to visit me in person first," Tang Haifeng said and joked. However, he really missed Gu Ning. Ever since they had separated in City Tang, he always missed Gu Ning. Tang Haifeng didn't tell his family about the fact that Gu Ning closely resembled Tang Yunfan, because it didn't prove anything if they were only alike in appearance. "Sure, I will once I'm free. However, the red envelope must be worth it. If it isn't enough to pay for my plane tickets, I'll be mad," Gu Ning said and acted greedy. Tang Haifeng laughed out loud with pleasure. "Haha. Don't worry. Grandpa will give you a thick red envelope." "Very well. Then I'll call you when I come to visit you," Gu Ning said. "Be quick and don't let me wait for you for a long time," Tang Haifeng said. Although Gu Ning was just joking about the red envelope, Tang Haifeng took it seriously and prepared a thick red envelope for Gu Ning. "I won't," Gu Ning said and hung up. It was the New Year festival, so everyone in the Tang family gathered together in the house. Except for Tang Yunfan, who stayed in his study the entire time, the rest of the people all heard what Tang Haifeng had said on the phone. Seeing Tang Haifeng being so happy after answering the call, everyone was quite surprised and had no idea what had happened. "Grandpa, since when do you have another granddaughter?" Tang Jiakai asked. He was the eldest grandson in the Tang family. Tang Jiakai inherited his family's beautiful appearance. His skin was smooth and shiny and his features were attractive. The young man had an air of natural nobility. Apart from that, Tang Jiakai's features resembled Gu Ning's to some extent. Maybe that was the effect of genes. "Just a young girl I met," Tang Haifeng said. When he mentioned Gu Ning, his face lit up with pride, because he was proud of Gu Ning. "What?" Everyone was astonished again. Master Tang had just left home for a week, and he already regarded a stranger who he had met as his granddaughter? However, the next moment, Tang Haifeng looked upset. "When I was in City Tang, I had a heart attack at its airport. It was girl Gu who saved my life." Tang Haifeng was reluctant to bring it up because he didn't want to worry his family. What? Everyone was shocked this time. Dad, why didn't you say anything about it? I didn't want to worry you, Tang Haifeng replied. I think that you just want to impress us because of the young girl who you met. Tang Yunhang hit the point. Guning had rescued Master Tang, and his family definitely appreciated her kind behavior, but wasn't it too much to take Guning as his granddaughter? Tang Haifeng understood their concern and sighed. I regard girl Gu as my granddaughter not only because she saved my life, but also because she strongly resembled Yunfan. Nobody would doubt it if I said that they're father and daughter. What? Everyone was more than shocked now. Tang Haifeng added, Yunfan refuses to get married, and I'm wondering if Yunfan would be willing to be the young girl's adoptive father. The girl had a hard childhood and lost her father when she was just a baby. However, the girl said that she first wants to know Yunfan's opinion. I thought that Yunfan won't agree according to his character, so I took her as my granddaughter. Does she know who you are? Tang Jiakai asked. He doubted Gu Ning's aim, which was reasonable because the Tang family wasn't a simple family after all. She didn't know it at the beginning, but I told her later and gave her 2 black cards of the hotel and shopping mall under the Tang family's name, Tang Haifeng said. Did she accept it? Tang Yunhang's wife, Yen Shoyu, asked. Tang Haifeng knew what was on their mind and explained, I know what you're suspecting. Although she's just 18, she isn't simple at all. Not only has she saved my life, but she also improved my heart condition with a special way of massage. I now feel much more energetic than ever. I had a checkup the other day, and the doctor said that it's very unlikely that I'll have heart disease again. Everyone rounded their eyes in shock now. Really? A special way of massage can cure heart disease? Is the young girl a human being? Even the most advanced medical science wasn't able to cure heart disease, only improve it. Gu Ning, on the other hand, could cure it completely just with a massage? It must be a miracle. Everyone had thought that Gu Ning had only administered first aid to Tang Haifeng when he had a heart attack. It wasn't very difficult anyway, but to their astonishment, Gu Ning had cured Tang Haifeng's heart disease. And, Tang Haifeng continued, she has no interest in the Tang family's properties because she alone unseated an influential family in City Tang and established a big jade provider with billions of yuan in assets. And that's just the beginning. Although there was no news that Gu Ning had unseated the Wang family, Tang Haifeng believed that she had to have been involved. Ever since Gu Ning had gotten the raw material exploitation right, the biggest raw material supplier and the colorful jade provider were managed by the same person, which was enough to show that Gu Ning was the boss. Apart from that, Tang Haifeng believed that Gu Ning would be even more successful in the future. Hearing about what Gu Ning had achieved at such a young age, Tang Haifeng's family was too amazed to say a word. Tang Haifeng continued to tell the story about Gu Ning. When I left City Tang, she also gave me several pieces of natural red coral which are worth millions of yuan. Although millions of yuan are nothing, it's rare to see natural red coral. Tang Haifeng's family now had mixed emotions and felt a little ashamed of their suspicion towards Gu Ning. However, it wasn't their fault. After all, they had no idea what Gu Ning had achieved until now. Moreover, there were many money hunters nowadays, and they needed to be careful. Wow, I'm really curious about her. Grandpa, when will she come to City B? Tang Jiakai asked. Tang Yunhang and Yen Shoyu also had a great impression of Gu Ning. Both of them wanted to meet her as soon as possible too. They weren't selfish and arrogant people, so they now appreciated Gu Ning, not because she was rich but because of her outstanding ability. No matter how rich Gu Ning was, she couldn't compare with the Tang family anyway. Well, she will come here after the entrance examination to college, Tang Haifeng said. He also looked forward to seeing Gu Ning again. It'll be a long time. Tang Jiakai was slightly disappointed. After chatting with Master Tang on the phone, Gu Ning called Master Bai, Master Yen, and Master Fu too. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com, the capital, in the Lung family's house. Guests were visiting the Lung family in the morning. They were a middle-aged couple along with a young woman, who was around 23 years old. Happy New Year, everyone! The middle-aged couple smiled politely and said with pleasure the moment they walked inside. Happy New Year! Grandpa Lung, Uncle Lung, and Aunt Lung. The young woman also greeted everyone with great respect. The middle-aged man was called Shen Yanfeng. He was the cousin of Master Lung's deceased wife. The middle-aged woman was his wife, Chan Chuyin, and the young woman was his daughter, Shun Jilin. The Shen family wasn't an influential family in the capital but was super rich and famous to some extent, mainly because of their relationship with the Lung family. Master Lung loved his deceased wife deeply, so he was naturally willing to take good care of the Shen family. Master Lung smiled. "Happy New Year! You didn't need to bring so many gifts." Shen Yanfeng shook his head lightly and said with sincerity, "Of course we should bring some gifts to visit you. We can't come here with empty hands." Master Lung smiled but didn't say anything further. Lung Yuanqian opened his mouth instead. "Please, everyone be seated." After that, Yuyin told the servants to help Shen Yanfeng and Chen Chuyin with all the gifts in their hands and to pour cups of tea for them. Shen Yanfeng glanced around after he sat down. "Where are the children?" "Xiaoming is in his room. Xiaojia is busy with her design, and Xiaoxuan, Xiaoxi, and Xiaoting are in the backyard," Lung Yuanjin said. Hearing that Lung Xiaoting was here too, Shen Jilin's eyes lit up with excitement. Although she tried her best to hide her affection towards Lung Xiaoting, it was quite obvious from her face. In fact, everyone knew that Shen Jilin admired Lung Xiaoting. In the beginning, Master Lung had intentionally introduced her to Lung Xiaoting. The Shen family was a close relative to the Lung family after all, and Shen Jilin was a pretty good girl too. But unfortunately, Lung Xiaoting didn't like her at all, so Master Lung gave up in the end. However, the Shen family wasn't willing to miss any chance that they could build a closer connection with the Lang family. So Chen Chuyin said, "Jilin, why don't you go and have fun with the younger generation? It would be boring if you stayed here with us." However, it was just an excuse. The Shen family wanted to marry Shen Jilin into the Lang family, not only because Shen Jilin admired Lang Xiaoting, but because they wanted to stick together with the Lang family. In that case, a marriage alliance would be the best way to achieve their goal. Lung Xiaoming was a better choice than Lung Xiaoting when it came to marriage, because Lung Xiaoming was more easygoing, while Lung Xiaoting was always cold and aloof. But Shen Jilin only admired Lung Xiaoting, so her parents had to follow her desires. Anyway, as long as the man was from the Lung family, they would be satisfied. If you'll excuse me, I'll go to visit with Xiaoxi now," Shen Jilin said politely to the elderly. "Enjoy yourself." Although Master Lung understood what was on their minds, he couldn't stop them, because they used Lung Xiaoxi as the excuse. However, no matter what, the result would be the same as usual. Lung Xiaoting wouldn't care about Shen Jilin. In addition, Lung Xiaoting already had a girlfriend now, so Master Lung wasn't worried at all. Shen Jilin went to the backyard and noticed Lung Xiaoxuan, Lung Xiaoxi, and Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting was teaching Lung Xiaoxuan Kung Fu, while Lung Xiaoxi was watching them from the swing. Seeing the extraordinarily handsome Lung Xiaoting, Shen Jilin's heart was pounding fast, and her eyes were full of admiration now. She knew that Lung Xiaoting was always cold and remained aloof from others. He had never cared about her, but it wouldn't stop her from loving him. "Jilin, come here and have a seat." Lung Xiaoxi was excited to see Shen Jilin. Among the young generation, Lung Xiaoxi was the only one who had a close relationship with Shen Jilin. Lung Xiaojia was too proud to be friendly to Shen Jilin, and Shen Jilin didn't like her either. Hearing Lung Xiaoxi's voice, Shen Jilin drew her gaze back from Lung Xiaoting and smiled towards Lung Xiaoxi. Walking ahead, "Xiaoxi, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year to you," Lung Xiaoxi said. Lung Xiaoxi moved aside a little so that there was enough space for Shen Jilin to sit. "Xiaoxi, when did Xiaoting come back?" Shen Jilin asked and pretended that she was just chatting casually. "Yesterday afternoon," Lung Xiaoxi said. "Then when will he leave?" Shen Jilin asked again. "No idea," Lung Xiaoxi replied. She didn't know that Shen Jilin admired Lung Xiaoting, so she didn't think further about why Shen Jilin would ask those questions. Lung Xiaoting was teaching Lung Xiaoxuan Kung Fu. Thus Shen Jilin didn't bother him, in case it would seem rude. After a while, Lung Xiaoting finished his lesson. Shen Jilin immediately walked over. "Happy New Year," shouting. However, Leng Xiaoting only answered lightly and turned around walking into the house. This wasn't the first time that Leng Xiaoting had ignored Xin Jilin like that. Xin Jilin felt sad but didn't mind, because she was already used to it. In order to ally her embarrassment, Xin Jilin turned to Leng Xiaoxuan. Xiaoxuan, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Leng Xiaoxuan replied politely. He wasn't as cold as Leng Xiaoting after all. When it was time for the meal, everyone went back to the front hall. In the hall, Leng Xiaojia and Leng Xiaoming also came downstairs to join them. Happy New Year, Uncle Xin and Aunt Shun, they said. Happy New Year to you. Xin Yanfeng and Chun Chuyin replied with pleasure. Xin Yanfeng even complimented. I haven't seen you in a long time, and Xiaoxuan has grown much taller and handsome now. Xiaoxi is also prettier. Although those were simply courtesies, Leng Xiaoxuan and Leng Xiaoxi still thanked them. Thank you, Uncle Shen. Oh, where is Xiaoting? Master Leng asked. He's changing in his room, Leng Xiaoxuan replied. Before long, Leng Xiaoting came back outside. The moment he appeared, Xin Yanfeng couldn't move her eyes off him. Even Xin Yanfeng and Chun Chuyin appreciated Leng Xiaoting very much. It would be wonderful if their daughter could marry Leng Xiaoting. Xiaoting is a really outstanding young man. He became a major general at such a young age. No matter whose daughter marries him, she will be super lucky, Xin Yanfeng complimented. However, once he complimented Leng Xiaoting like that, it seemed like Leng Xiaoming wasn't good enough to be outstanding. Although Leng Xiaoming was quite excellent among his peers, he was hardly comparable to Leng Xiaoting. Therefore, Leng Xiaoming's family was displeased, but they couldn't retort because it was the truth. By the way, Xiaoting, do you have a girlfriend? Xin Yanfeng asked Leng Xiaoting. Yes, Leng Xiaoting answered with alacrity. Leng Xiaoting understood what was on the Xin family's mind, so he decided to not keep it a secret anymore to make them give up on the idea. However, Leng Xiaoting's simple answer caused a sensation among the people around the table. Everyone except for Master Leng rounded their eyes in shock. What? Seriously? Leng Xiaoxuan couldn't believe his ears. Yes, Leng Xiaoting said. Thinking of Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting looked gentle and his expression was full of love, which amazed the rest of the Leng family because none of them had ever seen him like that. After the great shock, the Xin family were all disappointed, but they weren't in despair yet. As long as Leng Xiaoting was unmarried, Xin Jilin still had hope. And since Leng Xiaoting had a girlfriend, he wasn't gay. Xin Yanfeng pretended to gossip. Haha. I had no idea that Xiaoting already had a girlfriend. Who is the girl? Someone I love, Leng Xiaoting said. He didn't mention his girlfriend's background at all. In other words, he didn't care about family background, as long as he loved her. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Hearing that Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend wasn't from a powerful family, the rest of the people in the Leng family were relieved, because there wouldn't be another force of support behind Leng Xiaoting. But what they didn't know was that Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend was quite a promising businesswoman, and she would be more powerful and influential than any of the other richest families in the capital in the near future. Master Leng laughed and echoed, We never care about family background. As long as Xiaoting is happy, I'll support him. The Xin family weren't dumb and dropped the topic at once. The dishes were placed on the table soon, so they moved to the dining hall. Xin Jilin, on the other hand, lost her appetite when she heard that Leng Xiaoting already had a girlfriend. After the meal, Leng Xiaoting left right away. Xin Jilin felt sad, but she couldn't do anything. If she continued flirting with Leng Xiaoting after she knew that he had a girlfriend, it would be her fault. At that time in City F, Wu Lianqin was arrested by the police at his home after the New Year's Eve, and his dirty secrets were soon exposed, which shocked citizens in City F. Because of the New Year festival, Wu Lianqin was arrested a day later than was planned. However, once the festival was celebrated, he was immediately arrested. Wu Lianqin was sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. Since Wu Lianqin was thrown into jail, Gu Ning wouldn't bother Tianhua real estate, because it didn't belong to Wu Lianqin after all. Gu Ning also heard other news today, and Yi told them in their WeChat group that the couple who had stolen his family's money was also caught by the police. but the money had already been spent, so it was impossible to get it back. Gu Ning had deep sympathy for Nguangyao. Luckily, Nguangyao's life was getting better ever since he started working for Gu Ning in the afternoon. Jiang Zhongyu and Master Su came to visit Master Lung. "Where is Xiaoting?" Jiang Zhongyu asked. He knew that Lung Xiaoting came back for the New Year festival, but he never saw him. "He's gone," Master Ling said. "What? It's still the spring festival now, and Jinqin is still home." Master Su was surprised. "He's in a hurry to meet his girlfriend," Master Lung replied. Although Ling Xiaoting didn't stay to keep him company, Master Lung thought that it was more important for his grandson to get married. "Haha! It seems that his girlfriend is more important than his grandpa," Jiang Zhongyu joked. Master Lung rolled his eyes. "I'm happy to see that he cares about his girlfriend. At least I don't need to worry about his marriage anymore." "Haha, you're right." Master Su and Jiang Zhongyu agreed and laughed. "Speaking of Xiaoting's girlfriend, she is our family's lifesaver," Jiang Zhongyu said. "Lifesaver? What do you mean?" Hearing that, both Master Lung and Master Su were confused. So was everyone else around them. "You don't know about it?" Jiang Zhongyu was surprised. He had thought that Master Lung already knew. "What happened, Grandpa Jiang? Why is Xiaoting's girlfriend your family's lifesaver?" Lung Xiaoshuan asked with burning curiosity. Jiang Zhongyu felt cornered because he didn't know why Ling Xiaoting didn't tell Master Lung and wasn't sure whether it was appropriate for him to tell Master Lung about the accident. "Jiang, just tell me," Master Ling urged. Jiang Zhongyu thought for a while. He believed that maybe Ling Xiaoting forgot to mention it to Master Lung. So he said, "Haoyang was kidnapped not long ago. You all knew about it, right?" "Yes." They nodded. Lung Xiaoshuan said, "It was Xiaoting who rescued Haoyang." "Yes. But the girl who suddenly emerged from beneath the overpass and beat Qin Huichuan was precisely Xiaoting's girlfriend," Jiang Zhongyu said. "What?" Hearing that, everyone was shocked. To their astonishment, the girl who beat Qin Huichuan was Ling Xiaoting's girlfriend. It was so unbelievable. "I didn't see her in person, but Zhenghua told me that the girl fainted after rescuing Haoyang. She was admitted to the hospital and Zhenghua saw Xiaoting sitting at the girl's bedside holding her hand in the patient room." Jiang Zhongyu added, "Holding her hand?" Everyone immediately believed that it had to be Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend. Lung Xiaoshuan instantly took out his phone and watched the video again. Although the girl's face wasn't clear, it was amazing to see her agile movements. In the beginning, everyone thought that Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend was an ordinary girl. Unexpectedly, she was very incredible. Is she a female soldier? Only Master Lung knew that Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend was just a senior student in a high school. For the second time, Master Lung had the feeling that Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend could be more outstanding than he had expected. All in all, everyone was amazed by Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend, who they hadn't even met yet. Even Lung Yuanqian's family made up their mind to investigate her. Meanwhile, Lung Xiaoting arrived at City F. Gu Qing and Gu Qing didn't have many friends, so nobody came to visit them during the spring festival. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye joined them for dinner today as well. When it was about time to eat, Gu Ning received Lung Xiaoting's call. She made an excuse and left her home without hesitation. The moment that Gu Ning walked out of Zone G, she saw Lung Xiaoting standing by the car. Seeing Gu Ning, Lung Xiaoting opened the car door for her. Gu Ning quickly walked towards him and got in the car. "Happy New Year. This is for you." Lung Xiaoting handed a red envelope to Gu Ning after he got in the car. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, but she soon realized what was going on. However, the red envelope was pretty thin. "No way it's so thin. Is there just a single yuan inside?" Gu Ning asked. However, she was just joking. "Of course not," Lung Xiaoting said. Gu Ning didn't use her jade eyes to see what was inside, because she wanted to open the gift in person. She took it and could immediately tell what was inside from the feel of the envelope. It was a card. Is it a bank card? Gu Ning thought to herself. She was right. There was a credit card in the red envelope. Why? Gu Ning was surprised. She just wanted a red envelope for fun. But he gave her an additional credit card. "Buy anything you like, Leng Xiaoting said. Although Gu Ning didn't lack money, it showed a man's love for you if he was willing to spend money on you. Aren't you afraid that I'll max it out? Gu Ning asked. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. It's fine. I have more cards. Leng Xiaoting didn't care at all. It was good news if Gu Ning maxed his card out because it meant that he was useful in her heart. On the contrary, he was afraid that Gu Ning wouldn't use his card because he knew that Gu Ning didn't lack money. Ha ha! Gu Ning snorted with laughter. It seems that my boyfriend is super rich. It was a gift from Leng Xiaoting, so Gu Ning accepted the additional credit card. She knew what she should do and what she shouldn't, and she absolutely wouldn't use Leng Xiaoting's card for no reason. She didn't lack money, and she wasn't used to spending a man's money either. But if it was a gift from her boyfriend, she would love to use it. Leng Xiaoting flushed a little and asked, "What do you want to have for dinner?" "No idea. What's your opinion?" Gu Ning asked. Leng Xiaoting thought for a while. "Let's go to a nearby restaurant." "Great," Gu Ning replied. During the meal, Gu Ning received Chu Peihan's call. Chu Peihan invited her to see the fireworks show at Qingjiang Square at 10 p.m. It wasn't allowed to set off fireworks in cities, so people could only do it in an empty space far from the downtown. Qingjiang Square was at the riverside, and people were used to setting off fireworks there during the Spring Festival. Gu Ning thought for a while and agreed. Su Anya called soon after Gu Ning ended the call with Chu Peihan. She also invited Gu Ning to watch the fireworks show. Although Gu Ning and her friends weren't very close to Su Anya yet, they were willing to be friendly to her. Therefore, Gu Ning invited her to watch the show along with them. After dinner, Gu Ning went there with Leng Xiaoting. The fireworks show began at 10 p.m., but Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at 8:30 p.m. Apart from the fireworks show, there were many fun activities in Qingjiang Square too, like Chinese lanterns, acrobatics performance, and so forth. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to buy 2 flower lanterns. They wrote down their wishes and put the flower lanterns on the river. After that, they went to buy sky lanterns and set them free into the air. A short time later, Chu Peihan and Yumixi arrived, followed by Mu Ku and An Yi. They all greeted Leng Xiaoting when they saw him. Su Anya arrived afterward, and there were 2 other pretty girls by her side. One was around 15 years old, while the other was around 20 years old. "Gu Ning, it has been a while. Did you forget me already? If I hadn't called you today, you probably wouldn't have invited me to have fun with you guys." Seeing Gu Ning, Su Anya ran over and hugged her. They had only met Su Anya 3 times since they had known each other, but they all got along quite well. Gu Ning was Su Anya's lifesaver, so she always admired and appreciated Gu Ning. If Gu Ning hadn't helped her in that dangerous situation, Su Anya would probably be dead now. "Impossible. I'm just afraid that you're busy, and I plan to call you on your birthday." Gu Ning smiled. Su Anya was from a super-rich family, so she wasn't as free as others. "Well, if you don't call me, how could you know whether I'm busy or not?" Su Anya said. "All right, it's my fault. Let me pay for your night snacks." Gu Ning said. "Well, that doesn't sound bad." Su Anya was satisfied. "Ha! You're so excited to see Gu Ning and hugged her, but you ignored the rest of us." Chu Peihan complained. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Su Anya felt a little embarrassed and greeted them at once. "Happy New Year, everyone." "Happy New Year," everyone said. "Oh, please let me introduce you," Su Anya said to them. "This is my younger cousin, Suan Hao, and this is my older cousin, Jean Curson." Suan Hao was the younger one, while Jean Curson was the older girl. However, when Su Anya introduced Jean Curson, she seemed displeased. Obviously, she disliked her older cousin. Gu Ning also hated Jean Curson's attitude towards Leng Xiaoting, because she kept staring at Leng Xiaoting like he was her prey. Even though Leng Xiaoting didn't look at Jean Curson at all, Gu Ning was still unhappy. After that, Su Anya introduced her friends to her cousins. "These are all my good friends. Gu Ning, Chu Peihan, Yumixi, Mu Ku, and Yi. And this is..." Su Anya didn't notice Leng Xiaoting until now, and she was stunned. "Wow, he's so handsome. Gu Ning, is this your boyfriend?" Su Anya was just guessing because the man stood right behind Gu Ning, and the two looked so beautiful together. Bingo! You're right, Chu Peihan said. Hearing that Lang Xiaoting was Gu Ning's boyfriend, Jean Curson was a little disappointed, but she didn't give up. Instead, she was excited. Ah! Su Anya was surprised. Nice to meet you, and Happy New Year, brother-in-law. Lang Xiaoting was happy to hear Su Anya call him brother-in-law and replied politely, Nice to meet you too, and Happy New Year. When Chu Peihan and the others greeted Lang Xiaoting earlier, he didn't say much at all. Gu Ning noticed Lang Xiaoting's different reaction and understood what was on his mind. She was amused. At this moment, Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping arrived. Hi, Happy New Year, they said with excitement. All right, we're all together now. Let's have a look around before the fireworks show begins, Chu Peihan proposed. In the following hour, the group of them ambled around. After a long while, Yu Mixi and Gu Ning went to the ladies' room while the others waited outside. Seeing that Gu Ning was absent, and the others were busy chatting, while Lang Xiaoting stood by himself, Jean Curson seized the chance to flirt with him. Hi, nice to meet you. My name's Jean Curson, she said. Jean Curson, what are you doing? Su Anya criticized. She knew what her older cousin planned to do. In the beginning, nobody thought that it was inappropriate when Jean Curson went to talk with Lang Xiaoting. So when Su Anya snapped at her, everyone was confused. I just thought that he's alone and bored, so I wanted to chat with him, Jean Curson said and acted as if she was an innocent child. They didn't talk with Lang Xiaoting, because they knew that Lang Xiaoting wasn't talkative and only loved to chat with Gu Ning. They had no intention to shut him out. Stop acting. I know what kind of person you are. If you dare to hurt my friend, I'll teach you a lesson. Su Anya wouldn't believe anything that Jean Curson had said and warned her plainly. It was her mother who had forced her to bring Jean Curson out. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Hao Ran and the other boys were too young, so Jean Curson wouldn't flirt with them. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning's boyfriend came here too, and the man was too sexy to be ignored. Jean Curson was pretty on the outside, but she was actually a dreadful flirt. She never missed a chance to flirt with handsome men, and her next step was always to get laid. Su Anya had no interest in Jean Curson's personal affairs, nor did she tell her family, but if Jean Curson dared to hurt her friends, she would get revenge on her without a doubt. Hearing what Su Anya had said, everyone immediately understood that Jean Curson wasn't as pretty on the inside as she was on the outside. Therefore, they were all on alert now. None of them would allow her to hurt their best friend. Jean Curson had to give up her plan under the pressure of them for now, but she would find another chance to try again. Gu Ning and Yu Mixi walked out later. Gu Ning noticed that everyone looked at Jean Curson unkindly. Although she didn't know what had happened, it was obvious that Jean Curson had done something wrong and annoyed everyone. Is it because of Lang Xiaoting? Thinking of that, Gu Ning was mad, but she didn't say anything. Lang Xiaoting's sight was on Gu Ning the entire time. Once she appeared, he clasped her hand at once. Sorry, we are single. And it hurts. Hao Ran covered his chest all of a sudden like he was in great pain. Find yourself a girlfriend then, Chu Peihan teased. I want to, but how? Hao Ran complained. We have many single girls here. Isn't there anyone you like? Qin Zixuan asked. Hao Ran sighed and agonized. We're too familiar to date each other. I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to be good friends any longer if it doesn't work. Although Hao Ran hadn't fallen in love with any of his good female friends, what he said was right. They were teenagers now, and nobody could promise that they wouldn't change. However, while Hao Ran was saying that, Mu Ku gave Yu Mixi a resigned glance. Obviously, he agreed with Hao Ran. Yu Mixi had no idea that Mu Ku had glanced at her, but Gu Ning noticed it and was surprised. Does Mu Ku admire Yu Mixi? It was their personal affairs and Gu Ning wouldn't get involved, but as their good friend, she would love to help if she could. So she said, You're right. However, when you truly like someone and want to build your future together with them, you won't hesitate or worry so much, because nobody can foresee what will be like. Hearing what Gu Ning said, Mu Ku seemed to cheer up a little, but Gu Ning didn't know what he was thinking deep down in his heart. All right, it's almost 10 p.m. Let's go back to the square. Afterward, The group of them walked to the square together. Given what had just happened outside of the ladies' room, how Ran and the others deliberately kept Jean Curson away from Ling Xiaoting, even though they knew that Jean Curson couldn't steal Ling Xiaoting away from Gu Ning. As Gu Ning's close friends, they still didn't want Jean Curson to be near Ling Xiaoting or Gu Ning. Jean Curson understood why they were doing it. She was so mad, but couldn't do anything about it. When they arrived at the square, there were a lot more people there than before. The place where the fireworks were placed had been separated because people might be injured by the falling fireworks if they came too close. There were many kinds of fireworks on the empty space, and the workers were ready to set them off once it was time. Once 10 p.m. struck, the workers started to set off the fireworks in sequence. Boom! Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Following the loud explosive sound, small missiles flew into the air one by one, and a large group of fireworks like a handle with huge umbrellas exploded in the air. A cluster of dazzling lights were illuminating the night sky, like a clump of flowers in full bloom which was floating with golden powder. A series of fireworks burst high in the air, and finally, like countless meteors with long tails, those fireworks reluctantly slipped from the night sky. Wow, it's so amazing! People kept praising the show. The night sky was as bright as the day with the effects of fireworks, and the shapes along with the colors of the fireworks changed the entire time. Various images of animals and Chinese characters were shown in the air. The fireworks show lasted for half an hour, and then they went to have a night snack. Jean Curson had no chance to get closer to Ling Xiaoting from the beginning to the end, which greatly upset her, but she could do nothing about it. After the night snack, Ling Xiaoting drove Gu Ning home. Chu Peihan and Hao Ran, who had cars, would drive the others back. Su Anya also drove here today, so she would go home on her own. Ling Xiaoting didn't leave for Su Jinshan's apartment until he sent Gu Ning back to Zone G, and she had disappeared from his sight. It was the spring festival, so it wasn't appropriate for Gu Ning to stay out for the night. When she got home, Gu Ning received Yu Mixi's message. Yu Mixi asked Gu Ning what she should give Su Anya as a birthday gift. Gu Ning thought for a while. Su Anya was from a super-rich family, after all, so they couldn't give a gift that was too cheap, but Yu Mixi was still a student, so it wasn't necessary for her to give Su Anya a very expensive one either. Therefore, Gu Ning advised Yu Mixi to buy a Chanel wallet. Yu Mixi had just won a lot of money at Dihao Clubhouse, so it wasn't difficult for her to buy a designer brand wallet. As for the formal clothing, both Gu Ning and Yu Mixi would wear the same set they had worn to attend Master Qin's birthday party. They were students, and there was no need for them to waste money on gowns. The next day, Gu Ning used an excuse that she was going to visit her friends. However, she actually went to meet Ling Xiaoting, and she didn't come back home until it was very late as usual. When Gu Ning got back, Gu Man wasn't asleep yet, so Gu Ning tried to bring the topic up. "Mom, I'm leaving for university soon, and you'll be alone at home. Don't you want to date another man?" Hearing that, Gu Man was struck dumb for a second, but she soon calmed down. "Ning Ning, don't worry about me. I'm used to being alone." "Mom, are you still missing my biological father?" Gu Ning asked. Gu Man's body stiffened for a second. It was obvious that she thought of her good old memories, but she didn't say a word. Gu Ning realized that Gu Man had to be thinking of Tang Yunfan. "Mom, have you ever thought that you couldn't find his body? So maybe he never really died?" Hearing that, Gu Man's body stiffened again. "If he didn't die, why didn't he come back to me?" Without a doubt, Gu Man had also thought about that possibility, but he had never appeared again, so she believed that he had to be dead because she refused to think that he was a selfish man. "You told me before that he lost his memory when he met you. Maybe he got his memory back after the car accident, but coincidentally lost the memory of when he was with you." Gu Ning deduced from all the information she knew. Is it possible? Gu Man regained hope, but couldn't believe that it was possible. If he's still alive, but just forgot what happened during the year when he was with you. If he's not married yet. If he still loves you. If you still have chance to meet each other again, would you give it a try? Gu Ning asked with caution. Gu Man remained silent because she had no idea herself. She would be lying if she said that she didn't miss him, but she wasn't sure whether her love towards the man in the past would continue when they met each other again after 18 years. Gu Ning wouldn't force Gu Man to give her the answer. She also believed that it was meaningless to worry about that right now. They would know the answer once they met each other once more. During the night, Gu Man kept thinking about what Gu Ning had said to her and what she had been through during that year. It was a long night without any sleep. Although Gu Man had been with Ning for only a year, what she had gotten during that year, namely love and care, was something her cruel family could not provide. Therefore, she had been deeply in love with the man and unable to forget him. Otherwise, in the highly conservative past, she wouldn't have had sex with Ning before marriage and even given birth to his child. During the past 18 years, she had never thought to marry another man. Although it had ruined her reputation because she was pregnant before marriage, there had been other men who had proposed to her, but she had turned them down. Thus, Gu Man indeed loved Tang Yunfan deeply. Although she thought what Gu Ning had said wasn't likely to be possible, she couldn't help hoping it was true. She wasn't sure whether she would still have the same affection towards Tang Yunfan now like she had loved Ning in the past. But Tang Yunfan was the only man she had loved throughout her lifetime. He was her child's father, so she hoped that he could have a good life, even if he was already married and had his own family now. The next day when Gu Man got up, she had quite obvious dark circles. Gu Ning felt sorry for her mother, but they had to face it sooner or later. After all, Gu Man still loved Tang Yunfan and Tang Yunfan was also missing her, which was the reason why he wasn't willing to get married. They had fallen deeply in love with each other and had a baby in the past. If Gu Man would choose a man to spend the rest of her life with, Gu Ning hoped that the man was Tang Yunfan. Gu Ning massaged Gu Man and used her magical power to relieve Gu Man's fatigue. Gu Man was going to visit her friend Wang Sufan today. Wang Sufan was the one who had sent Gu Man to the hospital when Gu Man had fainted at work. Gu Ning told Gao Yi and Xiao Ye to follow Gu Man today, because they were both free, while Gu Ning went on a date with Leng Xiaoting. The two didn't know what to do today, so they simply ambled on the road. Even so, they enjoyed being together. Ning Ning, Leng Xiaoting called her. What? Gu Ning replied. Ning Ning, Leng Xiaoting called her again. What? Gu Ning looked at Leng Xiaoting with confusion. Nothing, just wanted to call your name, Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Ning was amused and teased. Does my name sounds very beautiful? Of course it does, Leng Xiaoting said with sincerity. Well, go on then, Gu Ning said. Ning Ning, Leng Xiaoting called once more, and Gu Ning laughed. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. The two walked to the government center and the view was quite pleasant. There was a large park with trees and stone trails. Many citizens would come here to have a walk. At that moment, a government car stopped in the parking lot in front of an office building. Two men got out of it afterward. Gu Ning recognized one of them at first glance. The man was the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee in City F. Yuan Jisong, and he was followed by his secretary. However, when they had just gotten out of the car, a crazy man with a knife in his hand dashed out from nowhere and yelled, Yuan Jisong, go to hell! Yuan Jisong was shocked still. So was his secretary and the people around them. However, right as the knife was about to touch Yuan Jisong's chest, a person ran over like lightning and kicked the crazy man away. With a sharp sound, the knife cut through Yuan Jisong's clothing over his chest. There was an open cut, but luckily the knife didn't hurt the skin. Gu Ning was the person who kicked the crazy man away in time. And once the crazy man was kicked away, Leng Xiaoting went ahead and caught him. Let me go! Let me go! The crazy man struggled violently, but Leng Xiaoting got complete control of him, and he could only yell like a maniac. The crazy man's yell aroused Yuan Jisong and his secretary's consciousness. Yuan Jisong could barely stand straight. He could have been killed just then. The secretary was scared too, but he wasn't the killer's target, so he was soon able to move. Are you all right, Mr. Yuan? Yes. Yuan Jisong's voice was trembling, and he was still frightened, but he tried his best to calm down. Meanwhile, nearby security guards ran over at once and took the crazy man from Leng Xiaoting's hands. However, the crazy man kept shouting, Yuan Jisong, I'll kill you. I'll kill you now. If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't have been dismissed. After taking a few deep breaths, Yuan Jisong calmed himself down and looked to the man coldly. If you hadn't behaved illegally, you wouldn't have been fired. You've asked for the result yourself, so you can't blame others for that. Take him away now. The security guards instantly took the crazy man away. After that, Yuan Jisong turned to Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. He bowed and thanked them with sincerity. Thank you so much for saving my life. Mr. Yuan, please don't say that. We're glad that you're safe, Gu Ning said. Yuan Jisong was an upright official. If he had been a corrupt official, Gu Ning wouldn't have helped him. Although there were no people who were 100% good in this world, as long as he did his job well, he was a qualified government worker. You've saved my life, so you're my lifesaver, Yuan Jisong said. He didn't think that others should serve him just because he had a high social status. If Gu Ning hadn't kicked the crazy man away in time, he would have been killed or severely injured. Yuan Jisong took a name card out of his pocket and gave it to Gu Ning. This is my name card. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can call me for help, but it has to be legal. Thanks. Gu Ning, of course, wouldn't reject it. Mr. Yuan, what just happened will certainly go abroad soon. Please don't expose me to the news. I don't want to attract a lot of attention. Gu Ning was modest, kind, and kept a low profile, which left a good impression on Yuan Jisong. Sure, Yuan Jisong said. He would respect her wants. And then they separated. As for what Gu Ning had done in such a dangerous situation, Leng Xiaoting didn't blame her but clasped her hand. He was still worried about her safety. Although he knew that Gu Ning was good at kung fu, he still cared about her more than anyone else. The news that the Secretary of Municipal Party Committee, Yuan Jisong, had almost been stabbed went viral on the internet soon. Big news. The Secretary of Municipal Party Committee in City F, Yuan Jisong, was stabbed by a crazy man at the outside of the government center. A young girl kicked the crazy man away on time and her partner caught the criminal. Photo attached. The photo was taken after Yuan Jisong was rescued because everyone was shocked at that time, and none of them were in the mood to take pictures. Before long, someone exposed the criminal's identity. The crazy man was the vice director of the finance department, Zhang Chao. He had been found guilty of power abuse by Yuan Jisong and had been dismissed. Zhang Chao cared too much about fame and money, so he went crazy after his dismissal and came to attack Yuan Jisong. Zhang Chao was sentenced to 10 years in jail in the beginning, but now it seemed like he would end up with a life sentence. People all complimented the young girl who had rescued Yuan Jisong from the sharp knife. The photo was taken from afar, so Gu Ning's and Leng Xiaoting's faces weren't clear, but Hao Ran and the others who were familiar with them recognized them at once. They all called Gu Ning to ask whether she was safe. Gu Ning's phone kept ringing the entire time, but she didn't lose her patience, because she knew that they cared about her. Many reporters came to interview Yuan Jisong after the accident. They were curious about the young girl who had saved Yuan Jisong's life, but Yuan Jisong declined to reveal more details about her, and people admired the low-profile young girl more. Leng Xiaoting was assigned a task a few days later and he had to leave. The night before Leng Xiaoting left, Gu Ning stayed with him. Leng Xiaoting didn't know when he would see Gu Ning the next time, so he touched, kissed, and made love to her again and again throughout the night. Gu Ning almost passed out from the wild lovemaking. Luckily, she had her magical power to support her. Ning, Leng Xiaoting called in a hoarse but amorous voice. Yes? Gu Ning moaned in pleasure, which turned Leng Xiaoting on once more. They didn't stop for a break until they were both exhausted. However, Leng Xiaoting still held Gu Ning in his arms tightly even during the break. Shouting, we didn't use condoms. What if I'm pregnant? Gu Ning suddenly asked. She had used her power to protect her womb and stopped Leng Xiaoting's sperms from getting inside. Gu Ning simply asked the question to test Leng Xiaoting. To be honest, Gu Ning was nervous when she asked that question because she was afraid that Leng Xiaoting would tell her to have an abortion. Leng Xiaoting's body stiffened a little when he heard the question. He had never thought about it, but if Gu Ning really was pregnant, he wouldn't mind at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Let's get married then, he said with alacrity. Hearing that, Gu Ning's heart pounded heavily a few times. Although she believed that Leng Xiaoting was a reliable man, she was excited and deeply touched when she heard the answer. I don't want to get married or have a child at such a young age, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was anxious. He pressed Gu Ning to him and felt a little helpless. Then what should we do? Although Leng Xiaoting was willing to marry Gu Ning so that they could be together as a married couple, he didn't want Gu Ning to feel cornered. Seeing Leng Xiaoting being so anxious, Gu Ning comforted him. We can use condoms the next time to avoid pregnancy. And we can get engaged when it's the right time. We can get married after my graduation. Leng Xiaoting immediately relaxed. Su Anya's birthday came soon, and she called everyone early in the morning, in case they forgot. She informed them to come to her house at 4 p.m. to get ready for the party. Su Anya's home was in the same area of villas as Qin Yifan. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Gu Ning had a strange feeling when she set out to attend the birthday party, but she failed to foresee anything. In case any accident would happen, Gu Ning left her home along with Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. Gu Ning went to pick Yu Mixi up first, while Chu Peihan picked Mu Ku and An Yi up, and Hao Ran would drive his bros to the appointed location. It was only 3:30 p.m. and the party would begin at 6 p.m. None of the important figures in politics and business would arrive until it was past 5 p.m. Therefore, Gu Ning and the others didn't wear their formal clothing yet, and they decided to change later. When they were almost there, Gu Ning called Su Anya. Thus, the moment that Gu Ning arrived, she saw Su Anya waiting at the gate. Although the Su family and the Qin family lived in the same area of villas, their houses were located in opposite directions, and there was a long distance in the middle. Su Anya ran to them the moment they got out of the car. Gu Ning, Mixi, welcome. Suan Hao and Jean Curson were also there, and Jean Curson was disappointed when she saw that Leng Xiaoting was absent. Gu Ning noticed that. She was a little mad but directly ignored Jean Curson. Let me introduce, this is Gao Yi and this is Xiao Ye. Both of them are my drivers, bodyguards, and assistants, Gu Ning said to Su Anya. Gu Ning had told Su Anya on the phone that morning that she would be coming with 2 other friends, so Su Anya wasn't surprised. Nice to meet you, Su Anya greeted them. Nice to meet you too, Miss Su, Gao Yi and Xiao Ye said. The others aren't here yet. Let's go inside. It's cold outside. Su Anya guided them walking inside. Just as they entered the living room, a middle-aged, elegant woman walked forward. She was Su Anya's mother. Su Anya had an older brother who was 23 years old, so Su Anya's mother was almost 50 years old now. But she was still charming because she took good care of her appearance. Mom, these are all my friends. Gu Ning, Yu Mixi, Gao Yi, and Xiao Ye, Su Anya said to her mother. Nice to meet you all. Welcome to Anya's birthday party, Mrs. Su said politely. She didn't ask about their family backgrounds at all, because her family wasn't snobbish. Besides, Mrs. Su understood that her daughter never made friends with random people. Since she introduced them as her friends, they had to be good people. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Su, everyone said. After that, Su Anya pulled Gu Ning aside and introduced her again with seriousness. Mom, she is the one that saved my life that I told you about, Mrs. Su was surprised at first, then thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. Thank you so much, Miss Gu. You're welcome, Mrs. Su, Gu Ning said politely. Lifesaver. Hearing that, Su Anhao and Jean Curson were shocked. Aunt, what happened? Jean Curson asked. None of your business. Before Mrs. Su could say a word, Su Anya interrupted. She really hated Jean Curson. Anya, mind your words, Mrs. Su criticized. She knew that Su Anya never liked Jean Curson, but they were cousins, and it was inappropriate for Su Anya to be so rude to Jean Curson right in front of others. Aunt, it's my fault? Jean Curson said and acted as if she had been bullied. In fact, Jean Curson was jealous of Su Anya and hated her very much as well. But Su Anya's family was super rich and the Jean family had to maintain a good relationship with the Su family. In that case, Jean Curson didn't dare to argue with Su Anya face to face. Instead, she would play innocent and use many tricks to trap Su Anya. Su Anya's parents had criticized Su Anya many times because of that. Seeing Su Anya being criticized by her mother, Jean Curson felt much better. On the contrary, watching Jean Curson's hypocritical expression, Sue Anya was really annoyed. But she didn't say anything, in case her friends would get involved in this mess. Let's go sit inside, Sue Anya said to Gu Ning and ignored Jean Curson. Oh right, come on in and have a seat please, Mrs. Sue said. The group of them was then seated. Mrs. Sue told domestic servants to serve fruits and cups of tea to them, and they were chatting while eating desserts. Mrs. Sue didn't show any disdain because they were the younger generation. Instead, she was quite talkative and amiable. Mrs. Sue would ask Gu Ning about her hobbies, study, and so forth, but never asked about her family background. A few minutes later, Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and the others arrived, and Sue Anya went to welcome them. They were all from super-rich families, so Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan and an E had met Mrs. Sue before. Mrs. Sue was surprised that they were Sue Anya's friends too. Sue Anya kept a low profile all the time, and wasn't willing to make friends with the younger generation from super-rich families, because she thought that they were always arrogant and not easygoing. Hi, Mrs. Sue, Hao Ran, and E and Qin Zixuan said politely. Hi, welcome and come on in. Mrs. Sue invited them to sit with her. Before long, Sue Anya's father, Su Jinhao, came inside. There was another middle-aged man with him. However, the moment Su Jinhao appeared in Gu Ning's sight, Gu Ning was shocked, because Su Jinhao looked very pale and his forehead appeared dark black. Obviously, Su Jinhao was being affected by Yin. Gu Ning had the intention to rescue him, but not right then. Moreover, she wouldn't rescue people for no reason. The Su family was quite influential in City F, so she would choose the right time to give him a helping hand. As long as the Su family owed her, the connection between them would be stable. Gu Ning wasn't selfish, but she was building a strong network. Apart from that, Gu Ning wasn't Saint Mary. She would help people out of kindness, but she would also seize the chance to maximize her benefits. Dad! Sue Anya ran to her father at once and held his arm. Dad! Come here and let me introduce my friends to you. Oh, your friends! Su Jinhao was surprised by the fact that Sue Anya had friends and was willing to invite them to visit her home. Su Jinhao walked over, and Gu Ning and the others immediately stood up. Nice to meet you, Mr. Su. Hi, Uncle Su. Hao Ran and those who were familiar with Su Jinhao greeted him more casually. Uncle, Dad, Jean Curson called them. The middle-aged man who was with Su Jinhao was Jean Curson's father. Hi, Uncle Su and Uncle Jean, Su Anhao said with respect. Oh, you're all here. Su Jinhao beamed when he saw Hao Ran, and E and Qin Zixuan. Su Anya introduced Gu Ning and the others to her father again. Dad, Gu Ning is the lifesaver that I've told you about. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Hearing that Gu Ning was Su Anya's lifesaver, Su Jinhao immediately thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. Miss Gu, thank you so much for rescuing my daughter. If you encounter any troubles in City F in the future, please feel free to call me. The Su family was generous, and Gu Ning had saved was Su Anya's life. It's my pleasure, Gu Ning said. Lifesaver? What happened to Anya? Jean Curson's father, Jean Jingwei, asked with concern. Anya was almost hit by a car. It was Miss Gu who rescued Anya at the key moment, Su Jinhao said, but didn't tell them the details. After the accident had happened, the Su family had gotten revenge on both Gao Yuchen's and Wu Sinyu's families. If it hadn't been for the fact that the younger generation, instead of their parents, had made the mistake, Su Jinhao would have unseated the two families. Nevertheless, the Wu family had been unseated by Gu Ning a few days ago. Wu Lianqin's father was precisely Wu Lianqin. Oh, thank you so much, Miss Gu, Jean Jingwei said. But Gu Ning caught the touch of disappointment which flashed through his eyes. It seemed that Jean Jingwei hoped that Su Anya would be in danger. Jean Curson had the same disappointed look. She also wanted Su Anya to be hit by the car. Gu Ning sneered quietly. Like father, like daughter. Both Jean Jingwei and Jean Curson hoped that Su Anya, the Su family to be specific, would be in trouble. It was obvious that the Jean family was scheming against the Su family. I won't bother you any longer, I need to discuss something with Jinwei in the study, Su Jinhao said and walked upstairs with Jin Jingwei. They chatted for a while longer, and when it was almost 5 p.m., guests started coming in twos and threes. Su Anya, together with the girls, except for Jean Kixon, went to change in her room. Jean Curson had a room in the Su family's house, so she went back to her room to change. All the members of the Su family lived in this same villa. Master Su's elder son's family lived on the second floor, while Master Su's younger son's family shared the third floor. Gao Yi went to get Gu Ning and Yu Mixi's formal clothes out of the car, and Chu Peihan asked how Ran to help her get her gown. Didn't I tell you not to bring gowns? I have plenty of them here, and they're all new, Su Anya said. It's fine, we prefer to wear our own dresses, Gu Ning replied. Gu Ning told Gao Yi and Xiaoya to wait in the front hall and went upstairs with Su Anya. Su Anya's room was on the second floor, while Su Anhao's was on the third floor. As for the boys, they came here already wearing their formal suits. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Su Anya's room was decorated like a princess's room. It was pink everywhere, which didn't match Su Anya's boyish character at all. Therefore, Chu Peihan laughed the moment she walked inside. Jesus, I had no idea that you liked this style. I suddenly doubt your age now. It's my mom. I can't do anything about it, Su Anya retorted. Afterward, they started to put on their makeup and gowns. Guests were arriving continuously, and all of them had received invitation letters from the Su family. The Su family was the well-known super-rich family in City F, and so their guests were also important figures. Su Jinhao and Mrs. Su went to welcome their guests in person, and each of the guests came with a prepared birthday gift. All the gifts were either designer brands or custom-made. None of them were cheap or common. When Gu Ning and the girls were all dressed up, it was almost 6 p.m. Gu Ning's gown wasn't very noticeable, but she had an air of natural nobility and elegance. Nobody could move their eyes away from her once she appeared in their sight. Jesus! Ning, are you here to grab people's attention from me? Oh no, you simply want me to fall in love with you, Su Anya teased. Although Su Anya was joking, she had to admit that Gu Ning was too attractive to be ignored. Ha ha! Chu Peihan laughed out. No way. Gu Ning already has a boyfriend. Well, I can wait, Su Anya joked. Come on, Anya. Look at you. You have no idea how charming you are, Gu Ning said. However, she wasn't comforting Su Anya. Su Anya was quite stunning today. She was wearing a long, tight dress, which accentuated her unusually thin waist. The end of the dress spread on the floor and moved lightly when Su Anya walked. Even though Gu Ning was attractive, nobody would ignore Su Anya. Of course I am, Su Anya said with confidence. To be honest, Su Anya didn't like such formal parties. She would rather drink and have fun in a bar with her friends. It was simple but enjoyable. However, as a child who was born in a super-rich family, Su Anya knew that she couldn't just do anything she liked. Today was her birthday party, but it was more like a social party for celebrities. No important figures would bother to attend her birthday party. All the attendees came here to build or enhance their network. Right at that moment, someone knocked on the door. Anya, the party is about to begin. Are you ready yet? Su Anhao asked. Yes, we'll be right out, Su Anya said and walked out with the other girls. Jean Curson's room was on the first floor too, so she was waiting for Su Anya along with Su Anhao. When Su Anya and the other girls walked out, Jean Curson was stunned and felt green with envy. Jean Curson was good-looking too. She was in a mid-length dress with many small pearls as decoration and had her hair in a bun. A pair of crystal high heels made her long, slim calves look more beautiful. But when she stood with Su Anya and the other girls, she seemed less noticeable, and she was mad about that. Other than that, not to mention Su Anya, the other girls were also gorgeous. Gu Ning was elegant. Chu Peihan was sexy while Yu Mixi was full of energy. Let's go, Su Anya said, and guided the other girls, walking downstairs. Jean Curson was left behind by herself. When a group of young, pretty girls walked down the stairs, everyone in the hall was stunned. They all looked upward to appreciate the beautiful scenery. And although Gu Ning attracted a lot of attention, Su Anya was still the focus. Many rich second-generation heirs also turned to people around them asking for Gu Ning and the other girls' identities. They're all Anya's friends. Mind your manners, boys, Su Jinhao warned. Those girls were all his daughter's good friends, especially Gu Ning, so he wouldn't allow those playboys to annoy them. Hearing Su Jinhao's warning, many rich second-generation heirs closed their mouths, but some of them didn't mind. Oh, isn't that Gu Ning? How Rant's mother recognized Gu Ning because Gu Ning was wearing the same gown. It is, Mrs. Liu said with surprise. Other than Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Liu, many other guests who had attended Master Qin's birthday party before recognized Gu Ning too. Yuan Jisong was standing right by Su Jinhao's side. It's her. He was also surprised. Who? Su Jinhao was confused, looking to Yuan Jisong. Gu Ning, Yuan Jisong said. Su Jinhao was surprised. Do you know Gu Ning? Su Jinhao and Yuan Jisong had gone to the same high school, and they were close friends. Most importantly, what they had achieved today relied on their family background, and their support to each other was also indispensable. Because of their close relationship, others had even mistaken them as a couple of gays. She's the girl who saved my life, Yuan Jisong said. What? Hearing that, Su Jinhao was astonished. Yuan Jisong had told him the gravity of the situation. If the young girl hadn't dashed out to rescue him, the knife would have been stabbed into his chest. Since Gu Ning was able to rescue a person in such a dangerous situation, she must be surprisingly agile. Thinking of the attack, let alone Yuan Jisong, even Su Jinhao felt scared. Su Anya was about to walk into the front hall. Su Jinhao curbed his astonishment towards Gu Ning and walked to Su Anya's side. He faced the crowd and smiled. Thank you so much for attending Anya's birthday party. Please enjoy yourself. Everyone congratulated and toasted the 18th birthday of Su Anya with champagne. A short while after Gu Ning and the other girls entered the front hall, Su Anya was pulled away by Mrs. Su to chat with their guests. Hao Ran and the others then came to gather with the girls. Yuan Jisong walked to Gu Ning and said, Hi, Gu Ning. Nice to see you again. Yuan Jisong didn't show any disrespect because Gu Ning was much younger than him. She was his lifesaver after all. Hi, Gu Ning smiled. Many people around them saw Yuan Jisong greeting Gu Ning on his own initiative, and were all surprised. The rich playboys who wanted to pick Gu Ning and the other girls up stopped their steps right away. Hi, Mr. Yuan. Gu Ning's friends also greeted Yuan Jisong. They were all aware of what Gu Ning had done, so they weren't surprised that Yuan Jisong would come to greet Gu Ning. Yuan Jisong nodded to them as response and said, Well, I won't bother you any longer, so I'll go over there to talk with my friends. In fact, Yuan Jisong intentionally walked to Gu Ning and greeted her, because he had noticed that some rich playboys were aiming at Gu Ning and the other girls. He did it to warn them to stay away. Haha! Girl Gu, happy to see you again. Gu Changjiang and Qin Haojing walked to them after Yuan Jisong left. Hi, Master Gu, Master Qin. Gu Ning smiled. Qin Haojing was a little embarrassed to see Gu Ning. Girl Gu, I'm sorry for what Yiqing did to you. Please accept my apologies. What happened? Gu Changjiang was puzzled. He knew that Qin Yiqing wasn't a kind girl, and Qin Haojing apologized to Gu Ning because of her. So Gu Changjiang thought that Qin Yiqing must have annoyed Gu Ning. Please don't mind it, Master Qin. It was just a misunderstanding. I already forgot it, Gu Ning said. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped Qin Yiqing in the shopping mall the other day. Thanks, Qin Haojing said. It was Qin Yiqing's fault after all. It's no big deal, Gu Ning said. Qin Haojing opened his mouth wanting to say something but didn't say it in the end. Well, then see you around. After that, Qin Haojing and Gu Changjiang stepped away. Qin Haojing intended to talk about Qin Yifan because he wasn't in a good condition because of Gu Ning. However, since Gu Ning had already rejected him, it wasn't appropriate for Qin Haojing to bring it up again. Oh, I had no idea that you're a friend of Miss Su. And Qian walked to them holding Lu Zhengyu's arm. Hello. And Qian and Mr. Lu. Gu Ning smiled. Ha! It seems that you have an unbelievable network. And Qian raised her eyebrow and teased. Well, it's nothing. I even lost count how many important figures I know, Gu Ning joked. Oh, tell me more about that. And Qian said. Su Jinhao was afraid that Gu Ning and the other girls would feel uneasy in such a formal situation, so he kept glancing at them once in a while. However, when he saw that many respected figures went to greet Gu Ning, he was shocked. He had never heard of an influential Gu family in City G, so he assumed that Gu Ning must be a girl from an ordinary family. Unexpectedly, she knew so many people of high social status. Jean Curson, on the other hand, almost went crazy because of jealousy. She couldn't understand why Gu Ning was able to know so many important figures. Su Anya followed her mother, making a round in the hall before she came back to Gu Ning and the other girls. Sorry about that. Please don't mind. Of course not. Gu Ning and the other girls didn't mind at all. Jean Curson thought for a second and said to Su Anya, Anya, happy birthday to you. I've prepared a gift for you. It's a jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry. Jean Curson handed Su Anya an exquisite small box. While she was giving Su Anya the birthday gift, Jean Curson sent Gu Ning several provoking glances. Jean Curson believed that there were only a few people who could afford a gift which was worth over 100,000 yuan. In truth, this jade pendant was prepared by Jean Curson's mother. Jean Curson didn't think that the other girls could send more expensive gifts to Su Anya than hers. What? A jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry? Wow, it must be expensive. Several young girls around them immediately surrounded them with excitement. Jade Beauty Jewelry was quite popular among rich ladies. However, the brand was too expensive. No matter how rich the family was, few parents were willing to buy such expensive jewelry for their daughters. It was inappropriate for young girls to wear such expensive jewelry at such a young age, and it was also dangerous if they encountered robbers. I have always wanted a jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry, but my parents won't agree to buy one for me. They say a young girl shouldn't wear such expensive jewelry. Me too. Although my mom has a jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry, and she let me put it on a few times, but I still want to have my own piece. My dad promised to give me one on my birthday, but my birthday is still half a year away. I can't wait that long. Not just the jade pendant. I want the whole set. All the young girls from rich families discussed with animation. None of them disliked Jade Beauty Jewelry. Hearing that Jade Beauty Jewelry was so welcomed and loved by them, Hao Ran and the others who knew that Gu Ning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry felt happy for her. As the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Gu Ning was also in a good mood when she heard that her brand was so successful. Although Su Anya loved Jade Beauty Jewelry too, she didn't like Jean Curson. However, it wasn't appropriate for her to reject the gift right in front of other guests, so she accepted it and thanked Jean Curson. Thank you. Miss Su, would you mind if we had a look? A young girl whose father was the chairman of a big company asked. Sure, Su Anya said. She directly opened the small box, and there was a jade pendant of the pink lotus type inside. It was actually the cheapest jewelry in the Jade Beauty Jewelry store. Even so, it cost over 100,000 yuan. There was a price tag beside the jade pendant. It read 888 yuan. Wow! It cost 188,888 yuan. It's so small and so expensive. I think this jade must be of high quality. Miss Jean, you're so generous. It's my close cousin's birthday. Jean Curson said and acted as if she and Su Anya were very close. Then she turned to Gu Ning. Well, Miss Gu, I'm curious what kind of birthday gift you've prepared for Anya? You're Anya's best friend, so I suppose that your gift has to be more expensive than mine, right? Hearing that, Su Anya, Hao Ran, and Gu Ning's other friends were displeased. Although what Jean Curson had said wasn't wrong, her attitude was quite provoking. If Gu Ning couldn't present a gift which was much more expensive than hers, it would be embarrassing. Gu Ning's friends all knew that the gift that Gu Ning had prepared for Su Anya was much better than Jean Curson's, but they were mad at Jean Curson's unkindness. Jean Curson, what do you mean by saying that? Su Anya snapped at her. I don't care how much the gifts from my friends are. As long as I like them, they're priceless in my eyes. After that, Su Anya said to Gu Ning, Gu Ning, just ignore her. It's fine. Although Gu Ning was displeased, she understood that it wasn't the right time to argue with Jean Curson at Su Anya's birthday party. However, Jean Curson wouldn't give up just like that. Hearing what Su Anya had said, she was certain that Gu Ning couldn't afford an expensive gift. Anya, I didn't mean anything. I just thought that Miss Gu would give you a much more expensive gift than mine. After all, you're so close. Then, Jean Curson put on a sad look like she felt sorry for Su Anya. It seemed that if Gu Ning couldn't send Su Anya a more expensive gift, they weren't close friends. How Ran and the others all knew that Jean Curson was picking on Gu Ning because she only aimed at Gu Ning, although all of them were Su Anya's friends. Gu Ning wanted to ignore her in the beginning, but since Jean Curson was so hypocritical, she would seem weak if she still didn't fight back. Therefore, Gu Ning looked straight into Jean Curson's eyes and said, "You're right. I'm Anya's best friend, so I should give her a more valuable gift than yours." Hearing that, Jean Curson was struck dumb. If Gu Ning really could afford a much more expensive gift than hers, she would be the one who lost face in public. Even so, Jean Curson refused to believe that Gu Ning was willing to spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on a birthday gift. "Oh, really?" Jean Curson said. "As you wish," Gu Ning said. She took out a jewelry box which was the same package as Jean Curson's gift from her handbag. It was the exclusive jewelry box of Jade Beauty Jewelry, so everyone recognized it at first glance. "Jesus, it's jewelry from Jade Beauty Jewelry too," a young girl said in surprise. "I'm curious to see which one is more expensive, hers or Miss Jin's," another young girl said with curiosity. However, Jean Curson was upset, because she was certain that Gu Ning's gift was more expensive than hers. The gift that she just gave Su Anya was the cheapest piece of jewelry in the Jade Beauty Jewelry store. And Gu Ning was very confident that her gift was more valuable than Jean Curson's. In that case, the price of Gu Ning's gift had to be higher than hers. Su Anya was greatly surprised that Gu Ning had prepared jewelry from Jade Beauty Jewelry for her too. It must be super expensive. Gu Ning opened the jewelry box and a jade pendant of the ice type appeared. It was in the shape of a leaf the size of a thumb. "Wow! It's so beautiful!" Several young girls raised their voices in excitement. "How much is this?" one of them asked. "It's not important, but at least it's much more expensive than Jean Curson's." Gu Ning smiled and gave it to Su Anya. "Do you like it?" "Of course I do." Su Anhao's eyes lit up at once. She immediately threw Jean Curson's gift to Su Anhao, who was standing by her side, and took Gu Ning's gift without delay. Seeing that, Jean Curson was furious, but couldn't say anything. She had thought that Gu Ning was an ordinary girl who couldn't afford expensive gifts, but to her astonishment, Gu Ning gave Su Anya a much more valuable gift than hers. "Anya, ours aren't as expensive as Gu Ning's. Please don't mind," Chu Peihan said at that moment. In fact, the younger generation's birthday gifts were normally around thousands of yuan, and it was rare to see a gift at the price of hundreds of thousands of yuan. "Of course I won't. I'm already satisfied that you're willing to attend my birthday party," Su Anya said with sincerity. They also understood that Su Anya didn't care about the price tag, and they happily gave her their birthday gifts one by one. Although their gifts were hardly comparable to Gu Ning's, they weren't cheap or common either. Su Anya didn't lack those expensive gifts at all, but these were from her real friends, so she was excited to receive them. Jean Curson, on the other hand, was quite unhappy. She thought for a while and asked Gu Ning again, "Miss Gu is so generous. May I know what your family does?" "Shit. I think that you just want to cause a fight." Chu Peihan couldn't curb her anger any longer. She swore at Jean Curson with arms akimbo, like she was going to beat Jean Curson. Chu Peihan's voice was loud and instantly attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Gu Ning immediately pulled Chu Peihan back and stopped her. "It's Anya's birthday party. Don't fight. It's not me. It's this hypocritical girl. Who do you think you are to find fault with our boss?" Chu Peihan said angrily. "You?" Being humiliated by Chu Peihan, Jean Curson flushed with anger. However, seeing that everyone was watching them, she suddenly had a scheme and put on an aggrieved face. "I just saw Miss Gu being so generous, and I've never heard of a super rich Gu family in City F, so I'm curious about Miss Gu's family background. That's all." Why do you have to get so mad? It's not something shameful, unless... In the end, Jean Curson pretended that she suddenly realized something shocking and closed her mouth at once to let others wonder. If Gu Ning wasn't from a super-rich family and could afford such an expensive birthday gift, but refused to tell others her family background, it was enough for people to gossip. Hearing what Jean Curson had just said, some already started to gossip about Gu Ning. What? Does she have a sugar daddy? No way. She's so young. Who knows? You all shut up. How Ran and Gu Ning's other friends got angry hearing them gossiping, and they raised their voice with one accord. Their loud voice attracted a lot more attention from the guests in the front hall. Almost all the attendees were walking or looking towards them. How Ran glared at Jean Curson and said angrily, Jean Curson, don't think that just because you're a relative of the Su family, we won't punch you. Boss, I can't tolerate it anymore, and I'm going to beat her, Chu Peihan said and ran forward, but was stopped by Gu Ning again. Even Gao Yi and Xiao Ye went to Gu Ning's side without delay and stared at Jean Curson unkindly. Jean Curson was scared by their threatening looks. I didn't say that. They said it. Jean Curson was terrified by how Ran and the others' reaction, but she still acted as if she was the victim. What's going on here? Su Jinhao walked towards them in a hurry and asked. Dad? Jean Curson's humiliating Gu Ning, Su Anya said. Hearing that, Su Jinhao, along with other guests, all looked at Jean Curson with unfriendly gazes. I'm not. Jean Curson was struck dumb by Su Jinhao's sharp look. However, before Su Jinhao could say a word, Jean Curson denied it. I was just surprised by Miss Gu's generosity, and I thought that she must be from a super-rich family, but I've never heard of the Gu family in City F, so I just asked Miss Gu's family background out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, they're so mad. Honestly, many people had the same thoughts and suspicion. None of them had heard of a super-rich Gu family in City F, so they were also curious about why Gu Ning could afford such an expensive gift. I don't think there is anything wrong with what Curson said. Why is it humiliating all of a sudden? Jean Jingwei asked unhappily. Jean Curson was his daughter, and he knew his daughter's character. Jean Curson had indeed picked on Gu Ning, but it wasn't humiliating in his eyes. It wasn't a big problem if Jean Curson asked directly, but she intentionally didn't finish her sentence and made people wonder and gossip, which was a huge problem. Bullshit. How Ran swore. He didn't care that Jean Jingwei was much older than him and was a well-known businessman, but criticized him loudly. Nothing wrong? Do you know what she had said beforehand? She deliberately made others believe that our boss has a sugar daddy. How Zhonglong and his wife didn't stop How Ran's inappropriate behavior. They were a family and their characters were alike. Therefore, they thought what How Ran was doing was right. You? Jean Jingwei was mad at being humiliated by a young boy, but couldn't retort. It was Jean Curson's fault after all. He then looked to Jean Curson with blame in his eyes. He was blaming her for causing him trouble. Jean Curson was scared and pointed to several young girls. They said it, not me. Those young girls were shocked and argued back. You led us to. You. Jean Curson was helpless. Su Jinhao and his wife were disappointed in Jean Curson. To their astonishment, Jean Curson, who seemed cute and quiet normally, was so evil. It would ruin a girl's reputation if people thought that she had a sugar daddy. Jean Curson, stop acting. Nobody believes you and we're all clear about why you picked on Gu Ning. If you still have a sense of shame, apologize to Gu Ning right now. Otherwise, I'll beat you down to the floor, Chu Peihan threatened. Exactly who do you think you are? Do you know every super-rich family in City F? Don't flatter yourself. Qin Zixuan added. Do you think that you're better than others just because you were born in a super-rich family? Do you earn your money? You're just showing off with your parents' money. How Ran said. Gu Ning's friends were all criticizing Jean Curson. Even the guests disliked what she had done today. Since it caught everyone's attention, Gu Ning thought it was time to uncover her real identity to protect her reputation as a businesswoman. Gu Ning looked at Jean Curson calmly and asked, Can't I be super rich myself? Although Jean Curson was terrified amid the criticisms, she unconsciously retorted with disdain. Keep bragging. Miss Gu isn't bragging. She gave Master Qin a highly valuable antique which is worth at least 5 million yuan. Someone said. Exactly. Girl Gu did send me a precious birthday gift, Qin Haojing said. In fact, Qin Haojing wanted to help Gu Ning in the beginning, but he wasn't sure whether he should tell them the truth about Gu Ning. Even though he believed Gu Ning, others might not without proof. Hearing that, people who didn't know about it were all shocked. A highly valuable antique that was worth at least 5 million yuan? This young girl is that rich? Everyone had the same questions in mind. I met Girl Gu once at the antique street, and she picked up an antique plate which is worth 1.5 million yuan. She can't be poor. Gu Changjiang opened his mouth too. He had the same thought as Qin Haojing, and they were both willing to support Gu Ning. Everyone was quite surprised looking at Gu Ning. Although Qin Haojing and Gu Changjiang stood with Gu Ning, some still didn't believe that Gu Ning was willing to send a birthday gift which cost hundreds of thousand yuan to a young girl. Before Mrs. How could join the argument, Gu Ning opened her mouth first. It seems like I have to tell you the reason why I'm so rich, Gu Ning teased. She stared straight into Jean Kerson's eyes and said with seriousness, Jean Kerson, you want to know my family background? I'm telling you now. Jade Beauty Jewelry is my brand. What? Hearing that, Jean Kerson panicked and couldn't believe her ears. It's impossible. Jean Kerson refused to believe that Jade Beauty Jewelry was owned by Gu Ning. Su Anya and the other guests were also surprised. What brand? Someone who didn't hear asked with curiosity. Gu Ning, do you mean that you're the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Su Anya asked with uncertainty because it was so shocking. What? The real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Hearing that, they were all amazed. Yes, Gu Ning replied. People around her couldn't help but draw a long breath in astonishment. Jade Beauty Jewelry wasn't a large store, but its jewelry was all made of high-quality jade, so it was worth at least 1 billion yuan. It was too shocking to convince people. Really? She's so young. So how is it possible that she's the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? The value of Jade Beauty Jewelry's assets is at least 1 billion yuan. Who knows? However, I don't believe it. Me neither. Hearing their doubts, and Guangyao stood out and smiled at Gu Ning. Chairman Gu, I guess that you can't hide your real identity anymore. It was apparent that he already knew that Gu Ning was the chairman of Jade Beauty Jewelry from his tone, and they seemed very close. Once an Guangyao appeared, people started to believe that Gu Ning was the chairman of Jade Beauty Jewelry. And Guangyao was a respected businessman, and people trusted him. What? She is really the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. It's so unbelievable. Everyone was in shock. To their amazement, the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry was an 18-year-old girl. Haha, well, I told Chairman N to keep it a secret. Unexpectedly, something unpleasant happened. I think it's not wise to keep it a secret any longer. Otherwise, my reputation could be ruined, Gu Ning said resignedly. Hearing that, people all looked at Jean Kerson with disdain, because she was the source of the gossip. No, it's impossible. Jean Kerson still refused to face reality. Wow, Miss Gu, you're the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. You're indeed a promising young girl, Yuan Jisong exclaimed. Exactly. It's so shocking, Su Jinhao said. Jesus, Gu Ning, you're so awesome. Su Anya, of course, believed Gu Ning, and she was more than shocked now. Gu Ning, you've hidden it for so long. And Qian rounded her eyes in shock. No wonder your mother was willing to use jade pendants from Jade Beauty Jewelry as the prizes for the annual event in her beauty salon, Mrs. Hao said with surprise. Hearing the word beauty salon, they understood that Gu Ning's family also had a beauty salon. However, it wasn't shocking now that they already found out that Gu Ning was the chairman of Jade Beauty Jewelry. No matter how big the beauty salon was, it couldn't compare with a jewelry store. Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used such expensive jewelry as the prize in a small business event, Gu Ning said. Afterward, people around Gu Ning all went forward to shake hands with her. Jade Beauty Jewelry was a newly built brand, but it was already so popular within a short time, which proved Gu Ning's outstanding business ability. Besides, they admired the fact that the brand founder was only 18 years old even more. This young girl would be very successful in the future. People were already really impressed after hearing that Gu Ning owned a jewelry store. If they found out that there were many other profitable companies under Gu Ning's name, they would be even more shocked. Although the value of Gu Ning's company's assets was merely billions of yuan at the moment, she was actually in possession of a lot more wealth than that, because she had many uncut jade raw materials which were worth a fortune too. Even so, jade beauty jewelry was rich enough to be ranked 6th on the list of the richest in City F. However, jade beauty jewelry was located in City G, so it couldn't be ranked on the list of the richest of City F. Anyway, people still respected Gu Ning. However, Gu Ning didn't care about that at all. Her aim was the capital. She was going to build her business empire as well as take revenge there. Since Gu Ning's real identity was exposed, many rich ladies asked her whether she would open a branch in City F so that they didn't need to fly all the way to City G. Gu Ning would of course do that, but not right now because she was occupied with her business in the capital. Nevertheless, she was going to settle a branch in City F this year. Seeing Gu Ning being so at ease when she was socializing with other successful businessmen, people were all impressed. She didn't seem like a teenager at all from her mature manner. Gu Ning's friends were so proud of her and looked to Jean Curson with obvious dislike. Chu Peihan even said acidly, "So, how do you feel now? Don't ever think that you can deceive us, and you're hardly comparable to our boss. If it hadn't been for my boss, I would have already beaten you down on the floor." After that, they ignored Jean Curson, and other guests also stayed away from her. Jean Curson felt so embarrassed and just wanted to hide. Su Jinhao especially was dissatisfied at Jean Curson, but it wasn't a good time to criticize her. Jean Jingwei was also quite embarrassed. He gave Jean Curson a sharp look and almost wanted to slap her. "Why are you still here? Don't you think that it's humiliating enough? Get back to your room now." Jean Curson didn't think that it was her fault and felt aggrieved. She was so mad at Gu Ning and her friends but didn't dare to utter a word. Therefore, she quietly went back to her room. The party went on, but Gu Ning replaced Su Anya and became the focus. Su Anya didn't mind, neither did her family. "I always have the feeling that our boss is even more awesome than we think," Hao Ran said seriously. "Me too. Although it's so unbelievable, I also have the same feeling," Qin Zixuan said. "Why don't we ask her?" Chu Peihan proposed. "We can. However, if boss isn't willing to tell us, we can't force her, because she must be doing it for a reason," Muka said. Everyone agreed. Although they were curious, they wouldn't force Gu Ning to tell them everything. Gu Ning wasn't left alone until she had socialized with different socialites for a long time. Hao Ran and the others immediately came to her and asked, "Boss, do you have more companies than just jade beauty jewelry?" "Yes, but I can't tell you right now. You'll know about it when it's right the time," Gu Ning replied. Since Gu Ning wasn't willing to tell them now, they didn't ask further. But they were all surprised that Gu Ning owned so many companies. "Oh, Anya, don't you have an older brother? Why haven't we seen him yet?" Hao Ran suddenly asked. At the mention of her older brother, Su Anya seemed a little displeased and complained. "He left in a hurry a few days ago. He is majoring in finance but is an archaeology addict. If it hadn't been for my father, he would have majored in archaeology. However, he still chose archaeology as his elective course, and he spends most of his free time with his friends who major in archaeology. His tutor called him saying they found an ancient grave somewhere, so he went to meet them without delay." "Archaeology? Where?" Gu Ning was interested. Su Anya thought for a while and said, "I think it's a small village in City B, but they haven't found the exact location yet. Some people picked antiques out of the river, so they believe that there is an ancient grave. Those antiques might have been left by gravediggers." Gu Ning suddenly had an idea in her mind. She decided to visit the village in City B. She now had an antique store, so she naturally needed more antiques. However, before she left for City B, Gu Ning had to go to City G first. The Spring Festival was almost over, and the government would open tomorrow, so she needed to settle the Hongyun Group's properties beforehand. When it was about 8 p.m., guests started to leave, but Gu Ning stayed. When the party came to an end, All the other guests began to leave, but Gu Ning still stayed, because she was worried about Su Jinhao, who was affected by Yin, and because of her premonition. Although everything looked fine now, she didn't feel relaxed. "Oh, please wait here. I have something to give you," Su Anya said and turned to run upstairs. Su Anya had prepared gifts for Gu Ning and her other friends. The gifts weren't expensive but stood for her kindness. Seeing Su Anya going upstairs, Jean Jingwei panicked. He took out his phone, calling Jean Curson at once. When Su Anya got to the second floor, she noticed that the door of her father's study was open. She thought that it was strange and walked over because the door was closed when she had walked downstairs earlier. Jean Curson's phone was vibrating when Su Anya got to the door. She caught Jean Curson taking out a document from a drawer in Su Zhenhao's desk. Su Anya was shocked and angry. "Jean Curson, what are you doing?" Saying that, Su Anya ran at her. Having been caught on sight, Jean Curson was scared. She hadn't thought that Su Anya would appear. In order to stop Su Anya, Jean Curson grabbed the ashtray on the desk, throwing it towards Su Anya's head. Su Anya didn't expect that Jean Curson would be so bold, so she wasn't mentally prepared, and was hit straight on the head. "Ah!" An agonized scream. There was music in the hall and people were busy talking with one another, so none of them noticed the scream except Gu Ning. She recognized that it was Su Anya's voice and quickly went upstairs without hesitation. At the same time, she used her jade eyes to see what was going on. On the second floor, Jean Curson escaped from Su Jinhao's study in panic. While Su Anya was lying on the floor with her head bleeding, Gu Ning ran faster. It seemed that this was the reason why she felt anxious tonight. Jean Curson wouldn't answer the call, and Gu Ning went upstairs. Jean Jingwei felt more nervous now. He was afraid that Gu Ning and Su Anya would find out about his scheme, but he couldn't follow to stop Gu Ning. Otherwise, it would arouse a lot more attention, so he had to wait in the hall in anxiety. "What is boss doing?" Hao Ran asked with doubt. "Shall we follow?" Chu Peihan said. "It's Anya's home, and we can't walk around casually. I think boss is going to find Anya. Let's wait here," Muka said. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye realized that something must be wrong from Gu Ning's face. However, without Gu Ning's order, they could only stay in the hall. Other guests noticed Gu Ning walking to the second floor in a hurry, but they all believed that Su Anya told her to come upstairs. The moment that Gu Ning was on the second floor, she ran into Jean Curson. Before Jean Curson could react, Gu Ning kicked her in her stomach. Jean Curson screamed in pain and hit the wall before she slid down to the ground. After that, Gu Ning immediately went into the study to check on Su Anya's condition. Su Anya had already fainted, so Gu Ning used her magic power to stop her wound from bleeding. Jean Curson understood that her family would be involved if others found out that she had injured Su Anya and secretly slid into Su Zhenhao's study. Therefore, she decided to make Gu Ning her scapegoat. Jean Curson tolerated the severe pain and crawled to the stairs. "Help! Gu Ning killed Anya! Help!" All the people in the hall stopped talking all of a sudden, looking towards the second floor with horror. Gu Ning killed Su Anya? Nobody believed it, and only Jean Jingwei knew what had happened. It was obvious that Jean Curson was exposed and had attacked Su Anya. "What did you say?" Su Jinhao was shocked. "Jean Curson, are you insane?" Hao Ran was furious. Jean Curson ignored him and added, "Gu Ning killed Anya and injured me. There is so much blood on the floor." At that moment, Jean Curson's face was pale and she covered her stomach in pain. It seemed that she was indeed injured badly. No matter whether Jean Curson was telling the truth, Su Anya's parents ran upstairs at once, followed by many people. Hao Ran and Gu Ning's other friends, including Gao Yi and Xiao Ye, didn't believe it, but they had to go upstairs and check themselves. When a group of people dashed in the study, Gu Ning was standing in front of the desk, while Su Anya was lying in a pool of blood on the floor. She was still unconscious and likely to die. Many people were stunned by the scene, and Mrs. Su almost collapsed in fear. "Anya! Wake up, Anya!" Mrs. Su knelt beside Su Anya and cried. Su Jinhao called an ambulance at once before he looked to Gu Ning. "Miss Gu, what is going on here?" Su Jinhao's voice sounded cold to some extent. Although he didn't believe that Gu Ning killed his daughter, It was undeniable truth that Gu Ning was at the crime site where Su Anya was attacked. I heard Anya's agonized scream, so I ran upstairs. When I came here, Anya had already been hit and was lying here. Her head is badly injured, Gu Ning replied calmly. Even though she said that, except for Gu Ning's friends, nobody completely trusted her explanation. Stop acting. I saw you throw the ashtray at Anya's head. I discovered you. So you kicked me in my stomach. Jean Curson retorted and lied. Jean Curson was feeling sheer panic because a lie was a lie. However, she also knew that if she failed to make Gu Ning her scapegoat, she would be the one who was doomed. In that case, she had to force herself to lie. Damn you! Our boss would never hurt Anya, Hao Ran said angrily. Exactly. Our boss wouldn't hurt Anya. Qin Zixuan and the others echoed. Miss Gu claims that she heard Anya's agonized scream and went upstairs. Why did none of us hear it? Jean Jingwei argued. Even though he blamed Jean Curson because she had ruined his scheme, he had to protect her now. Hearing that, many people agreed. They hadn't heard anything strange. Because I have acute hearing, Gu Ning said calmly as usual. Well, that's what you say, but no one believes it, Jean Jingwei said. Exactly. Some agreed with Jean Jingwei. Gu Ning glanced through the crowd coldly and said, Well, why do you all choose to believe Jean Curson's words instead of mine? If I told you that it was Jean Curson who attacked Anya and was caught by me on sight, so I kicked her, would you believe it? Hearing that, everyone started to stare at Jean Curson. Some believed it while some didn't. Jean Curson panicked a little and tried her best to defend herself. You're crazy. I'm Anya's close cousin, and I wouldn't hurt her. Exactly. Jean Curson was Su Anya's older cousin, so people chose to believe her. As for Gu Ning, although she was Su Anya's close friend, she was an outsider after all. But they still didn't understand why Gu Ning would attack Su Anya, especially in the Su family's house. I believe my boss. It's you who attacked Anya, Hao Ran said to Jean Curson. You're Gu Ning's friend, so you will, of course, support her. Jean Curson retorted. Jean Curson, how dare you do this? I promise you that I'll pay you back one day. Chu Peihan pointed at Jean Curson threateningly. She didn't care that there were many important officials here. Hearing Chu Peihan's threat, Yuan Jisong frowned a little. Obviously, he didn't like Chu Peihan's behavior but didn't say anything. Su Jinhao was his best friend, and Gu Ning was his lifesaver. If Jean Curson had really attacked Su Anya but made Gu Ning her scapegoat, he would definitely punish Jean Curson. Although he believed Gu Ning, there was no solid proof yet. If Su Anya could wake up now, everything would be clear then. However, the problem was that Su Anya was still unconscious, and it seemed that she had been injured badly from the pool of blood on the floor. Enough! Anya is in great danger now. Couldn't you stop arguing? No matter who attacked Anya, she'll pay for it, Mrs. Su shouted in anger. Su Anya could die, but they were busy defending themselves. Hearing that, Jean Jingwei and Jean Curson were anxious. They both hoped that Su Anya would never wake up again so that they would be safe. Jean Curson, as soon as Anya wakes up, everything will be clear, Gu Ning said. The last thing Jean Jingwei and Jean Curson wanted to see was Su Anya waking up, so they would do everything to stop it from happening. Once Su Anya was admitted to the hospital, Jean Jingwei would secretly do something to keep her in deep sleep. However, to their astonishment, before the ambulance arrived, Su Anya opened her eyes right after Gu Ning told her to do so. Everyone was shocked when Su Anya suddenly woke up. Jean Curson and Jean Jingwei were also terrified. Anya, are you all right? Mrs. Su smiled tearfully. Anya, Su Jinhao was both excited and surprised. In fact, Gu Ning had rescued Su Anya the moment she came inside, and she told Su Anya to pretend to be unconscious to trap Jean Curson. It was Jean Curson who attacked me. I caught her stealing a document in my father's study, so she hit me with an ashtray. Su Anya glared at Jean Curson, clenching her teeth. Hearing that, everyone looked at Jean Curson in shock. Jean Curson tried to steal a document from Su Jinhao's study, but was caught by Su Anya, so she hit Su Anya with an ashtray? Hearing that Su Anya mentioned a document, Su Jinhao immediately ran to his desk and searched for it. Mrs. Su, on the other hand, slapped Jean Curson across the face and questioned her. Jean Curson, how could you do that? Jean Curson covered her hurt cheek, but didn't know how to retort. Su Anya had already woken up, and she had no excuse to defend herself. Jean Jingwei also didn't dare to help Jean Curson, because he was in big trouble too. Jean Curson, you dared to slander Gu Ning, so I'll punch you down to the floor. Chu Peihan ran to Jean Curson and punched her without hesitation. Jean Curson was heavily hit again and screamed in pain. Everyone around them was struck dumb because they didn't expect that Chu Peihan would really hit Jean Curson. And it was obvious that Chu Peihan had been trained. Stop it! Stop! Jean Jingwei shouted and wanted to stop Chu Peihan. However, Hao Ran and the other boys went ahead and caught Jean Jingwei. Therefore, Jean Jingwei could only watch Jean Curson being punched. As for others, nobody was willing to get involved in this mess. All right, stop now, Yuan Jisong said, but wasn't very serious, because he just did it superficially due to his identity. Jean Curson had attacked his best friend's daughter and slandered his lifesaver. Yuan Jisong was an upright official, but not weak. He would also fight back if someone dares to hurt people that he cared about. Chu Peihan didn't beat Jean Curson for very long, because Jean Curson couldn't tolerate it at all. Even though Chu Peihan was in a rage, she knew when to stop. If Jean Curson died, she couldn't bear the result. Anyway, Jean Curson was doomed to be sentenced to jail. Su Jinhao did lose a document which was quite important. It was a tender document for a tourist scenic area. The reason why Jean Jingwei frequently visited him the past few days was because he tried to get a share of the loot. However, Su Jinhao rejected him, because Su Jinhao wasn't in charge of the project alone and couldn't make decisions on his own. Given what had happened, Su Jinhao figured out what was going on now. Jean Jingwei told Jean Curson to slide in his study when he was absent to steal the tender document so that Jean Jingwei could get the project. Su Jinhao was angry that Jean Jingwei would hurt his family for money. Since Jean Jingwei didn't care about them, Su Jinhao wouldn't regard them as his family any longer. Where is the document? Su Jinhao questioned Jean Curson, who was beaten down on the ground. It was too painful for Jean Curson to utter a word now, so she didn't answer the question. Oh, it's under the sofa. When I kicked her away, the document fell there, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Su Jinhao walked to the sofa at once. He knelt and searched for the document. There was indeed a document under the sofa. Su Jinhao was relieved when he was sure it was exactly what he was searching for. Afterward, Su Jinhao gave Jean Jingwei a cold glance. He didn't say it directly to Jean Jingwei, but the crowd before him. From now on, I, Su Jinhao, will withdraw any investment and cooperation with the Jinhua Group. And whoever continues to work with the Jinhua Group is cutting business connections with our Su family. Zhenhao. Jean Jingwei panicked a lot and tried to stop Su Jinhao. The Jin family relied on the Su family to run its business. If Su Jinhao withdrew all of his investments and cooperation, the Jin family would barely make a living. Besides, Su Jinhao also threatened other big companies to not work with him. In that case, the Jin family's business would go bankrupt soon. Don't call my name. As of this minute, you're no longer my family. And the Jin family is banned from entering this house, Su Jinhao said icily. Then he added, the police will deal with Jean Curson. Jean Jingwei opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. It was too late to regret it. Oh, Gu Ning, what is the medicine that you just gave me? I stopped bleeding within seconds and my wound doesn't ache anymore, Su Anya asked curiously. When Su Anya had woken up, Gu Ning had given her a special medicine, which stopped her wound from bleeding and aching. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Gu Ning really was a young girl full of surprises. Well, it's a special medicine with great effects, and it can cure most diseases. If the disease isn't severe, a pill is enough. If it's severe, several pills will help, Gu Ning said. If it's a rare disease, I'm not sure whether it can be cured completely, but it can at least be improved. Previously, a patient who had heart disease took 5 pills of this medicine, and his heart disease was cured afterward. He's healthy and energetic now. Gu Ning was advertising her medicine. Hearing that, everyone rounded their eyes in shock. Nobody could believe it because it sounded so unusual. However, Suanya was a great example. Her wound stopped bleeding or aching after she had taken Gu Ning's medicine. Meanwhile, some also thought that maybe Suanya wasn't badly injured at all, and Gu Ning's medicine accidentally rescued her. Miss Gu, I really don't know how to thank you enough. You're a lifesaver of our Su family. Su Jinhao thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. Gu Ning replied, Uncle Su, please don't say that. Anya's my close friend. Miss Gu, is your medicine really that effective? Someone asked. Well, I understand that it's hard for you to believe it, even though Anya is a great example. However, no matter whether you believe it or not, this special medicine is worth a fortune. So it depends on me whether I want to sell it, Gu Ning said proudly. She didn't care whether people trusted her. Instead, she knew that people would be eager to buy it once they found out about its effects. Miss Gu, can your medicine be effective against muscular dystrophy? A middle-aged man asked with hope. He was Lan Yubin, the chairman of Lantu Travel Agency, which was the leading tourism company in City F. Although Lan Yubin wasn't on the rich list, his company had hundreds of millions of yuan in assets. Lan Yubin's son had been affected by a rare disease 4 years ago, and the muscles of his right calf became weaker over time. He couldn't walk and sat in a wheelchair all day. Although medical science had developed a lot, rare diseases were still hard to cure. If you believe me, then yes it can, Gu Ning said. Well, can you sell some to me? Lan Yubin was excited. He was willing to trust Gu Ning and seize every chance to cure his son. Sure, but I'm not certain that you're willing to pay its price, Gu Ning said. Of course I'm willing to, Lan Yubin said without hesitation. As long as the medicine could cure his son, he was willing to pay a fortune for it. You didn't even bother to ask its price. The patient must be very important to you. I appreciate your generosity, and I'm not mean either. Each pill costs 1,000,000 yuan. Don't worry, if the medicine isn't 80% effective, you don't need to pay a cent. Also, I need to see the patient in person to decide how many pills it needs to cure the disease, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, everyone was greatly surprised. 1,000,000 yuan a pill? The medicine did cost a fortune. However, what surprised them more was the fact that the medicine would be free if it wasn't 80% effective. Did Gu Ning say that because she was afraid that her medicine wasn't effective enough? Or was she so confident that her medicine could cure the disease? Everyone had doubts in their minds. No problem, Miss Gu. When are you free? Lan Yubin didn't think the price was too high. Instead, he couldn't wait to invite Gu Ning to visit his son. I'll be busy tomorrow, so if it's convenient, we can go to see the patient now. Gu Ning was leaving for City G tomorrow, so she could only deal with it tonight. Luckily, it wasn't late and was only 8 p.m. Sure. That was exactly the answer that Lan Yubin wanted to hear. At this time, the ambulance arrived. Gu Ning said, although Anya's wound isn't bleeding now, I think that she should still go to the hospital and have it looked at. Gu Ning didn't want it to seem too unreal, so she deliberately left the wound open. The hair could cover the wound, so it wasn't very bad. After all, Gu Ning could remove the scar later if Su Anya wanted. After that, Su Jinhao and his wife immediately took Su Anya to the hospital. Jean Curson was also admitted to the hospital because she was also badly injured. When Jean Curson left the hospital in a few days, she would be sentenced by the court. Yuan Jisong, on the other hand, stayed to see the guests out on behalf of Su Jinhao. Chu Peihan and the others went home together, while Gu Ning along with Gao Yi and Xiao Ye followed Lan Yubin to his house. Coincidentally, Lan Yubin lived in Fenghua Luxury Mansion too. The Lan family's house was a 2-story loft with a small garden in Zone B, and it looked like a villa. It was still early, so Lan Yubin's wife and son together with their housemaid were still awake. They were watching TV in the living room. Seeing Lan Yubin walking inside with several strangers, Mrs. Lan didn't ask further, but told the housemaid to pour cups of tea. Jayuan, this is Miss Gu. She has a special medicine which can cure most diseases. Miss Su's head was badly injured today, but her wound stopped bleeding and aching after taking Miss Gu's medicine. So I invite Miss Gu to see Tianhua. Lan Yubin said to his wife. Tianhua was Lan Yubin's son, Lan Tianhua. Mrs. Lan's eyes lit up at once. Really? Please let me see his calf first. Gu Ning didn't want to make promises right now, because they would find out the effects soon enough. Sure, Mrs. Lan said. She immediately helped Lan Tianhua roll the pant to his knee. Seeing that Gu Ning was very young, Mrs. Lan had doubts. However, she had the same feelings as Lan Yubin. As long as it was effective, she wouldn't allow herself to miss any chance to cure her son. And Lan Yubin had also said that Miss Gu had cured Miss Su's injury. So she chose to believe Gu Ning. Lan Tianhua, of course, was eager to be healthy again. The muscles of his calf were so weak that his calf was left with only a bone. Gu Ning walked forward and pinched his calf. But Lan Tianhua had no feeling at all. Miss Gu, how is it? Can it be cured? Lan Yubin was nervous. Yes, but it takes 3 pills, Gu Ning said. Really? Lan Yubin and his wife were thrilled to know that their son could be cured, so they didn't care how much it cost. Well, I can give him 1 pill now. Within 5 minutes, his calf will regain feeling, Gu Ning said and took out a small porcelain bottle with power crystals inside. What? In 5 minutes? Lan Yubin and his wife rounded their eyes in shock and couldn't believe their ears. Then Gu Ning poured out a power crystal and gave it to Lan Tianhua. Tianhua, take it now, and your leg will regain feeling. Really? Lan Tianhua ached to stand up, but after years of medical treatment, he still sat in this wheelchair. Yes, Gu Ning said with a smile. Great, I'll take it, Lan Tianhua said. He opened his mouth and swallowed the power crystal Gu Ning gave him. All of a sudden, he felt a cold air spreading through his body, which was quite comfortable. Lan Yubin and his wife kept staring at Lan Tianhua. Both of them were pretty nervous. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes later, Lan Tianhua's calf finally started to have feeling. It even twitched a few times. Lan Yubin and his wife noticed and asked without delay, Tianhua, how do you feel now? A little painful but cold, Lan Tianhua replied. The pain was tolerable. If you can feel the pain, it means that your calf is recovering, Gu Ning said. It took time for Lan Tianhua's calf to get back to normal, so it was natural that it would be painful. Hearing that, Lan Yubin and his wife cried in happiness. Gu Ning gave the porcelain bottle to Lan Yubin and said, There are another 2 pills in it. Take a pill every 3 days and its effect will be increasingly obvious. After taking the 3 pills, he's likely to walk. However, during the period, his calf must be massaged every day so that it'll recover faster. Lan Yubin took the porcelain bottle. His hands were trembling in excitement, but he held it tightly in his hands because these pills could cure his son. Thank you so much, Miss Gu, Lan Yubin said. 3 pills cost 3 million yuan. Lan Yubin took out a check and wrote the amount down. He gave the check to Gu Ning and Gu Ning gave it to Gao Yi. After that, Gu Ning left the Lan family's house. Gu Ning told Gao Yi to redeem the check tomorrow. Gu Ning didn't like checks and preferred cash. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye also needed to pack up for tomorrow's flight to City G. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye were Gu Ning's reliable assistants now. Qin Haojing went back to his home and seemed in a bad mood. Mrs. Qin was worried about him, and Qin Haojing told her what had happened in the Su family today. It wasn't a secret anymore since there were so many socialites at the party. When Mrs. Qin found out that Gu Ning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, she was quite amazed, but she wouldn't doubt her husband's words. As for how Gu Ning had rescued Su Aya with her special medicine, Mrs. Qin also thought it was too incredible. Wow, Gu Ning is so amazing. She has 1 billion yuan of wealth at such a young age, Mrs. Qin said. Indeed, I think that Yifan is right. Although Gu Ning can't compare with us now, she could soon be richer than any of the other super-rich families in City F, Qin Haojing said. Well, unfortunately, Gu Ning doesn't have feelings towards Yifan. In the beginning, Mrs. Qin didn't want Qin Yifan to date an ordinary girl, but now she found out that Gu Ning wasn't simple at all. She felt that it was a shame that Gu Ning had rejected Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan was standing at the stairs and heard his parents' conversation. He wasn't very shocked when he heard that Gu Ning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry because he had always had the same idea in his mind. However, he was astonished by the fact that Gu Ning had rescued Su Anya. Although he knew that Gu Ning wasn't simple, she did surprise him again and again. However, he was attracted to Gu Ning not because she had so many unbelievable skills, but because of her personality. During this time, Qin Yifan had recovered a lot from Gu Ning's rejection. Although it was still painful to think about Gu Ning, he had already given up. After all, a romantic relationship wasn't something that you could get after working hard. On their way home, Gu Ning suddenly thought of Su Jinhao. She thought that it was better to deal with his problem right now, so she called Su Anya at once. Su Anya was being examined, so Su Jinhao answered the call, which was exactly what Gu Ning wanted. "Hi, Gu Ning. Anya is being tested right now, so it isn't convenient for her to answer your call," Su Jinhao said gently. "Uncle Su, I called exactly for you," Gu Ning said. "Oh, what's wrong?" Su Jinhao asked with a little surprise. He thought that Gu Ning might need his help. "Uncle Su, have you been feeling uncomfortable recently and been constantly having nightmares? Sometimes you almost faint," Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, Su Jinhao was struck dumb. "Exactly. I've been busy recently and seldom have rest," Su Jinhao said. Su Jinhao didn't think that he was sick or something, but had thought that he was too busy. "Did you get any antiques recently?" Gu Ning asked again. Su Jinhao frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Gu Ning asked that, but he believed that Gu Ning had no intention to harm him. So he replied, "Yes. One of my good friends sent me a golden Buddha 2 weeks ago. Did you start to feel uncomfortable after you received the golden Buddha?" Gu Ning asked. Su Jinhao was smart enough to understand Gu Ning's meaning. It was possible that the golden Buddha was the reason why he felt so uncomfortable these days. Su Jinhao didn't believe it in the beginning. How could a golden Buddha make a human uncomfortable? However, he wasn't stubborn. Although he didn't believe in gods or ghosts, he had heard some stories about them. Even though it was very hard to believe it, he did start to feel uncomfortable right after he received the golden Buddha. "Yes, I did feel sick after receiving the golden Buddha, and it gets worse day by day," Su Jinhao said. After a while, he added, "Gu Ning, you must know the reason since you asked me the question. Although I don't believe in gods or ghosts, I trust you, and you can tell me directly." "Well, then I'll be honest with you. I noticed that your face is unusually pale and your forehead is dark black, which are the symptoms of getting affected by Yin. From what I know till now, antiques are objects which can carry Yin, because they've been buried under the ground with dead people for so many years. If a living person is affected by Yin, he will get sick and die after a long while," Gu Ning said. "What?" Su Jinhao was shocked, even though he was mentally prepared when he heard that he could die after a long time of being affected by Yin. Su Jinhao's pale face turned even paler. "I know that it sounds very strange and unbelievable, but the world is big and full of strange things. I think you better accept it," Gu Ning said. "Well, what should I do now?" Su Jinhao asked. Although it was still hard for him to accept it, he chose to follow Gu Ning's advice. "I'm not sure that the golden Buddha is the source yet. Please show it to me when I visit you at your company tomorrow. If it does carry Yin, you can give it to me and I know how to drive the Yin away. I can give it back to you after that. As long as you're apart from Yin, you'll recover gradually," Gu Ning said. Sure, Su Jinhao answered. He didn't doubt Gu Ning's aim at all, nor ask how she knew all these things about Yin because he understood that he shouldn't ask further if Gu Ning didn't say more herself. As long as Gu Ning was helping him sincerely, it was enough. After Gu Ning hung up with Su Jinhao, Gao Yi asked curiously, "Boss, does Yin really exist?" Qiao Ye was also curious because this was the first time that they had ever heard of it. "Yes," Gu Ning replied but didn't explain further. Gao Yi and Qiao Ye stopped asking, but they all believed Gu Ning. When Gu Ning got home, she told Gu Man that she was going to City G, and her mother, of course, allowed her. After Gu Man found out that Gu Ning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, she thought that it was quite reasonable that Gu Ning flew to City G often. The next day, around 9 a.m., Gu Ning along with Gao Yi and Xiao Ye drove to the Su family's company. Gu Ning called Su Jinhao when they parked the car in the parking lot. Su Jinhao then immediately packed the golden Buddha and went to meet Gu Ning. The moment Gu Ning saw the golden Buddha, she knew she had made the right choice because the golden Buddha carried thick yin. Gu Ning took the golden Buddha and gave a porcelain bottle to Su Jinhao. "Uncle Su, take the pills inside, and you'll recover soon." Su Jinhao knew that the pills were Gu Ning's special medicine, which cost 1,000,000 yuan a pill. 1,000,000 yuan was nothing to Su Jinhao, who was a super-rich businessman, and he was willing to pay the price as well, but he was declined by Gu Ning. Su Jinhao insisted on giving Gu Ning money, but Gu Ning wouldn't take it, so he had to compromise at the end. And now he owed Gu Ning a big favor. That morning, many people called Lan Yubin, continuously asking him about his son's condition and whether Gu Ning's medicine was effective. The answer was affirmative, and his son was able to walk within half a month. Lan Yubin also intentionally advertised for Gu Ning. With the affirmative answer, some who wanted the medicine too asked Lan Yubin for Gu Ning's phone number. They also wanted to buy her special medicine. However, without Gu Ning's permission, Lan Yubin didn't tell them. Lan Yubin told Gu Ning about it later, but Gu Ning rejected giving them her phone number because she had no time to deal with them at the moment. Afterward, 2 pieces of shocking news about Gu Ning went across City F. People all heard that the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry was an 18-year-old girl whose name was Gu Ning, and that she had a special medicine with great effects, could cure most diseases. Miss Su was an example. Most people believed the first piece of news because a majority of socialites with high social status were all aware of it, but few people would believe the second piece of news, because nobody thought that a kind of medicine existed which could cure most diseases in this world. No matter what, Gu Ning shocked many people in City F. She was only 18 years old, and she already had a jewelry company with 1 billion yuan in assets. Many news reporters wanted to interview Gu Ning, but Gu Ning wouldn't answer their calls. Gu Qinxiang also heard the astonishing news. He was struck dumb and couldn't believe that the Gu Ning in the news was the one he knew. But there was no such coincidence that they shared the same age and name. It was very hard for Gu Qinxiang to accept the truth. He was already quite jealous of their beauty salon and construction material store. If they also had a jewelry company, Gu Qinxiang would be hit heavily. He had worked so hard for over 20 years, and finally became a successful businessman with only dozens of millions of yuan in assets, but Gu Ning turned into a billionaire within several months. He knew that Gu Ning wasn't weak now, but he couldn't help calling Gu Man after he heard the news. The old lady was still in the hospital, so Gu Man didn't block Gu Qinxiang's phone number in case anything bad happened to her mother and she would miss it. Although she hated her mother, she wasn't cold-blooded. And the old lady was paralyzed from the waist down. She couldn't walk but had to lie on the bed or move in a wheelchair. It was unlikely that she would cause Gu Man any more trouble. Gu Man, is Gu Ning the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Gu Qinxiang asked. He didn't dare to annoy them, so he didn't sound high up in the air like he had been in the past. Gu Man already heard the news that everyone was discussing, so she wasn't surprised that Gu Qinxiang got to know it too. So what? It has nothing to do with you. Gu Qinxiang was struck speechless, because it did have nothing to do with him, and so he hung up. Gu Qing, on the other hand, was still in shock. She was so surprised by the fact that Gu Ning, who was her niece, was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Qin Zhang, Chun Ziao, Xiao Feifei, Lin Lijuan, and Gu Xiaoxiao also heard the news, and nobody was more astonished than them. How is it possible? Lin Lijuan refused to believe that it was true. No, it must not the Gu Ning that we know. She's too poor to run a jewelry store, Gu Xiaoxiao said. As for those discussions, Gu Ning didn't care at all, because she had already arrived at City G. It was 12:30 p.m. when they landed at the airport in City G. Once she got off the plane, she turned on her phone and surprisingly found tons of unknown calls and messages. After reading them, Gu Ning understood that the news reporters were eager to find and interview her. Nevertheless, she was occupied now. In case they would call her again, she sent messages back to them saying that she wasn't in City F and couldn't receive interviews. Those news reporters immediately asked when she would be back, but Gu Ning ignored them again. After that, she took a taxi to downtown for lunch. Gu Ning had contacted Yan Zhenglin before she came to City G, so Yan Zhenglin's group was already waiting for her in the hotel. Gu Ning had also given a document in which she wrote down all the properties of Hongyun Group that she planned to acquire to Yan Zhenglin, so that she would know their price when she arrived. The market price was 2.5 billion yuan, but the price that Gu Ning was offered was only 1.3 billion yuan, which was 700 million yuan less than her anticipation. It was a huge discount indeed, and it was the most Yan Zhenglin could offer her. And the reason why Gu Ning could get the price was because she had contributed a lot in the case against the Hongyun Group. After the meal, Yan Zhenglin took Gu Ning to finish the legal procedures in person. Before long, it was settled. After that, Gu Ning told Gao Yi and Xiao Ye to give the information to Nguangyao. They would assist Nguangyao in dealing with things. The hotels and restaurants under the Hongyun Group would be redecorated with a new name. In addition, Gu Ning planned to upgrade them to 5-star hotels, and the new name would be the Fengting Hotel. The restaurants would be upgraded as well, and renamed as the Fengting Restaurant. Feng Chongqing was ambitious, so his hotels and restaurants all had great locations. There was no problem in changing them into high-end places. As for the shopping mall, Gu Ning decided to leave it open as usual, because she would lose 1 million yuan if it closed for even a day. Gu Ning planned to fly to City B alone the next day, while Gao Yi and Xiao Ye took a plane back to City F that day. Gu Ning only spent a night in City G, so she didn't call Master Yen and the other masters. She went to the Jade Beauty jewelry store and met Zhou Zhenghong. "Uncle Zhou, how are you doing?" Gu Ning said. "All is well. However, Xiaoping came to me a few days ago, and he tried to sell Zhoufu jewelry to me at the price of 50 million yuan. Zhoufu jewelry isn't worth 10 million yuan at the moment, so I'd be dumb to buy it. I would be lying if I said that I have no feelings towards Zhoufu jewelry. I built the brand after all, but I also know that it's already history, and I'm moving to the future with Jade Beauty jewelry." Zhou Zhenghong didn't hide the fact that Xiaoping had come to him. At the same time, he showed his loyalty to Jade Beauty jewelry before Gu Ning. Hearing that, Gu Ning felt comforted. She was, of course, happy to hear that Zhou Zhenghong was loyal to Jade Beauty jewelry since he already worked for her. Gu Ning would allow him to have a sideline, but it couldn't be jewelry. She didn't want to see them competing against each other. Gu Ning didn't stay there long, because Zhou Zhenghong had to go home to eat with his son, so they separated. Coincidentally, Gu Ning met Song Manny in the restaurant and sat right next to her. Song Manny was sitting across another woman who was her age. They were chatting while eating. "Manny, what's your next step?" the woman asked. "I'll quit and sell the house before I leave City G. I want to live in a new environment," Song Manny said. Although she felt disgusted by her ex-husband's family, she was also hurt, so she wanted to start anew. "Where are you moving to? You've worked so hard to be a design director, and now you have to start afresh," the woman said. She felt sorry for Song Manny. "It's fine. I'm single and without any pressure now. And since I've exposed what Song Meishin did, Feng Jie keeps begging me to get back together with him. I'm just so sick of him, so it's better that I move away," Song Manny said. Speaking of Song Meishin, the woman's face was full of obvious dislike. "The bitch is so terrible. She even wanted to make Feng Jie the father of her child. However, thanks to her, you were able to see the real face of Feng Jie. Feng Jie's family is really shameless. Feng Jie is the one who is infertile, but they blamed you for it. I have to say that karma is real." Hearing that, Gu Ning was surprised by the drama. Luckily, the result wasn't bad. However, if she had been Song Manny, she would have tortured the whole shameless family to get revenge. Gu Ning thought that Song Manny was a clever, skillful woman. Since Song Manny planned to start anew, and Gu Ning lacked qualified workers, why didn't she hire Song Manny? When they had almost finished the meal, the woman who was Song Manny's friend received a call and left, while Song Manny sat there alone. Gu Ning took her half-finished dishes walking to the table where Song Manny sat. "May I have a seat?" Song Manny recognized Gu Ning at first glance and was a little surprised. "Please." With Song Manny's permission, Gu Ning sat down on the opposite side. "Hi, I'm Gu Ning, and I couldn't help but hear your talk with your friend just then. I happen to hear that you want to change your job and live in a new environment. May I know your previous job? Guning asked. Song Manny thought that Guning was just casually chatting with her, so she didn't mind. Interior design. It's a great job with a high salary, but quite tiring. Do you want to continue doing that? Guning asked. Well, just as you said. It's a great job with a high salary, but quite tiring too. If it hadn't been for my family, I wouldn't have worked so hard to make money. I even got cervical spondylosis because of it, but I'm single now, and I can take it easy. As for the job, it depends. If I continue to work as an interior designer, I'll work less and take care of myself. And I don't mind changing to a new job either, Song Manny said. Since Song Manny was willing to be honest with her, Guning laid her cards on the table. I think that you must be really good to be able to be a design director at such a young age, so I'd like to hire you as my employee. As for the title, you can choose. Whether it's jewelry store manager, hotel manager, restaurant manager, or shopping mall manager, just say it. As long as you think you're qualified, you can work in my headquarters too. If you're interested, we can talk more about the details. Song Manny was surprised by what Guning had said. What? Her headquarters? It wasn't because Guning was so young, many young people started their own companies, but because it sounded like Guning had many companies under her name, like a jewelry store, hotels, restaurants, shopping malls, and so on. It wasn't a company. It was a business group. Although Guning looked serious, and it didn't seem like she was lying, Song Manny still doubted its authenticity. They were merely strangers after all. Guning didn't interrupt her thoughts, but enjoyed her dishes and waited for Song Manny to get her mind back. After a long time, Song Manny finally got her mind back and said, If it's true, I'd like to have a try. However, the point is whether it is real. Of course it is, and I'll prove it to you after the meal, Guning said. Since Guning said so, Song Manny temporarily believed her. Where would my workplace be? 3 second-tier cities in Province D, and the capital, Guning replied. Hearing the capital, Song Manny's eyes lit up. She had wanted to build her career in the capital, but because of her ex-husband, she had chosen to stay in City F instead. Unfortunately, it didn't end up well. Are you sure that you're not an agent? Song Manny asked with doubt because the range of the company was so big, and she couldn't believe that Guning was able to run a big business group of that size. That was the point. Guning was too young to be a founder of a large business group in her eyes. Guning wasn't mad at all. It wouldn't be normal if Song Manny didn't doubt her. At that time, Guning finished her meal. She took out a file with all the copies of her properties from inside her backpack. Normally, Guning would put her important stuff in her telepathic eye space. She didn't mind letting Song Manny know her real identity, because she chose her. However, Guning wouldn't tell Song Manny everything about her properties. She only showed Song Manny some of the documents for Jade Beauty Jewelry, Shanghua Real Estate, Fenghua Entertainment, and the other companies that she had just acquired from the Hongyun Group. When Song Manny read the copies, she was completely astonished. Wow! Song Manny looked at Guning with amazement after reading, but couldn't say anything. This young girl is so unbelievable. She's the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Shanghua Real Estate, and she just acquired many properties from the Hongyun Group. Song Manny hadn't heard of Fenghua Entertainment yet, because it was a newly established company, so she wasn't very interested. However, she did know Shanghua Real Estate. The company had almost gone bankrupt but had been bought by a mysterious person. Unexpectedly, the mysterious person was this young girl right before her eyes. She also knew about Jade Beauty Jewelry, which had just caused a big sensation in City F, and was the most popular brand in the jewelry industry now. Guning had really astonished Song Manny. Although the documents could be forged, Song Manny chose to believe Guning. If you still don't believe me, you can check at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Guning said, although she knew that Song Manny would trust her. Song Manny inhaled deeply before she said, I'm really surprised that you're able to achieve so much at such a young age. I do admire you and I'm willing to work for you. But I prefer the capital to Province D. The headquarters are in the capital, but it's still being decorated. There will be many departments like human resources, finance, and so forth. We lack staff working there now because it's newly built, so you can choose to be the manager of any department as long as you're able to do the job. Of course, I'll also give you chances to practice. Other than the positions in the headquarters, I'm going to open branches of Fenghua Entertainment, Jade Beauty Jewelry, and Shenghua Real Estate too. However, you'll only get promoted in the headquarters, Gu Ning said. Although Gu Ning's business group was still young, Song Manny believed that it would be successful, because Jade Beauty Jewelry and Shenghua Real Estate were great examples. Song Manny also believed that Gu Ning had the ability to build her business empire. I'll work in human resources at the headquarters. Song Manny chose HR because she was more familiar with that department and had worked in it before. Gu Ning immediately took out a contract and a pen from her backpack. She wrote on it and said, "Well, I'm not just saying it, and we can sign the labor contract now. Although the office building of our headquarters is still under decoration, we're badly in need of staff. If you're not busy right now, I hope that you can fly over and start to work right away. You'll be paid 20,000 yuan a month without accommodation. Don't worry about the salary. It can be increased in the future and you'll get a bonus too." As for the monthly salary, Song Manny was surprised, not because it was low, but because it was higher than she had thought. She had just started, and 20,000 yuan was quite a lot compared to her peers. Even in the capital, which was the most advanced city in this country, 20,000 yuan a month was high. Moreover, her salary could increase in the future and she would get a bonus too. Facing such appealing conditions, Song Manny had no complaints. As for the accommodation, Song Manny didn't worry about it at all. Her house was worth 2 million yuan in City G, and she planned to sell it as soon as possible. 2 million was enough for her to buy a single apartment in the capital. She just got divorced and had no plan to marry again in the short term. And if she was going to enter a second marriage, she would definitely marry a man with a house, because she had learned her lesson from her last marriage. Gu Ning signed her name on the contract and handed it to Song Manny. There was nothing serious for Song Manny to deal with in City G now. She had already handed in her resignation letter and could leave after 3 days. She had also put her house on sale. Although nobody called her yet, she wasn't worried, because she could rent an apartment in the capital for a short time. She had a savings of 10,000 yuan in her account too, which was enough to support her for a relatively long time. In addition, she would get the salary from her new job after a month. Therefore, she had enough money to live her life. Song Manny read the contract and signed her name. "I'm not mean. Although you're the manager of HR in my company, you can have a sideline in your free time," Gu Ning said. Song Manny's major was interior design, and Gu Ning would love to see her follow her interest. Maybe Song Manny would go back to working as an interior designer someday. No matter what, as long as Song Manny was still willing to work for her, Gu Ning wouldn't mind. Hearing that, Song Manny was surprised and appreciated Gu Ning's kindness. Interior design was her major, and she was unwilling to give it up. After signing the contract, Gu Ning said, "I'll make a call first." She called in Guangyao and asked him when the decoration of the office building would start. And Guangyao told her that it would begin tomorrow. The headquarters of their business group was under refurbishment, which was a large project, so Guangyao cleared his schedule for it. Gu Ning then told Guangyao that she had hired Song Manny, who would fly to the capital to assist him. Gu Ning didn't know much about decoration, so she asked Guangyao what jobs Song Manny could do. After hearing that Song Manny's major was interior design, Guangyao was excited. He had wanted to hire an interior designer to be in charge of the interior style of the office building, but he hadn't found a qualified designer yet. If Song Manny could come, it would solve a big problem. Song Manny was also excited after Gu Ning told her the news. Gu Ning told Song Manny to design her office first. They didn't separate until 8 p.m. After that, Gu Ning went straight back to clean water blue sky. She had been so busy these days, but once she had a break, she couldn't help missing Leng Xiaoting. Having a boyfriend with a special identity and being unable to contact him whenever she wanted, Gu Ning felt resigned sometimes. But she loved him very much and would accept everything about him. The next day, Gu Ning arrived at the airport of City G around 8:30 a.m. However, when she had just entered the lounge, she received Zhou Zhenghong's call. Zhou Zhenghong said that his son had been kidnapped that morning by Xiaoping. Xiaoping asked for 10 million yuan, or he would kill Zhou Zhenghong's son. What was worse, Zhou Zhenghong only had half an hour left.